reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, The Truth. But Ivor Beard, the person involved, was somewhat bewildered. He looked at the people being escorted out and stood there, not knowing how to react. Especially after meeting Homero Wenger's gaze, he felt even more puzzled. Fang Lang, who was standing beside him, did not give him much opportunity to react, and continued to walk to the third floor in the direction he pointed. Seeing this, Ivor Beard did not bother to think too much, and quickly got up, and followed Fang Lang's footsteps. In this way, the two of them, escorted by several guards, came smoothly to the general manager's office on the third floor. The area of this office is not small, it is nearly 20 square meters. It can be seen that Homero Wenger really spent a lot of effort when arranging this office. There is also a set of European-style sofas in front of the large desk. Fang Lang found a seat and sat down without caring, and glanced at Ivor Beard, who was standing beside him, and was a little overwhelmed. He smiled and said, "See what we can drink here, preferably black tea." Ivor Beard was obviously confused by today's situation. He was in a state of panic at the moment, but he was not stupid. He guessed that this might be an opportunity for him. After hearing Fang Lang's instructions, he quickly began to look for tea in the tea cabinet on the wall near the door of the office. After searching for a long time, he did not find any tea. He could only turn to Fang Lang and said, "Boss, there is no tea here, only coffee. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Fang Lang frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "A guy who doesn't even drink tea is really not trustworthy. Forget it, then make a cup of coffee. Less sugar." Ivor Beard nodded quickly and started to make coffee for Fang language. At the same time, Fang Lang's words were deeply imprinted in his mind. What does it mean that a guy who doesn't even drink tea is not trustworthy? It is obviously Homero Wenger. Combined with the fact that the other party was taken away, the general manager of the company is obviously going to be replaced. I just don't know what happened and why there was such a big change suddenly. But he had secretly made up his mind that he would learn to drink tea in the future, otherwise he might not be able to gain the trust of his boss. Fang Lang did not care about Ivor Beard's psychological activities. He leaned on the sofa and carefully thought about whether there were any loopholes in his plan to swallow push. It was not until Ivor Beard brought the coffee to Fang Lang that Fang Lang looked up at Ivor Beard, who was cautious in front of him. He waved his hand indifferently, motioning the other party to sit down. Seeing that the other party had only made a cup of coffee for him, but he had nothing, he could not help but say, "Why don't you make yourself a cup of coffee?" Ivor Beard was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know if he was still thinking that the boss only trusted people who drank tea. He blurted out, "I like tea, not coffee." Fang Lang did not expect the other party to give such an answer. He looked at this guy who looked more like a worker than a manager with a little meaning. He patted the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down and talk. I heard that you were the workshop director of the company. Why were you transferred to be a warehouse keeper?" Ivor Beard didn't dare to be arrogant. He was still a little nervous. Too many things happened today, and he still couldn't react. Fang Lang asked him to sit down, but he only dared to sit on the sofa with half of his buttocks. But just after sitting down, he didn't expect Fang Lang's first question to catch him off guard. This. He hesitated a little. Is it appropriate to confess this to the boss? Will it make the other party feel like he is snitching? Fang Lang didn't rush to see this. He just picked up the coffee and took a sip, as if he was savoring the taste of the coffee. After a psychological struggle, Ivor Beard thought of the white man who was shot down directly and decided to tell the truth without hiding anything. Because I think the company's production line is fully capable of mass producing cars, and the production capacity should not be left idle. I have approached Mr. Wenger for coordination many times, but was rejected by him. Maybe my communication method is not appropriate, which makes Mr. Wenger very annoyed, so. Oh, is that all? Fang Lang would not believe that things would be so simple. If it was so simple, Fang Lang would doubt whether this was a double act between the two. Hearing Fang Lang's question, Beard hesitated, as if he didn't know whether it was appropriate to say the next words. But seeing Fang Lang's eyes looking at him, he could only grit his teeth and continue. When Mr. Wenger first started working at Porsche, he had been working under me. But he didn't do things seriously and often made mistakes. At that time, I would often criticize him. Later, after he married Mr. Porsche's niece, he was transferred from the production department to the management department, and he would often set up some obstacles for my work. This made our relationship very bad for a while. Later, it was said that after Mr. Porsche had a private talk with him, he gradually let me go. After coming to Brazil, he was the deputy general manager, and I was still the workshop director. Our relationship dropped to the freezing point again, but with a general manager, we could still barely maintain it. But later, after the general manager left, I was directly transferred to the warehouse as a warehouse keeper. Although Beard was very euphemistic on some issues, Fang Lang still clearly understood what he wanted to express. This made him laugh a little. No wonder when he tried to test Homro Wenger and said that someone told him that he squeezed out the original general manager, the other party's first reaction was to say that Beard had falsely accused him. It seems that the relationship between the two has been at odds for a long time. If what Beard said is true, it can only mean that Mr. Homro Wenger is a real villain who relies on nepotism to get to the top. Of course, Fang Lang will not listen to Beard's words directly. He will definitely find out from the side whether what he said is true. But intuitively, Fang Lang feels that Beard should be telling the truth. After all, if Homro Wenger did not have such a nepotism with Mr. Porsche, he would not serve the Porsche family so wholeheartedly. He even thought of tricking himself into bailing out Mr. Porsche and letting him come to Porsche Brazil to take charge of the overall situation. At the same time, he was able to gain Mr. Porsche's trust and be responsible for keeping the research data of the Tiger tank, which also shows that he is one of his own in Mr. Porsche's mind. As for Mr. Wenger deliberately targeting Beard, it is probably to retaliate against the other party's frequent criticism of him when he first entered the company. At least this explanation seems more reasonable to Fang language. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and continued to ask, your former subordinate has become the general manager of the company, but you are still the workshop director. Don't you feel dissatisfied? Perhaps he felt that he had said everything he should and shouldn't say, and there was nothing else to hide. Beard was no longer entangled and admitted Fang Lang's question very frankly. It is impossible to say that there is no dissatisfaction. After all, the other party did not get to his current position because of his personal ability. But I'm just an employee of the company, and the other party has become a family member of the company's boss. This gap in status is incomparable to me. Even if I'm dissatisfied in my heart, I can only accept it silently. After taking a sip of the coffee cup to his mouth, Fang Lang looked at Beard and seemed to have a broken jaw. He felt a little funny and continued to ask, I heard that your Porsche factory also developed the Tiger tank during the war. Do you know about this? Beard nodded without hesitation. Yes, the Tiger tank was first developed by Mr. Porsche, but the government did not completely adopt our design for production, but combined it with Rheinmetall's design. It is said that Mr. Porsche did not give up the original plan and has been conducting relevant research. However, I'm not particularly clear about the specific situation, but our factory did participate in the manufacture of Tiger tanks during the war. Fang Lang was very satisfied with Beard's attitude. Obviously, this guy is very frank now. Then do you know the situation of the company's R&D department? Beard touched the back of his head, thought for a while, and then said, I should be relatively familiar with it. After all, I have been working in the company for nearly 10 years, and our production department needs to frequently connect with the R&D department. I have dealt with everyone in the R&D department. Then do you think our current R&D department has the ability to independently develop new models? Fang Lang looked at Beard with some expectation. Of course, the R&D department of our Porsche factory in Brazil now concentrates almost all the essence of Porsche. These people have rich experience in automobile design. The Beetle cars we produce now, and the barrel-type off-road vehicles equipped by the German army are all independently developed by our company's R&D department. Many of them also participated in the research and development of the Tiger tank. They are fully capable of developing new models. But I heard that Mr. Porsche is the core of the company's R&D. All the company's model research and development work is completed under the leadership of Mr. Porsche. Is that right? This time Ivor Beard did not answer directly, but looked up at Fang Lang, and then slowly said, "It can also be said that the company's product research and development work is indeed completed under the leadership of Mr. Porsche. But this does not mean that the company's research and development will not work without Mr. Porsche. Model research and development is not the credit of one person, but the result of the joint efforts of a team. Even, boss, as long as you put forward your requirements for the new model, list the detailed performance indicators, and then designate one of them as the chief designer to be responsible for the overall coordination work, the R&D department can start to operate automatically." This situation was somewhat beyond Fang Lang's expectations, but thinking about it, it was very normal. The design of a car does require genius inspiration, but after all, a car is a systematic project. It is impossible to be completely paralyzed without one of them. The most likely possibility is that there is a lack of sufficient innovation ability, but it does not mean that a qualified new car model cannot be designed. After understanding this, Fang Lang's originally somewhat worried mood gradually calmed down. Coming from the future, I have a lot of future car model concepts in my mind, and any of them are enough to develop several very successful new models. Now as long as I can retain these people in the company, even if I lose the support of Porsche in Germany, the company will be able to develop rapidly. What's more, I can obtain the production authorization of the Beetle through negotiations with Porsche. Judging from the success of the Beetle in the market, it is too easy to support a car company. More importantly, it was at this time that Fang Lang unexpectedly discovered that the 3 car brands he introduced in Brazil were all future luxury models. However, none of them is a popular brand, which is obviously an unreasonable industrial structure. Several companies under his group even face direct competition and cannot form differentiation at all. The Beetle produced by Porsche happens to be a very cheap popular car. After he has full control of this factory, he can simply let it go the route of the public. Maybe in the future, this company will be the most profitable car company under his group. Chapter 477 I'm democratic. Fang Lang was very satisfied with Ivor Beard's performance. At least now, it seemed that he had not concealed anything from him. After making a plan in mind, Fang Lang nodded and said, "Do you know why Homro Wenger and the others were arrested?" Ever since entering the office building, Ivor Beard had been on tenterhooks. The reason was that he found out that the company's management had been arrested, but he didn't know the reason, so he was very uncertain whether he would be implicated. Now that the boss had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was obvious that he was not going to hide it from him, so he shook his head very sensibly. Fang Lang smiled slightly when he saw this. Mr. Homro Wenger, together with Mr. Porsche, who was still imprisoned by the Allies in Germany, secretly smuggled the research data of the German Tiger tank that the Allies were searching for into our joint venture data. This behavior has turned our automobile joint venture project into an adventurous behavior full of political risks. Porsche's use of our Fang Lang Group's automobile joint venture project to secretly transfer the Allied tracking data may make us bear the crime of espionage, which we absolutely cannot accept. Once the Allies discover that our Fang Lang Group is involved, it will cause our entire Brazilian Fang Lang Group to suffer huge losses. Therefore, I plan to suspend the joint venture project with Porsche, close the factory, and repatriate all German workers to Germany. These words scared Ivor Beard so much that he sat up from the sofa, looked at Fang Lang with disbelief, and swallowed his saliva with a trembling body, saying, "Boss, is this true?" Fang Lang pretended to be annoyed and said, "Of course, Mr. Homro Wenger has confessed to these things, and we have found a complete set of research materials on the Tiger tank in the company's data room. Now we are having a headache about how to deal with it." Unexpectedly, Ivor Beard waved his hands with a pale face and said, "Boss, what I mean is, do we really have to suspend the joint venture project and close the factory? If all our German workers are repatriated to Germany, we may be imprisoned by the Allies, and we workers are not involved in it. In this way, we and our families will be finished." Seeing the other party's pale face and a hint of despair in his expression, Fang Lang smiled slightly in his heart, but he sighed with a heavy face. Alas. I understand what you said. I personally hired you all in Germany. I also hope that you can stay in Brazil and let our joint venture factory run smoothly. But now the situation has become complicated. This is not a business problem, but a political problem. You have to understand that our Brazil's status in the Allies is not high, and we are not deeply involved in this Europe, so we don't have much say. Just by introducing a joint venture from Germany and taking you out of Germany, we have already taken a huge political risk and have made relevant promises to other allies. But now the private actions of Mr. Homro Wenger and Mr. Porsche have dragged us into a huge political whirlpool. If things go wrong, our Fang Lang group will be liquidated by the Allies. You know, there are many competitors in our Fang Lang group, and everyone is eyeing us. If we are not careful, we may be eaten by the enemy without leaving any bones. After hearing Fang Lang's heartfelt words, Ivor Beard fell down on the sofa with a decadent face. His face was at 10. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. If it was really as serious as Fang Lang said, why did he need to ask himself the questions before? The other party obviously had a way to prevent things from getting worse to this point, although for a while, he was a little bit unable to react to the purpose behind it. Of course, the main reason was that he had no time to think carefully. But there is one thing he can be sure of. Fang Lang's statement that Homro Wenger and Mr. Porsche conspired to secretly bring the research and development data of the Tiger tank to Brazil is very possible. And, from what he saw in the company today, he can almost conclude that this is the fact. At the same time, he is also very clear about the influence of his boss Fang Lang in Brazil. He doesn't believe that Fang Lang group will be liquidated. But suspending the joint venture, closing the factory, and repatriating all German workers is definitely very likely to happen. Ivor Beard, who figured this out, gritted his teeth, looked up and looked at Fang Lang with a firm gaze and said, "Boss, you have a way, right? If there is anything you need me to do, please tell me directly. I will do my best. I just hope you don't close the factory and repatriate the workers." It must be said that this guy is a smart man, and he reacted so quickly. Seeing this, Fang Lang also put away the expression on his face, looked at Ivor Beard beside him with a burning gaze, and didn't say anything, just looked at each other quietly. Ivor Beard did not speak either, but stared at Fang Lang with a firm gaze. After a while, Fang Lang smiled slightly, looked at Ivor Beard with great satisfaction, and slowly said, "You are very good, a smart man. To be honest, the current situation has not deteriorated to the worst. We discovered the matter in time, and everything can still be saved. But Porsche's behavior is a complete violation of the original joint venture agreement. It is impossible for us Fang Lang group to bear any responsibility for them, so the failure of the joint venture project is almost a foregone conclusion. As for whether you need to be repatriated, it depends on your own decision." At this moment, if Ivor Beard still did not understand Fang Lang's purpose, he would really be a fool. But he knew Fang Lang's purpose, and he had nothing to say. After all, the root cause of this matter was not Fang Lang group. It was the behavior of Homro Wenger and Mr. Porsche who transferred sensitive information privately, which led to the bad consequences. After taking a deep breath, Ivor Beard slowly said, "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Fang Lang was very satisfied with Ivor Beard's timely words. He smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "I will arrange a professional negotiation team to negotiate with Porsche of Germany. I think Porsche of Germany should not dare to express any objection to our cancellation of the joint venture. As for whether we will report this matter to the Allied Command, it depends on the situation of the negotiations. Whether you German workers and their families need to be repatriated depends on whether you are willing to continue to work for our factory. If you are willing to continue to work for us, we will re-sign the employment contract. We also promise to handle the immigration procedures for you to Brazil and make you Brazilian citizens. If you are unwilling to continue to work for our factory, you can only say sorry. We will repatriate them and their families back to Germany, and the expenses incurred will be paid by themselves." What Fang Lang said was open and honest, forcing all German workers to stand in line. Those who are willing to continue to work for him will remain unchanged, but those who are unwilling to work for him will be directly repatriated. and they have to pay for the return trip themselves, which means that all their income in Brazil during this period will be completely recovered. They will be back to the time before liberation and continue to struggle on the poverty line in Germany, or even worse than before. After all, they still have jobs. As they were sent to Brazil, their original jobs had already been replaced, and when they return, they can only find new jobs. Given the current situation in Germany, this is basically the rhythm of starvation at any time. As for continuing to work at Porsche after returning, he dared not think about it. After all, once the Allied command knew about this, it would be questionable whether Porsche could continue to exist. Ivor Beard smiled bitterly and shook his head, spreading his hands and said, "So, we have no choice at all." Hearing this, Fang Lang waved his hands and said, "No, I'm a very democratic person. I respect everyone's choice. I can provide everything that people who are willing to work for me want. I will also send those who are unwilling to continue to work for me back to Germany safely. Please don't force it. For example, if you are willing to stay, I will appoint you as the deputy general manager in charge of the company's production." Ivor Beard leaned back on the sofa behind him, smiled self-deprecatingly, shook his head helplessly and said, "Boss, you win. I will help you convince everyone." Obviously, Ivor Beard is a really smart man. He understands what Fang Lang really wants. Fang Lang was also very satisfied with his performance, and laughed and patted his shoulder and said, "Ha ha ha, very good. I didn't misjudge you. It's up to you next." Soon, the news that the entire company's management was arrested, the factory was facing closure, and the workers and their families were facing repatriation quickly spread in the factory. Because the company was completely blocked, no one could leave. For a time, people in the factory were in a panic and rumors were everywhere. Both the local Brazilian workers and the German technicians began to worry. Ivor Beard took the opportunity to find a group of the most prestigious German employees in the factory and explained the whole story in detail. At the same time, he informed everyone of the situation they were facing and the possible consequences, as well as the attitude of Fang Lang Group. For a time, all the German workers looked miserable and uneasy. Homro Wenger, that bastard, should go to hell. Why did he do such a thing? He is the nephew-in-law of Mr. Porsche. He must have been instructed by Mr. Porsche. The Allies will not arrest us for interrogation, right? We are not involved in these things. Yes. When these materials were brought to Brazil, I had no idea. I didn't even know we had these materials. It's over now. We are going to be killed by them. I won't really be deported. My children are still too young. If I don't have a job, I can't support them at all. I don't want to go back to Germany. I want to stay. That's right. These things are none of our business. I'm going to find the boss. I'm willing to re-sign an employment contract with Fang Lang Group and work for Fang Lang Group in the future. That's right. Me too. Everyone said the same thing. Everyone was not stupid. They knew that returning to Germany at this time would basically be a dead end, so they all wisely chose to become employees of Fang Lang Group. Fang Lang Group also sent special personnel to the company to be responsible for re-signing contracts with those who were willing to stay. Except for a few workers who insisted on returning to Porsche in Germany, most of them chose to join Fang Lang Group. Fang Lang certainly would not treat them unfairly, and everyone's welfare benefits remained unchanged. He also promised everyone that, after working for him for 2 years, he could help them apply for Brazilian citizenship and make them official Brazilians, so that they would no longer have to worry about being deported. Chapter 478 The Air Force Minister's New Business. At this point in time, staying in Brazil is obviously more attractive than returning to Germany. If this situation occurs again in 2 years, most people here may choose to return to Germany. After all, the European aid plan will officially start next year. This plan will allow the economic conditions of European countries to recover rapidly. Germany, as the region facing the greatest pressure from the Soviet Union, is the focus of aid. It has to be said that being dragged to the Porsche factory in Sao Paulo by Homro Wenger this time and accidentally discovering the special situation here can be regarded as a surprise. As for Homro Wenger's behavior of pestering Fang Lang to go to the Porsche factory, he played himself to death. I don't know how he will feel afterwards. This matter was done very suddenly, but the whole result still made Fang Lang very satisfied. Not only did he turn a joint venture factory into a wholly owned enterprise of the Fang family, but he also kept all the German forces of the joint venture locally. He did not bring the complete Beetle car technology and the complete set of research and development materials of Porsche over the years. The biggest gain is naturally the research and development materials of the Tiger tank. Of course, Fang Lang could not really hand these over to the Allies. In fact, this information is far less important than what Fang Lang said. After all, this is not a killer weapon like the Fat Kid, and the research information of the Tiger is not only in the Porsche factory. This is just a reason Fang Lang found for himself to fully control the Porsche factory in Sao Paulo. Of course, the reason why Mr. Porsche, who was imprisoned in Germany, has not been released until now must be because he did not tell the truth. Fang Lang has prepared a big gift for Mr. Porsche to ensure that he will never get out of prison again. After all, if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it is the knowledge wealth left by the Chinese ancestors. It's not that Fang Lang is too cruel. After this incident, Fang Lang has made a big grudge with the other party. When the other party is released from prison, he may re-establish the German Porsche company. So many people in his company may be poached by the other party. At that time, his newly stabilized automobile factory may face drastic turmoil. He doesn't want to leave such a hidden danger for himself. Now if he wants to attack him, it shouldn't be too simple. Even the other party's death cannot be linked to himself. As for whether Porsche without Mr. Porsche will still produce classic models like Porsche 911 like in later generations, or whether Porsche without Mr. Porsche can survive after this blow is hard to say. The original Porsche factory, which is completely controlled by Fang Yuan Group, will be directly renamed Fang Yuan Automobile. Fang Lang has planned a development route for Fang Yuan Automobile, which is to learn from Volkswagen and Toyota, and take the route of civilianization. First produce Beetle cars, and at the same time, start to develop Volkswagen bus vans manufactured by Volkswagen, which are mainly characterized by good quality, low price, safety, and fuel efficiency. It forms a misaligned competitive relationship with Mercedes-Benz and Aston Martin under its own group, and completely occupies the automobile consumer market. Fang Lang will certainly not give up the research on tanks, but it is obviously not time yet. According to his plan, the research and development of tanks will be handed over to the future joint venture factory of Fang Yuan Group and Caterpillar under Global Group. After all, this company has experience in producing tank chassis in the United States, and the tracked chassis of engineering vehicles can be used with tanks, reducing production and research and development costs. After handing over the work of Fang Yuan Automobile Factory to his subordinates, Fang Lang took a special plane back to his naval base in Natal the next day. The officers of the naval base have long been accustomed to Fang Lang's management style, which is similar to that of a hands-off boss, and the morale of the entire aircraft carrier battle group will not be affected at all. Fang Lang rushed back to the naval base to attend the opening ceremony of the base military hospital. Natal has developed rapidly in the 2 years since Fang Lang's aircraft carrier fleet was stationed. A large number of factories have been built, attracting a large number of laborers to work in Natal. Together with the families of the Navy and Chinese immigrants, Natal City has now become a large city with a population of nearly 300,000. In such a city, the supporting facilities for living, working, and living are developing rapidly, but the hospital has only a small clinic, which is obviously not enough. Fang Lang has already begun to promote the establishment of the base military hospital, which can not only generate income for the army, but also train the medical skills of military doctors, and allow soldiers to not worry about their own health and solve the increasingly serious problem of infectious diseases. This is a win-win situation. This naval hospital is very large. Not only has it built several new buildings, but it has also hired many excellent doctors from Europe and the United States. It not only treats simple diseases, but also supports doctors in medical research. Fang Lang plans to make this naval hospital a representative modern hospital in Brazil. Fang Lang, who had just attended the hospital's opening ceremony, returned to his office and saw a guest who surprised him. "Hey, General Mora, why are you here? Come in quickly." After saying that, he glared at the duty staff outside his office and said, "Why didn't you notify me in time that the general was coming, and let the general wait outside the door?" It turned out to be General Nero Mora, the Minister of the Air Force. who came directly to his office without saying a word. Without waiting for the staff on duty outside the office to answer, General Neromora took the initiative to speak. Hahaha, don't blame them. I told them not to notify you. This time I also made a sudden decision to visit you. As long as you are in Natal, it will be fine. I'm not in a hurry. After you finish your work, we can have a meal together and chat while eating. Fang Lang noticed that General Neromora's face seemed to be in a very good mood. He also vaguely understood why the other party came to find him, but wouldn't it be enough to just make a phone call for such a thing? He actually went there in person. What are you talking about? General Mora is here, and receiving you is my most important thing. It looks like you haven't eaten yet. It's almost time for dinner. I'll treat you to a special Chinese meal. Turning to his adjutant Qi Qingshan, he said, call Dale Lau and order a table of good dishes. General Mora and I will have a good meal. Yes, boss. After that, Fang Lang pulled General Neromora into his office and said, let's sit for a while and have a cup of tea. When the hotel is ready, we'll go over there. General Neromora did not refuse Fang Lang's enthusiasm. After entering the office, he looked around with interest. Fang Lang changed into casual clothes and sat down to make tea. The two knew what they were going to say this time, so they were not in a hurry. General Neromora even wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Fang Lang about other things, to deepen their personal friendship. After all, there were some unharmonious situations in the last communication between the two. Although neither of them took it too seriously, it could easily create a rift between the two, so necessary communication was a very correct choice. So, the two of them talked about everything until Qi Qingshan came to knock on the door and told them that the hotel banquet was ready and the conversation between the two was over. And the people who had dinner this time were not only Fang Lang and General Neromora. Fang Lang also called his chief of staff De La Tour to accompany him, and everyone was toasting and exchanging cups, which was very lively. The Dai building where everyone was eating was a Chinese restaurant opened with the support of Fang language. Now the business is very good. Dai building is crowded with people and gossips, and it is obviously not a place suitable for discussing business. After everyone had enough food and drink, Fang Lang and General Neromora did not return to Fang Lang's office to continue chatting, but came to Fang Lang's residence at the naval base. In the tea room where the two had tea and chatted for the first time last time, General Neromora completely relaxed. He looked at Fang Lang making tea with a comfortable look on his face and said casually, Brother Fang, I came here specially to thank you this time. Fang Lang heard this and understood that the other party was going to get to the point. He smiled slightly and his hands performed a set of Ruichan's bathing movements smoothly. The teacup rotated in the tea soup and the movements looked chic and agile. He said casually with a careless mouth, Brother, what are you talking about thanking? Why are you so polite? Neromora took the initiative to open a box of cigars placed next to the tea table, took out a cigar very casually, and cut it open by himself. You are right, we are brothers, and I will not be polite to you in the future. You know what, I have smoked so many cigars, and the cigar I smoked last time is the one that I like the most. Looking at the other party's actions, Fang Lang smiled slightly. He was not disgusted by the other party's casualness. Being able to be so open in his own home, it is obvious that the other party did not regard him as an outsider. After scalding the teacup with a set of Ruichan's movements, Fang Lang picked up the small pottery pot on the red clay stove, and with a jade liquid returning to the pot, a long line of water rushed into the teapot, which looked really pleasing to the eye. Neromora's sight was involuntarily attracted by Fang language. Fang Lang just smiled slightly and said casually, the cigars here are all produced by our own cigarette factory. If you like, I'll have someone send some to your house. No, I'm going to get rich soon. Buying cigars is already a small problem. I'll take care of your business when the time comes. Neromora lit the cigar, took a deep puff, and exhaled with a look of enjoyment, then slowly waved his hand. This was a real way to tell Fang Lang that he had entered the interest group of the Air Force and was in cahoots with everyone, and he would never have to worry about having no money to spend again. Hearing this, Fang Lang continued to say with a smile on his face, so, I don't have to develop the piston engine trainer at my own expense, right? The other party smiled and said, "Of course, this time I came here to bring you bigger business. How about a jet fighter? Is your company sure to produce it?" As expected, with the participation of professionals like General Nero Mora, those country bumpkins in the Air Force Department have begun to get rid of the low-level interest of propeller planes and start climbing the tree of jet planes. Fang Lang was not in a hurry to answer the other party's question. He continued to make tea with his hands. He poured a cup of tea for each of them with a set of Guangdong patrolling the city. He handed one of the cups to the other party and said slowly, "As long as your Air Force can afford it, there is no business that we dare not take. This is a reminder. See how much money you can give to your company as research and development funds. If all the funds are eaten up by you, then there is no point in developing it. No one has to play." General Nero Mora was not angry after hearing Fang Lang's words. Instead, he smiled smugly and said, "Don't worry, Brother Fang. We are united in the Air Force Department. As long as Fang Yuan Aircraft Manufacturing Company is capable of taking over this business, we are confident that we can continue to apply for sufficient funds from the Ministry of National Defense. However, we must first agree on the proportion of the funds. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Simple and Crude Gamma Play. It must be said that after not seeing each other for a few days, Nero Mora seemed to have completely opened his mind like a gourd cracked by the sun. Seeing his relaxed look, Fang Lang was a little worried that his words of persuasion might have opened Pandora's box. I hope he won't let him sink completely. He picked up the teacup, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. Then he said slowly, "Shouldn't the allocation ratio of funds be decided by you big guys?" Last time, Fang Lang wanted to take the initiative to discuss the allocation plan of the fund ratio with the other party. After all, this money was still to be used for their aircraft research and development. If these guys were too ruthless, they might not give a penny and directly set up a project to get something for nothing. Then he would be passive. But today he was not in a hurry to take the initiative to discuss this topic and wanted to take the opportunity to test the bottom line of General Nero Mora. If they really went too far, he would rather push the Navy Department to apply for military funds from the Ministry of National Defense to develop new models, and would not cooperate with their Air Force. After all, you have to pay for what you have done, and as a research and development organization, you have to share the risks. He didn't want to get into trouble instead of eating the mutton. I don't know if it was because of the wine at the lunch party, but General Nero Mora was obviously a bit carefree. He picked up the teacup and didn't care about the hot tea. After drinking it in one gulp, he said directly, "Brother Fang, we are our own people. Don't you know what kind of people those guys are? If they really decide the distribution ratio, I can tell you for sure that the aircraft research and development project will not get a penny." Fang Lang really believed this. After all, they had a criminal record. They had proposed the piston engine trainer project, and they didn't plan to allocate funds. They had already said that they wanted to raise funds by themselves, which showed how greedy they were. But Fang Lang did not answer the other party's question directly, but continued to test, "Isn't your brother here now? I believe you won't let me suffer. We are all family. You can tell me your ideas. I will see if the elders in the family agree." As he said, he did not forget to add tea to the other party's teacup. General Nero Mora did not seem to want to dwell on this issue too much, and did not continue to shirk. While rubbing his fingers on the teacup, he raised his head and said, "Originally, I proposed a 50-50 split, but there are too many people in this interest chain, and I can't make the decision." The final result of the discussion was 30-70. Fang Lang did not expect these people to be so shady. He was not naive to think that he could get 70%. The hand holding the teacup directly stopped in midair, and he was a little shocked for a while. According to his idea, the lowest could not be lower than 50-50. After all, this is the development of a jet aircraft, and the funds required are astronomical. If they want to see the product, they should at least put out enough funds to invest in research and development. But now it seems that he has made a mistake after all. I had originally planned to deeply intervene in this chain of interests, and it would be best if I could master the authority to distribute this fund and take the opportunity to control the lifeblood of these guys. Just like in the later era of the Money Empire, Inspector Lay was responsible for distributing fees to various police stations, expanding his influence in the Air Force. But now it seems that I still have to quickly dispel this inappropriate idea. I'm not Inspector Lay, and there is no need to trap myself for such a small benefit. Fang Lang agrees with a passage written by Zweigin, the Queen of the Beheaded, that all the gifts given by fate have been secretly marked with a price. A more understandable way of saying it is sooner or later, you will have to pay back what you have done. Fang Lang believes that the greed of these people is endless, and everything they have now may be liquidated. With the current wealth and status of his family, there is no need for me to intervene too much in the distribution of interests of these people. I just need to strive for normal research and development funds for my own research and development projects. Neromora originally thought that Fang Lang would be angry after hearing the distribution ratio, but the result was completely opposite to what he expected. Fang Lang just paused for a moment and then did not react too much. He was very calm, which made Neromora feel a little flustered for no reason. Before he could speak, Fang Lang's calm and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. How much can you get from this? This question made him not know how to answer for a while. Fang Lang seemed to feel his hesitation and continued to speak before he thought about it. I don't mean anything else. Because you are my friend, I want to know whether your gains are proportional to the risks you take. Now I regret giving you this advice. This interest group seems to be greedy beyond my imagination. I'm worried that if the matter is exposed, it may put you in an irreversible situation. In Fang Lang's heart, he did not want General Neromora to take this road of no return, but the political environment of the newly established Air Force Department determined that if he did not go along with the crowd, he would be excluded by everyone. If he goes along with the others, he will obviously be the best scapegoat. If he cannot get enough benefits, he might as well not get involved. I don't know whether it was because he listened to Fang Lang's words or General Neromora had never thought of hiding anything from Fang Lang today. After Fang Lang finished speaking, General Neromora said directly, 10%. I can get 10% of the project. As the Minister of the Air Force, General Neromora's share is not high, but it is not particularly low. Fang Lang nodded and continued to ask, how are you going to operate? Seeing that Fang Lang did not comment on the proportion he got, Neromora paused while stroking the teacup and looked up at Fang Lang's expression. The research and development expenses must be paid into your company's account. As for how to withdraw these funds, your company needs to help operate it. Hearing this, Fang Lang couldn't help but sigh lightly and shook his head helplessly. These guys are really greedy and stupid. Neromora, who had been watching Fang Lang's expression, felt nervous when he saw Fang Lang shaking his head and sighing. He quickly asked, what's wrong? Is it difficult to operate? After rolling his eyes at the other party, Fang Lang said weakly, 30% of the funds for the entire project, and you want my company to be responsible for both research and development and bear all the risks. There is no such good thing in the world. General Neromora obviously did not expect Fang Lang to refuse this operation. It must be said that people in this period are still a bit simple and crude in doing things. They don't know how to cover up, and they don't even know how to hide such illegal and criminal acts. Looking at Neromora, who looked confused in front of him, Fang Lang sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have given him advice. Now it seems a bit endless. Fang Lang's answer made Neromora blush a little, but he quickly adjusted himself and asked directly, then how should we operate it? He glared at the other party unhappily. I regret becoming friends with you. Is it too early to break up now? These words scared Neromora, but after looking at Fang Lang's face, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Fang Lang was not such a heartless person, but at the same time he had to remind himself in his heart that he must find a way to double repay Fang Lang's favor in the future. He showed a shameless smile on his face and said, of course it's too late. Don't forget, I joined in because of you. Then you can't drag my company into the water and cheat me like this. Neromora obviously didn't quite understand the risks of such an operation, So he looked at Fang Lang with some confusion and asked, but they said that this is how they operate. Fang Lang was a little surprised and hurriedly asked, have they had experience in such operations? Does the military have other research and development projects? Of course, they told me that they operate in this way for military uniforms, bedding, and weapons and equipment purchased from abroad. Hearing that there were only these, Fang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there were no other people competing with him for business. Where are the guys who told you this from? Compared to his partners in his interest group, Neromora obviously trusted Fang Lang more, and said without hesitation, these guys are all from the army and the General Logistics Department. This reminded Fang Lang of the first time he met General Lita, the Minister of General Logistics. At that time, he purchased several aircraft from the American Chatter Company and was warned by the other party. Later, he paid the other party the kickbacks he deserved by asking his wife to buy paintings. Now it seems that he has provided the other party with a more covered way to transfer benefits. I don't know if the other party will be grateful to him. These guys in the army and the logistics department are too simple and crude. They don't even do the most basic cover-up. They just operate like this, without any investigation, and they can catch you all in one fell swoop. If you continue to operate like this, I will start preparing gifts to visit you in prison. These words scared Neromora. He had to join this interest group in order to control the Air Force, but he didn't want to send himself to prison. He immediately looked at Fang Lang with a nervous face and said, Brother Fang, you know, I don't want to go along with these idiots. I have no choice. You must have a better way, right? Fang Lang didn't want to continue to talk to the other party and raised 4 fingers without hesitation and said, set aside 4 layers to pay the company's research and development funds, and I will give you a good way to pick you out. Hearing this, Neromora's fingers holding the teacup began to move constantly. Obviously, he was calculating in his mind. Soon he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will take the initiative to reduce my share, and I will definitely convince everyone to reduce the distribution ratio to 60%. Tell me what method you use. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said directly, the leader of this interest group should be a big shot. This time, Neromora did not hide anything and said directly, the eldest son of the chief of the general staff of the Ministry of National Defense accounts for 30%. This answer stunned Fang language. He didn't expect that the other party would tell the truth without any concealment this time. No wonder they were confident that they could apply for a steady stream of research funding from the Ministry of National Defense. The eldest son of the Chief of General Staff coming forward was actually not much different from the Chief of General Staff's direct participation. Neromora, as the Minister of the Air Force, was not much lower in status than the Chief of General Staff, and he should not be so passive. It was a pity that this guy rose to power too quickly, and his foundation was unstable. He was directly thrown into the Air Force Ministry and almost sidelined. He had to go along with them and become one of them in order to gain their support and regain some of the power of the Air Force. However, Fang Lang was almost sure that if this guy was not good enough, he would be kicked out at any time. Chapter 480 High-End Gamma Play. From this distribution ratio, Fang Lang could see that this guy was at most a member of the group, and he was not dominant at all. Otherwise, how could he let others get more than him? He was not familiar with the chief of staff, and he did not want to make friends with such a greedy guy. If he wanted to have his own influence in the Air Force in the future, he had to help Neromora consolidate his power. Who will do the work of distributing the money? The chief of staff of the Air Force. Fang Lang glanced at Neromora, who was still confused, and said in a firm tone, you don't have to get the most in the early stage, but the right to distribute must be in your hands. Only in this way can you completely control the power of the Air Force, otherwise you may be replaced by your chief of staff at any time. Neromora was not a fool. He had the opportunity to be the one to distribute the money, but his purpose was not for money, so he took the initiative to give up this right. But when Fang Lang said it now, he immediately understood the importance of this right, and nodded seriously to show that he understood. You can't divide the money directly. You should find a foreigner, preferably an American, and set up an aircraft research and development laboratory in Brazil in his name. This company doesn't need to be big, and it should be as low-key as possible. All relevant stacker holders will become shareholders of this company as investors. Then, take over the R&D order of the new model in the name of this company, and then subcontract the R&D project to Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company at a price 4 times the contract price. The remaining 60% is the operating income of this company, which will be paid to the bank accounts of each shareholder in the form of dividends. Neromura looked at Fang Lang in amazement. He never thought that he could operate in this way. After a long while, he swallowed hard and said, "Can it be done this way?" Looking at the Air Force Minister who was looking at him with admiration, Fang Lang had an unfathomable smile on his face. "You guys, you are just getting started. You reckless people don't have any technical content in doing things, and you still need me to guide you personally. Why not?" Neromura is not a fool. Of course, he understands the purpose of Fang Lang's operation. First of all, it must be to pick up their Fang Lang group and turn the original kickbacks into investment income. In this way, even if someone comes to investigate, they can't say that they are taking bribes. In a capitalist society, this is a pure business behavior. After all, this aircraft research and development laboratory is real. In the end, there will definitely be products delivered. Who can say anything more? It's not that Neromura doesn't understand the benefits of this, but he has never thought that this matter can be handled in this way. It simply subverts his 3 views. At this moment, Fang Lang's image in his mind has directly risen to an existence that can only be looked up to. Then why don't you just let your Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company invest in this laboratory and directly occupy 40% of the shares? Isn't it simpler? Unexpectedly, Neromura's brain turned quickly, and he actually discovered Fang Lang's intention to deliberately draw a line between them. However, Fang Lang was not prepared to hide it from the other party. In the final analysis, this behavior is illegal. Our Fang Lang group is a formal company. We can obviously make money through formal channels. Why do we need to wade into this muddy water? I tell you, you should not invest in this company in your own name or the name of your relatives. You can find a way to get a fake identity and then open a special account at our Brazilian Development Bank. Our own bank can protect customer information. If you need money, just use this account directly. Keep your own personal account clean. Even if someone comes to investigate, you don't have to worry at all. Today, Fang Lang brought a greater shock to Neromura. It was simply a big surprise every day. If Fang Lang really operated like this, on the surface, he would have nothing to do with this company. Even if someone wanted to drag him into the water, they would not be able to find any substantial evidence. Knowing that Fang Lang was trying to protect him, he was grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. He said nothing, but just silently gave Fang Lang a thumbs up. At the same time, he held up the teacup in his right hand, gestured to Fang Lang, and drank it in one gulp. Fang Lang understood what the other party meant, smiled, and said nothing more. He also picked up the teacup from the tea table, motioned to him, and drank it in one gulp. The two of them laughed tacitly for a long time before slowly calming down. "Brother Fang, I will remember your friendship to me. The entire Air Force Department owes you a favor for this matter. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction, thinking, "I'm waiting for you to say this. I don't believe that you, Neromura, will be able to escape from my palm in the future. If you don't work hard for me, your fake identity in the bank will really become a fake identity." Fang Lang certainly wouldn't say these words, but after thinking about it, he still reminded, "These are all minor issues. The management rights of this company must be in your hands. Only in this way can you truly control the Air Force Department and not be easily controlled by them. Next, you will begin to divide and disintegrate the people in this interest group and slowly kick out the forces that do not belong to you. When you completely master the right to speak and have the right to freely control the shares of this company, the Air Force Department will be completely controlled by you. I hope you will not be blinded by the wealth in front of you and eventually become a slave to money." This can be regarded as Fang Lang's sincere consideration for Neromura, and the other party must appreciate it anyway. In fact, Neromura was really moved at this moment. Fang Lang considered him everywhere and tried every means to help him achieve his goals, which made him regard Fang Lang as his own family. After all, these are very secretive things. He didn't even tell his family, but took them out to communicate with Fang Lang for advice, knowing that he treated Fang Lang as a real friend. If Fang Lang was not much younger than him, he would have wanted to recognize Fang Lang as his elder brother. He stood up with a serious face, stretched out his right hand to Fang Lang, clasped them tightly, and gave him a big hug, and hugged Fang Lang tightly with his left hand. "Good brother, Fang, you are my best brother." Fang Lang could feel the other party's emotions, and patted him on the back with a smile on his face, and did not continue to dwell on this matter. Some things are not about how you say them, but how you do them. No matter how much the other party says now, it is not as practical as the actual performance in the later actions. Fang Lang is not a gentleman who does good without expecting anything in return, but he does not expect that what he does will make the other party grateful and obedient to him. Everything he does now is actually a risky investment. Whether the expected return can be achieved in the later stage depends on the other party's character. Of course, even if the other party's character is proved to be bad in the later stage, his investment will at most fail. But Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company can actually receive a sum of research and development funds from the Ministry of National Defense. As for whether these R&D funds can produce real results, Fang Lang is even less worried. You have to know that he has just approved the R&D project of jet fighter for his company. Now that the Air Force Department is involved, it is just icing on the cake. After the other party gradually calmed down, the two sat down slowly and ended the main topic of the day. Fang Lang continued to make tea slowly and began to chat about another thing casually. "Does your Air Force have any specific requirements for the indicators of jet aircraft?" Neromura, who had just regained his composure, waved his hand casually and said, "What can we ask for? Those guys only care about the research and development funds, and don't care whether the aircraft can really be successfully researched. The longer the research and development cycle and the more additional funds, the happier they are." Fang Lang smiled and continued calmly, "What about you? Do you have any specific requirements for the future jet aircraft of your Air Force?" Neromura was really in a dilemma. He touched the back of his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "To be honest, I don't have much contact with jet aircraft, and I don't know what a jet aircraft should be like. I don't have high requirements in my mind. As long as I can solve any problems, it will be considered a success. Today's jet aircraft are originally emerging technologies, and it is normal for General Neromura to make such a request." After listening to the other party's words, Fang Lang also had a bottom line. He smiled and nodded. "Then I understand. How about this? I will go back and organize the R&D personnel of the factory to meet and study together, refer to the opinions of professional aircraft designers, and formulate the most reasonable performance index. You submit the R&D plan based on this index so that we can be targeted. Avoid the situation where we cannot achieve the set index at all, and then we will be accused of wasting funds." Neromura obviously had no opinion on this. The main reason was that it was now in the first stage of jet fighter tactics formation. Countries around the world were still in the exploratory stage. It was normal that the Brazilian Air Force did not know much about the new model. In addition, he also knew that Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company had several excellent aircraft designers from Germany. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and there would be no mistakes. General Neromura, who was only thinking about whether there was a problem, suddenly had an idea and said, as if he had thought of something, "No problem, just cooperate with each other. By the way, speaking of jet fighters, do the instructors in our aviation academy know the tactics of jet fighters? If there is a chance, I would like to attend a class. Otherwise, if the jet fighters are developed and we don't know how to use them, it will be a joke." Fang Lang was also stunned by these words. A few days ago, at Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company, he also popularized the strategies and tactics of the first and second generation jet fighters to the company's designers. But these are all summed up by him, based on his own experience. The countries that can now have jet fighters may be the United States and the Soviet Union. As for the tactics of the first generation of jet fighters, it is estimated that they are still in the exploratory stage. The instructors of the aviation school that I have established should not have formed a systematic system yet. Is it necessary for me to make this knowledge public in advance? After thinking about it, Fang Lang finally gave up. Now his aircraft carrier fleet has no jet fighters at all, and he can't use it at all after spreading it. If he really spread this knowledge to the instructors of the aviation school, it is estimated that the US military will learn it soon. Wouldn't it cause trouble to his hometown during the Peninsular War? This kind of behavior evading the enemy must not be done. It is better to wait until the Americans are hit hard on the peninsula, and then stand up and say that they have learned from the experience of the Peninsular War, and summarize the tactical thinking of the first generation of jet fighters. Well, let's do it. Fang Lang, who understood this, hurriedly said, "The instructors of our aviation school are all veterans of World War II. They have never been exposed to jet fighters. How can they know the tactics of jet fighters? I think we might as well organize some excellent pilots ourselves to study and explore the tactical actions of jet fighters." Neromora also mentioned it casually, without thinking that Fang Lang already had a clear understanding of the future Air Force tactical thinking in his heart, and just thought that the other party was crossing the river by feeling the stones like himself. That's fine, but I feel that relying on our own pilots alone is definitely not enough. After all, we have been carrying out low-intensity missions throughout the war, and there is still some gap in actual combat experience with major participating countries such as the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union and Germany. If necessary, we'd better set up a special tactical research group in the aviation school to study the new changes brought about by the new equipment. It must be said that General Neromora is still very thoughtful in his job as an Air Force officer. Fang Lang obviously can't stop this kind of thing. Not to mention Brazil. Even the United States and the Soviet Union must be studying it themselves. The tactics of the first generation of jet fighters are basically not too far away from the fighting methods of World War II. Even if I don't say it, I can't stop those excellent Air Force talents from coming up with their own tactics. At least, the outcome of the Peninsular War will definitely not change, because I set up an Air Force tactical research group in Brazil. No problem. I take it with both hands. Fang Lang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Neromora was a little strange, feeling that Fang Lang didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about this topic. After thinking for a while, he picked up the teacup and put it down again. Finally, he took a sip and lowered his voice and changed the topic to an idea he had hidden in his heart. "Brother, I see that the Marine Corps of your aircraft carrier battle group seems to be developing very well. Do you think I should set up an airborne force in the Air Force Department?" Hearing this, he raised his head with a look of doubt and looked at the guy in front of him. He didn't expect that this guy looked honest, but in fact he was also a restless master. Now among the three armed forces, the Army is the strongest, the Navy is second, and his Air Force is the smallest and weakest. It has just been established as an independent army, and even the aircraft are those supported by the United States in World War II. His ambition is so big that he is preparing to dig into the army. However, as a member of the Navy, of course he would not mind the Air Force having a paratrooper to further weaken the position of the army among the three armed forces. You don't even have a transport plane, and you want to start adding paratroopers. Isn't it a bit too eager? Chapter 481 Airborne Troops. This idea was actually just a little trick in Neromona's heart. He had never told anyone about it. He really regarded Fang Lang as a friend, so he tried to tell Fang Lang about it to see his attitude towards this matter. Because of Fang Lang's position in the Navy, his attitude could reflect the Navy's attitude towards this matter from the side. Now Fang Lang obviously did not pour cold water on himself, but reminded himself that he was not strong enough and should not be too anxious. Obviously, he supported his idea. "Do you mean that our Air Force can form its own paratrooper unit?" Airborne operations first appeared during World War I, but at that time, they were mostly small-scale raids and reconnaissance operations due to the influence of air vehicles. With the rapid development of transport aircraft and parachutes, the Soviet Union began to try to form the world's first airborne detachment in 1930. The United States and Britain also began to form their own paratrooper units in 1940. The Normandy landing campaign in World War II was the largest airborne combat operation of the Allied forces. The Brazilian army did not have a formal airborne unit until 1947, which was really a bit backward. However, there are some differences in the fate of airborne troops in various countries. At least in this era, the airborne troops of most countries belong to the Army's combat sequence. The hometown in the future belongs to the Air Force's combat sequence. Therefore, General Neromora wants to form an airborne division belonging to the Air Force, which is regarded as taking food from the Army's tiger's mouth. With the current strong position of the Army, it is unlikely. But Fang Lang, considering weakening the Army's strength in the National Defense Force, certainly will not reject the Air Force's poaching behavior. If it weren't for his aircraft carrier fleet being unable to take off and land large-scale transport aircraft formations, he would have tried to form his own airborne troops. However, the Special Tactics research team under his command must all pass the airborne tactics training. If he hadn't found suitable helicopter research and development talents, he would have wanted to start researching his own helicopters long ago, and then he could organize helicopter landing training. Therefore, Fang Lang certainly would not object to the Air Force forming its own airborne troops. I'm just a naval general. What qualifications do I have to stop your Air Force from forming an airborne force? Your biggest resistance does not come from our Navy, do you understand? General Neromora kept playing with his teacup in his hand, chuckling. I understand. Our biggest resistance comes from the Army. If it were before, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, but now our Air Force Department has received a lot of guys with deep backgrounds. They can't just take benefits from the Air Force Department and not help the development of our Air Force. Hearing this, Fang Lang understood Neromora's plan. It must be that the integration of the interest group of the Air Force Department this time made him discover the powerful network of personal connections in this interest group. If he didn't make good use of it, he would really be sorry for the grievance of being almost sidelined. Seeing his sly smile, Fang Lang also smiled slightly and poured another cup of tea for both parties, saying, I agree with your idea, but the timing is not right now. Your Air Force doesn't even have transport planes, which won't do. General Neromora was not worried about this problem at all, and said with a smile on his face, I'm preparing to submit a plan to form a transport aircraft brigade to the Ministry of National Defense, but now we lack enough Air Force pilots, so after the first batch of students from our aviation school graduate, can you give us a few more for our Air Force? Fang Lang didn't expect this kid to wait for him here, and he rejected it directly without any hesitation. What good things are you thinking? The first batch of students in the aviation school are all recruited by our aircraft carrier fleet. Your Air Force has no share, so don't have any crooked ideas about us. Who knew that? General Neromora actually laughed and said, I know, I don't want your outstanding students. We all know that the requirements for fighter pilots are very high. There must be many eliminated students in this batch. Transport pilots don't need such high requirements. What I mean is, can these students who are not suitable to be fighter pilots be assigned to me? Don't worry, after the second batch of flight cadets graduate, our Air Force can let your Navy Aviation Corps pick first. Fang Lang, who was a little dissatisfied when he heard that Neromora was targeting his Air Force cadets, nodded after a little thought. The other party was right. The requirements for fighter pilots were very high, and he must choose the best. Although the requirements for transport pilots were also very strict, he did not have many transport planes, and there would definitely be some cadets who could not get on the plane. Since the Air Force was interested in leaving, it would be better to do a deal. No, from now on, the outstanding cadets in each batch must be picked first by our Navy Aviation Corps. This condition obviously made General Neromora a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Fang Lang continued, you also know that our naval aviation needs to land the plane safely on the small aircraft carrier deck in various complex sea conditions. The difficulty is definitely far greater than the land airport owned by your army. Therefore, the ability requirements of naval aviation are higher than those of Air Force aviation. General Neromora did not think for long. After hearing what Fang Lang said, he gritted his teeth and said, I can't let your naval aviation pick all of them. I can agree to let you pick 7 of the top 10 students. Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed without hesitation and stretched his hand into the air and said, haha, deal. Seeing this, General Neromora stretched out his hand and clapped his hands with Fang Lang in the air, saying, deal. Then he seemed a little uneasy and said, I know that the logistics department is now purchasing military aircraft in your way. You have to help me check our Air Force equipment. Fang Lang was not surprised that General Nero Mora knew about this. He had never thought about hiding it from everyone. This was also one of the fundamentals of his foothold in the army. He nodded without hesitation and said, no problem, I guarantee they are all the latest. If the Brazilian Air Force wants to purchase transport aircraft, they must be second-hand goods from the US military. The current distributor of these equipment is Shatter Company. The other party's request is just a matter of words for Fang Lang, and he certainly won't refuse. Nero Mora didn't expect Fang Lang to agree so straightforwardly. Many people know that the channel for the logistics department to purchase equipment from the United States is introduced by Fang language. The other party is a large company registered with the US Department of Defense. The shareholders are all senior officials in the US military. Fang Lang can guarantee himself so generously. Obviously, his relationship with this company is not ordinary. This made Nero Mora look at him more highly. This little brother of his is really not a simple person. Then I thank you in advance, brother. When the airborne troops are formed, I hope you can help your Navy department vote in favor. The formation of the airborne troops by the Air Force does not have much impact on the Navy. At most, it will cost more military funds. But the most uncomfortable one must be the big brother of the army. The Navy would certainly not be stingy with such a cost-free vote of approval. Even if Fang Lang didn't say it, the people in the Navy would definitely agree directly. No problem. There are already airborne instructors in my Marine Corps Instructor Corps, and the Marine Corps is also preparing to conduct some airborne skill training. When you form an airborne unit, I can provide you with some instructors who have experienced airborne tactical training. Nero Mora looked at Fang Lang in surprise. Why does your Marine Corps train airborne tactics? Fang Lang smiled and said, when my aircraft carrier fleet lands on the island for combat, it must have airborne troops that can infiltrate the enemy's rear. We don't have professional airborne troops, so we can only train my Marine Corps to master airborne tactics. One of our 5 Marine Corps battalions is a professional airborne battalion. What? Your Marine Corps has a professional airborne battalion? Nero Mora looked at the young man in front of him with an unbelievable look on his face. He didn't expect that he had thought of it before himself and trained a professional airborne unit in his Marine Corps. I have to say that this guy is really excellent. No wonder he has achieved so much in such a short time. Brother, if that's the case, do you think we can have a discussion? Nero Mora's eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. He quickly leaned forward and said. As soon as Fang Lang saw the other party's look, he knew what the other party was planning. This was why he took the initiative to mention that he had a professional airborne battalion. How could he miss this opportunity to insert his own people into the Air Force? On the surface, he stared at the other party with an unhappy face and said, what? Brother, you don't want to dig my airborne battalion directly over, do you? When Nero Mora heard this, he thought Fang Lang was angry. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, no, don't get me wrong, brother. We are good brothers. You have helped me so much. How could I do such a thing? Seeing that Fang Lang's expression seemed to ease a little, he slowly said, what I mean is, brother, can you support me with a few professional airborne officers at that time, so that I can set up the airborne troops? Fang Lang was ecstatic when he heard this, but he remained calm on the surface. He touched his chin with his right hand, with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a long time, he nodded and said, it's not impossible, but you can't treat my brothers badly. In the past, you had to help them increase their military ranks by at least 1 level. Otherwise, I won't give it to you. Hearing that Fang Lang agreed to his request, Nero Mora was excited and laughed. Don't worry, brother, your brothers are my brothers. When they arrive at my airborne troops, they will be absolutely backbone officers. A promotion of 1 level of rank will be nothing. Looking at the excited Nero Mora, Fang Lang also laughed and said, we haven't even started yet. Wait until you've dealt with the Ministry of National Defense and get their agreement to put the airborne troops under the management of your Air Force. If the army takes the cake by then, I wonder what you'll have to do to fulfill your promise. General Nero Mora, who was laughing happily, froze. He glared at Fang Lang and said, can't you wait for me to be happy for a while? Given the current situation of the army, it can't even deal with a small rebel, which has caused a lot of discussion in the country. If they can't solve this Eddie rebel this time, the minister of the army will have to resign. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this and asked with some confusion, is it that serious? Of course, President Dutra and Defense Minister Marshall Morris have made it clear that if the army still cannot successfully eliminate this anti-government armed force this time, the minister of the army will have to resign. The army department must also prepare for a large-scale reorganization to reshape the image of the army. General Nero Mora is the Minister of the Air Force after all. He is close to the Ministry of National Defense and can receive the latest information about the Ministry of National Defense. Fang Lang was very clear about the ultimatum given by the President and the Minister of Defense. Hearing this, he understood that the President and the Minister of Defense were anxious. After all, they had pinned the incident of the Japanese mob attacking the presidential palace on the Eddy brothers. If they could not be completely suppressed, they would come out and talk nonsense. Chapter 480 to the Second Encirclement. While Fang Lang was discussing the actions of the Army Department with General Nero Mora, in the primitive jungle far away in the northwest border of Brazil, the large-scale armed forces of the Eddy brothers were struggling in the jungle at the junction of Brazil and Colombia. Brother, I don't understand. Why should we run? Raymond Eddy, who was unshaven and covered in mud, said to his eldest brother Brizzo Eddy beside him with a depressed look. This time the government army sent a full 5,000 people to surround us. Why stay there if we don't run? Are we going to give them heads? Brizzo Eddy, who was also covered in mud with a gloomy face, used a lighter to burn the leech, but that was full of blood on his leg, and at the same time, he resisted the nausea and pain, and pulled it off his leg. Looking at his legs full of leeches, he said with dissatisfaction. Brizzo Eddy, who had lived in the city since he was a child, obviously underestimated the danger of the Amazon jungle. After 2 days of jungle trekking, more than a dozen people fell down in the team of nearly 2,000 people. Some died from mosquito bites, some died from wild animals, and some died from poisoning. The deaths were so bizarre that everyone in the team was panicked and complained. The small losses were also due to the fact that everyone was originally from the Amazon jungle and had primitive tribal hunters who were proficient in jungle survival as guides. Raymond Eddy obviously knew how powerful these leeches were. He took out a dagger and stabbed the leech that his brother had thrown to the ground, cursing, "But they haven't come yet." We retreated without even touching them, and our brothers thought we were scared. Brizzo Eddy glanced at Raymond Eddy's action of stabbing the leech with a dagger and said dissatisfiedly, "These leeches can't be killed with a knife. Otherwise, they will become two." Then he looked up at the rebel team that was resting, glared at Raymond Eddy and said, "These brothers are our assets. Are you willing to let them be consumed by the government forces like this?" Raymond Eddy did not stop his actions, but continued to stab the leech, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction on this little leech. "Of course I'm reluctant, but the government troops haven't come yet, and we don't know whether your information is accurate or not, and we are abandoning our family business and running away. This has made many brothers dissatisfied. I think you're dissatisfied. What? You think you're very powerful after successfully defeating the government troops last time, and you don't take the government troops seriously? It's not your turn to question whether my information is accurate or not. You just need to lead your own people well, and don't let others outshine you." Brizzo Eddy glared at his brother again, and after saying that, he didn't forget to look at Bartlett Clow, who was talking and laughing with a group of rebel soldiers not far away. After this period of getting along, the two brothers realized the huge threat of Bartlett Clow under their command. Unlike some of them who were high and mighty, Bartlett Clow got along well with the soldiers, and was very supported by the soldiers. Raymond Eddy didn't raise his head, and continued to stab the leech on the ground with his dagger. The leech had turned into a bloody mess, and he didn't stop. His brother's criticism was very harsh to him. "I know you have connections with people in the Labour Party, and can receive the latest news from the government. But you must not tell the brothers about these things. It is normal for them to have their own ideas. What I mean is that we should fight the government army head on, before retreating into the jungle. In this way, everyone will know how powerful the enemy is, and naturally will not have any objections." After hearing what his brother said, Brizzo Eddy sighed softly and said, "Alas. I understand this principle, but the intelligence I received is that the government army divided into two groups and attacked the two towns under our control. Once the government army, which has an absolute advantage in manpower, gets into trouble with us, it will be difficult for us to evacuate safely. Don't you understand that evacuating hastily after being defeated, or evacuating in advance to avoid the enemy's attack, what you need to do is to take the initiative to explain the situation to the soldiers like Bartlett Clough and get everyone's approval instead of coming to complain to me. Also, don't discuss my source of intelligence with anyone, understand? Upon hearing this, Raymond Eddy stopped what he was doing, looked up at his brother and said, "Where are we going? This jungle is too dangerous. If we don't find a place to stay as soon as possible, I'm worried that the army will lose its morale." I didn't expect the jungle to be so dangerous, but don't worry. I've been prepared and have had people prepare a jungle camp that the government army can't find at all. As long as we hide in the jungle for a while, they will definitely be anxious. Once they are anxious, they are likely to make mistakes. Then we can seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Although Brisso Eddy looked a little embarrassed, he was still confident. But Raymond Eddy was not as optimistic as him. He was used to urban life, and it was already aggrieved enough for him to be forced to hide in a remote town. Now he had to hide in the dense jungle and live like a primitive man. He really couldn't accept it. If the government army keeps stationing heavy troops in the town, we can't go back, right? Brisso Eddy felt his brother's depressed mood, smiled and patted him on the back and said, "Don't worry, my brother, these government troops will not stay in the town for a long time. The logistical pressure of such a large army stationed here is very great. The Brazilian army is not the US army. They don't have such an advanced logistics system. More importantly, the Ministry of Defense will not give them so much time." Just as Brisso Eddy said, the commander of the government army, Major General Vote did not have much time. The pressure from the presidential palace and the Ministry of Defense forced the Army Department to send a large army deep into the Amazon jungle as soon as the rainy season ended. But when Major General Votewisk's team rushed into the towns of Bitancourt and Manguari, he knew that his idea of ending the battle quickly was in vain. What? They evacuated 2 days ago. Major General Votewisk kicked over the desk in front of him and questioned the Lieutenant Colonel intelligence officer in front of him angrily. The Lieutenant Colonel was so frightened by the general's anger that he trembled all over and almost fell down, but he still suppressed his fear and said quickly, "Yes, General. We learned from the residents of the town that they had started packing 4 days ago, and all the rebels disappeared in the early morning of 2 days ago." Although Major General Woteweska had a hot temper, he was not a fool and immediately grasped the key point of the intelligence. They started packing 4 days ago. It seems that someone leaked the news that we were coming to these damn rats in advance. Don't let me know who it was, or I will twist his head off and feed it to the crocodiles. So many people can't just disappear from the face of the earth. Have you found out where they evacuated from? Seeing that Woteweska seemed to have calmed down, the Lieutenant Colonel intelligence officer exhaled lightly, stood at attention and saluted. "Report to the general. We are looking for them. I suspect they took a boat into a tributary of the Amazon River and then went ashore from the tributary and ran into the jungle." Major General Woteweska frowned, looked at the Lieutenant Colonel intelligence officer with some confusion and said, "Are there any evidences? In the last battle, the rebels seized a lot of transport ships, but now these transport ships are gone. We have sent people to scout the roads around the two towns, and there has been no trace of large-scale military operations recently." The Lieutenant Colonel intelligence officer was obviously no ordinary person, and he immediately explained what he had learned to Major General Woteweska. Hearing this, Major General Woteweska nodded and said to the adjutant beside him, "Map." The adjutant hurried forward, took out a nearby map from the map tube beside him, and spread it in front of Major General Woteweska. Major General Woteweska was a veteran who had participated in the European War and had actual combat experience. He glanced at the map in front of him and asked directly, "Do you think they will go directly along the Amazon River and hide in Colombia? This is the temporary headquarters of the government army." Of course, it is not only Major General Woteweska and the Lieutenant Colonel intelligence officer here. As the headquarters of a division-level combat unit, it has a complete staff. As soon as Major General Vote Wesker finished speaking, a colonel officer said, "I don't think it's possible. Since the rebels occupied the vicinity, Colombia has strengthened its border security. If they hide in Colombia by water, they will definitely clash with the Colombian border guards, but we have not received any relevant notifications so far." Although Major General Vote Wesker agreed with the other party's statement, he still turned to a staff officer and said, "Contact Colombia immediately and ask them if they have seen any traces of the rebels." "Yes, General." A staff officer stood at attention and saluted, then turned and left. Looking at the dense network of water on the map, Major General Vote Wesker had a headache. He couldn't disperse everyone to look for the enemy's traces, which would give the enemy an opportunity to defeat them one by one. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, he slowly raised his head and said, "Miles, let your people find a way to find out how many ships they have in total." Upon hearing this, the Lieutenant Colonel Intelligence Officer stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, General." Then Vote Wesker looked at a middle-aged colonel officer wearing gold-rimmed glasses beside him and said, "Chief of Staff, it seems that we have to find a way to get some air support. You come forward to apply for it and dispatch a few Air Force reconnaissance planes to search the nearby river carefully. It's not easy to find people hiding in the jungle, but it's not impossible to find the boats. As long as we confirm the direction of the other party's escape, we will have a chance to pull them out and eliminate them." This made the middle-aged colonel officer who was thinking on the side brighten up. "Yes, you can request Air Force reconnaissance support." Looking at his own division commander, it must be said that people who have participated in the European war are experienced and immediately thought of reconnaissance from the air. "Yes, General. I will immediately apply to the Ministry of National Defense. I think it is necessary for us to build a simple airport nearby to facilitate the takeoff and landing of reconnaissance aircraft. Otherwise the Air Force aircraft will not be able to stay for a long time." Major General Vote Wesker obviously agreed with this matter. He glanced at a staff officer on the other side and said, "Order the 1st Regiment to organize the local people to immediately find a suitable place near the town of Manguari to build a field airport and set up a warning. I only give him 3 days." The staff officer received the order and said, "Yes, General." Then he turned and left. As the orders were issued one after another, the entire military camp quickly took action, and the second encirclement and suppression operation against the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers officially began. Chapter 483 Joint School Program. While Brazil's second campaign against the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces was in full swing, Fang Lang was walking with his girlfriend Lilith on the campus of Harvard University in Boston, USA. "Dear, how come you have time to come to the United States to see me?" Lilith happily held Fang Lang's arm and strolled on the campus. "Of course I miss you." Hearing this, Fang Lang didn't care about the envious eyes around him and kissed her on the cheek with a doting look. Lilith laughed even more happily, but still couldn't help but expose her. "Humph. If you really came to see me because you missed me, would you bring Yang-kun with you? I think you are here for work." Fang Lang was thick-skinned. Of course he would not back down just because his girlfriend saw through him. Instead, he put his arms around her waist, held her in his arms, and tasted her tender and beautiful red lips, and then said with lingering satisfaction, "You see that I'm so busy at work, but I still remember to come to see you. Shouldn't you be more touched?" Now the atmosphere in Europe and the United States has begun to open up, so the intimate actions of the two in public did not cause much movement. But Lilith was still kissed by Fang Lang and felt weak all over. She hugged Fang Lang's neck with both hands and was reluctant to let go. This made Brother Fang a little eager to move, and his hands around his waist slowly moved down without his control. Lilith, who was already moved, bit her red lips slightly and felt the heat of Fang Lang's palm. She put her mouth directly to Fang Lang's ear and said, "I want to go home and move you." The girl in his arms was so soft and tender that Fang Lang couldn't control himself. He wanted to kill her right there. No wonder they say that gentle places are the graves of heroes. At this moment, Fang Lang had no intention of visiting Harvard University. He accepted the girl's suggestion without hesitation, ended the visit hastily, and returned to the hotel where he was staying. It was the next morning when the two of them walked out of the guest room again. Yang Kun, who was waiting for Fang Lang to have breakfast together in the hotel restaurant, saw his brother and sister-in-law appear together, so he quickly stood up, pulled out a seat for them and said, "Good morning, brother. Good morning, sister-in-law." Lilith had met Yang Kun in Sao Paulo, Brazil, so the two were not strangers. Seeing Yang Kun, she also greeted him very enthusiastically and said, "Good morning, Yang Kun." As soon as both parties sat down, Yang Kun couldn't wait to ask, "Brother, how was your visit to Harvard University yesterday? Is there any chance for cooperation?" Fang Lang heard this and said without changing his expression, "Well, your sister-in-law took me on the tour personally. It was very good, but my back and waist were a little sore after the whole tour." Lilith, who was standing aside, blushed instantly when she heard this and kicked Fang Lang hard under the table. But Yang Kun obviously didn't notice Lilith's expression, but asked Fang Lang excitedly, "What about cooperation?" Sensing Lilith's dissatisfaction, Fang Lang smiled slightly and said, "There is no rush for cooperation. I have found two friends and asked them to introduce me to the two main directors of the Harvard University Board of Directors. This afternoon, you will represent us to go to Harvard University to talk to them." Yang Kun didn't know much about Fang Lang's situation in the United States. Knowing that Fang Lang had contacted the two main directors of the Harvard University Board of Directors, he seemed very excited. But when Fang Lang said that he wanted him to go alone to discuss cooperation with the Harvard University Board of Directors, he began to feel nervous. He swallowed hard and said, "Brother, are you kidding me? You want me to go alone for such an important matter? What if I mess it up?" Seeing Yang Kun's nervous expression, Fang Lang said with a smile, "You are the president of our group's education investment group. If you don't go, who will? This is the time to prove your ability." Yang Kun was really panicked now, and his hands holding the tableau began to sweat. "Brother, aren't you going? It's a rare opportunity to come to the United States. Of course I have to spend more time with your sister-in-law. Don't you have any sense?" Fang Lang said, as if it was a matter of course. Yang Kun now regretted coming to the United States with Fang language. How could they come here to discuss school cooperation? It was obviously to visit relatives. Poor me, a graduate of a normal school, actually had to discuss the issue of cooperating in running a school with the board of directors of a world-renowned university. Just thinking about it seemed like a fantasy. Looking at his cousin who looked as if it was natural, holding the milk, and looking at his sister-in-law affectionately, Yang Kun felt like he had no desire to live. Finally, he couldn't help but struggle and said, "Brother, I have never been exposed to these things. Is it possible?" As if he felt that what Yang Kun said made some sense, Fang Lang shifted his sight to Yang Kun, looked him up and down and nodded. "Yeah, you are right. There are two people on the other side, and you are only one person. It is indeed not suitable." He touched his chin, which had begun to grow a beard, and began to think. Seeing this, Yang Kun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it seemed that he would not be abandoned this time. Who knew that Fang Lang's next words made Yang Kun almost spit out a mouthful of milk. "I will go down the street and pull two people over to accompany you. In this way, we have more people than them, and there should be no problem." Well, just like this, it was decided happily. Yang Kun felt that he was not feeling well. How could his brother be such an unreliable person? "What do you mean by pulling two people on the street? What do you mean by having more people than them? How can it be decided happily? I'm not happy at all, okay?" Lilith, who was standing by, had already figured out that Fang Lang was teasing Yang Kun on purpose. Seeing Yang Kun's hopeless look, she couldn't help but giggle. Seeing his beautiful sister-in-law looking at him and laughing, Yang Kun quickly calmed himself down. He knew that he had lost his composure and looked a little timid. No, he couldn't embarrass himself in front of his sister-in-law. He would go alone. Yang Kun prepared himself mentally for a long time before his expression slowly returned to calm. Lilith found this even more interesting. She rolled her eyes at Fang Lang and said, "Okay, honey, stop teasing Yang Kun." Yang Kun was stunned when he heard this. "What's going on? Are you teasing me?" Seeing this, Fang Lang laughed, reached out and patted Yang Kun on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you're too nervous. Asking you to come forward is just a superficial negotiation. It doesn't matter how you talk to them. It's just an opportunity for you to exercise. I have arranged for my assistant to accompany you this afternoon. As for me, I have to talk to the big bosses behind the scenes. Believe me, I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. Yang Kun was a little slow to react. He glanced at Fang Lang and then at Lilith. After making sure that Fang Lang was not lying to him, he let out a long sigh and said, "Brother, I'm your younger brother. Don't scare me like this." Hearing this, Fang Lang's expression became serious and said, "How can this scare you? You have been officially appointed as the president of the Education Investment Group. This is your job. If you don't even dare to negotiate, how can I dare to entrust such an important company to you to manage?" Seeing Fang Lang's serious expression, Yang Kun also understood that the other party was not joking, and at the same time, he also understood that what Fang Lang said was true. "I have always felt that I'm just a technical secondary school graduate. I feel that I'm not capable enough to be a primary school principal in Brazil. I need to study hard. Now I'm suddenly responsible for such a major matter. It is inevitable that I'm nervous." But Fang Lang is right. I'm already the president of the Education Investment Group. The position is important. I really shouldn't be inferior and timid. I can't rely on my brother to handle everything. Look at the other party's age and my own. There is not much difference. In addition, the other party is just a high school graduate, but he can have such a successful career now. What reason do I have to rely on others? After taking a deep breath, Yang Kun made up his mind to learn from Fang language. He looked at Fang Lang sincerely, nodded seriously and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. You are right. I'm the president of Fang Yuan Group Education Investment Company. This is my job. If I can't even do this, I'm not qualified for this position. This afternoon, I will definitely complete the task smoothly and will never let you down." In fact, Fang Lang also knows Yang Kun's situation very well. He has been introverted since he was a child, unlike him who dares to take risks. Therefore, although today's discussion was a joke, it was also a way to test the other party. The so-called negotiation with the Harvard University Board of Directors actually had no actual decision-making power. The real negotiation still required that he could convince the consortium behind the school to agree to let Harvard University and the school supported by his consortium jointly run a school in Brazil. Yes, Fang Lang thought of a way to quickly improve his strength in Brazilian universities, which was to jointly run a school with a world-renowned university, and the first target he chose was the famous Harvard University. The negotiation that Yang Kun was going to participate in could only be regarded as an intention negotiation. Whether the joint school could be successfully approved depended on the negotiation between Fang Lang and the Boston Consortium that supported Harvard University. Long before coming to the United States, Fang Lang had already contacted two important members of the Boston Consortium through Mr. Alvin Rockefeller of the Rockefeller family. Therefore, Yang Kun's negotiation was actually not important, which was why Fang Lang dared to ask Yang Kun to go alone. Seeing that Yang Kun seemed to realize his shortcomings, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. I look forward to your victory." Lilith, who was standing by, smiled and said, Okay, it's breakfast time now. Can we not talk about work?" Hearing this, Fang Lang quickly put away his serious face and said to Lilith with a flattering smile, "No problem, dear. I'll listen to you." Yang Kun was simply amazed at Fang Lang's facial change speed. It took him a while to react. He looked at Fang Lang in disbelief and murmured in his heart, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Well, I also want to learn a lot from you." But after all, he was still young and his face had not been trained to Fang Lang's level. After trying a few times, his facial muscles twitched and seemed to be not very obedient. He could only give up helplessly. Yang Kun, who was fed with a mouthful of dog food by the two people's love-a-dove appearance, was really unbearable. He simply took off the egg toast on his plate in 2 bites and drank the milk in the cup in another gulp. He said to the two of them with a little embarrassment, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm full. Let's go back and prepare for the afternoon negotiations. You guys take your time to eat. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he stood up and left as if escaping without waiting for Fang Lang and Lilith to react. Fang Lang didn't care either. He casually waved his right hand to indicate that he understood and gently stroked the back of Lilith's hand with his left hand. This made Lilith very embarrassed. She wanted to get up and say a few polite words to Yang Kun, but Yang Kun had already run away. Look at you. Yang Kun is still here. Don't you know how to restrain yourself? With Fang Lang's thick skin, how could he care about such things? Based on the principle that, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He stood up with a nonchalant look and pushed Lilith back to the seat and said, "Who told him to be so ignorant and stay here to be a light bulb?" Hearing this, Lilith rolled her eyes in annoyance. Chapter 484 Boston Consortium. That afternoon, Fang Lang followed the address provided by Mr. Alvin Rockefeller and found a small 4-story building near Trinity Church in Boston. He walked in directly under the escort of a group of guards. An elderly white man in a British tuxedo saw the scene and stood up to greet him. "Excuse me, is this Fang Lang, Mr. Fang?" Fang Lang glanced at the other person and felt that he should be a butler or something like that. He smiled politely and said, "Yes, I'm Fang Lang. Nice to meet you." The elderly white man bowed slightly and said very gentlemanly, "I'm also very happy to meet you, Mr. Fang. Mr. Lawrence is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." Hearing this, Fang Lang was not polite. He gestured to Kikingshan behind him and followed the elderly white man to the second floor. Kikingshan followed the two people upstairs behind him, and the others had already dispersed on the first floor. After entering the second floor, the old white man came to a double door room and knocked twice, then whispered, "Mr. Lawrence, your guest is here." A slightly low voice came from inside, "Please come in." The old white man turned around and nodded to Fang Lang, opened the door, bent down slightly, and made a gesture of invitation with his right hand. Fang Lang opened the door and saw a European-style classical reception room inside. There was a fireplace on the left side of the wall and a slightly gorgeous European-style sofa on the right. A white man in his 50s with slightly grey hair and a pair of black framed glasses was walking slowly towards the door, followed by a man in his 30s. The moment Fang Lang's eyes swept over the young man, his expression was slightly startled, and he felt that the other person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But this was obviously not the time to ask questions. The older white man was already walking towards Fang Lang and saying, "Mr. Fang, nice to meet you. I'm Lawrence Bell." Fang Lang also hurriedly took 2 steps, stretched out his hand and shook it with the other party, and said politely, "Hello. I'm Fang Lang. Nice to meet you." After the two shook hands, Lawrence Bell pointed to the young man behind him and said, "This is John Kennedy." Hearing this name, Fang Lang finally knew why this guy looked familiar. Isn't this the President Kennedy who was shot? The reason why Fang Lang knew this president who was shot was because he saw Marilyn Monroe's video when watching beautiful women's videos. After a deep tracking, it was discovered that Marilyn Monroe had actually been the lover of the President of the United States, and this President of the United States was John Kennedy in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Mr. John Kennedy was actually a member of the Boston Consortium. I just don't know what industry Mr. Lawrence Bell, who was with him, was engaged in. Alvin Rockefeller only told him that he had arranged an appointment with 2 people from the Boston Consortium who could help him run a joint school, but he did not tell him who they were. However, Fang Lang was not in a hurry. After knowing the names of the 2 people, it would not be particularly difficult to know their detailed information. Fang Lang smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the future President of the United States and greeted each other. "Nice to meet you." John Kennedy always felt that the other party looked at him a little strangely, but he did not think much about it. He shook hands with the other party with a smile and greeted, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fang." After seeing the two greet each other, Lawrence Bell pointed to the reception area behind him and motioned for the two to take a seat. Obviously, this is the home court of Mr. Lawrence Bell in front of him. Several people greeted each other and sat down. The butler outside the door also arranged Kikingshan and others to rest in the next room. As soon as they sat down, a servant dressed very formally served tea to them and turned around to close the door of the reception area. "Mr. Fang, as far as I know, your global group seems to have always cooperated with the Morgan family. I didn't expect that you and Mr. Rockefeller are also friends." Lawrence Bell spoke first. Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly. It seems that the news of the three companies cooperating to control the bank for international settlements has not yet been reported. Otherwise, Mr. Lawrence would not be unaware that he and Mr. Rockefeller already have a cooperative relationship. My estate on the Hudson River in New York is right next to the Rockefeller estate, so we can be considered very good neighbors. So, when I asked Mr. Rockefeller if he knew the trustees of Harvard University, he helped me to meet two of them. Lawrence Bell looked at Fang Lang with interest. Of course, he didn't believe that the two were just neighbors, but now everyone was not familiar with each other, and it was not suitable to dig deep into the relationship behind each other. John Kennedy, who was standing by, was also very curious when he saw Fang Lang, who was younger than him. He heard that he was a Brazilian general, but he didn't expect that he had close ties with the two largest financial groups in the United States. He asked curiously, "Mr. Fang, I heard that you participated in the European War as a soldier of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force." Before the business started, everyone chatted with each other and got to know each other. Fang Lang certainly wouldn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Yes, I served in the Brazilian Expeditionary Force Army at the beginning, but I was injured in the Italian War and could not continue to serve in the army, so I was transferred to the Brazilian Expeditionary Force Navy to continue serving in the European War." Unexpectedly, after hearing what Fang Lang said, John Kennedy seemed very enthusiastic and said, "Haha. In this way, we are still comrades in arms. During the war, I served in the US Army and fought in the Italian battlefield." Fang Lang only knew that John Kennedy later served as the President of the United States, but he didn't know that this guy had also been a soldier and participated in the European War. No wonder this kid later took the initiative to start the Vietnam War. It seems that this guy is still a warmonger. Oh. So Mr. Kennedy also participated in the European War. So, we are really comrades in arms. Fang Lang also smiled, as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. John Kennedy laughed and said, "That's right, brother. We are comrades in arms. We once fought side by side in Italy. Please call me John." Haha. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards Fang Lang. His enthusiasm almost made Fang Lang unable to react. Fortunately, he noticed the other party's open arms and realized that the other party wanted to give him a hug. He also quickly stood up and hugged the other party tightly, patting each other's back affectionately. "No problem, John. You can just call me Fang." Lawrence Bell, who was standing aside, saw the two young people hugging enthusiastically, and his eyes softened when he looked at Fang Lang. After all, this guy had shed blood for the United States. After the hug, Fang Lang returned to his seat and heard John Kennedy continue to speak. "It's a pity that you were transferred to the Navy. Otherwise we might have a chance to meet on the battlefield. I heard that you haven't retired yet, right?" Fang Lang was a little overwhelmed by the other party's enthusiasm, but at the same time he felt that it was a good thing. Everyone had a common topic, which was more conducive to the subsequent negotiations. "Yes, I'm still serving in the Brazilian Navy. I just represented the Brazilian Navy to the United States to receive an aircraft carrier some time ago. Now I'm the commander of this aircraft carrier formation." Wow. I didn't expect that after you transferred from the army to the Navy, you actually became the commander of the aircraft carrier formation. It seems that your position in the army is not low. John Kennedy gave Fang Lang a thumbs up. Fang Lang did not keep a low profile after hearing this. After all, this is the United States. If you keep a low profile, others will only think that you are easy to bully. So, he spoke directly. "This is also a coincidence, because I know how to sail, and after transferring from the army to the Navy, I became the captain of a transport ship. Later, I was sent to the United States to study and became the captain of a destroyer. While participating in the Atlantic escort mission, I led my destroyer to sink several German submarines. After being promoted for merit, I was sent to the Pacific battlefield to participate in the military operation to blockade Japan. In this process, I witnessed the power of the Air Force in the Pacific Fleet, and I took the initiative to learn flying and aircraft carrier tactics. Later, I stayed in Japan for a while as an occupying force, before returning to China. because I'm the only naval officer in Brazil who has been exposed to aircraft carrier tactics. It is natural for me to become the commander of Brazil's first aircraft carrier fleet." The two were stunned listening to Fang Lang's introduction to his military career. This experience was much more exciting than this. John Kennedy even said excitedly, "Hey, Fang, you are simply a legend, you know? You were born in the army, made many military achievements in the navy, and took the initiative to learn flying skills, becoming the commander of an aircraft carrier formation. My god. Compared with you, my war career is nothing special." Lawrence Bell, who had been watching the two young people chatting, heard Fang Lang's experience and asked curiously, "Fang, did you teach yourself to become a pilot?" Looking at Lawrence Bell with a curious face, Fang Lang was a little surprised. Could this old man also be a pilot? He was actually curious about whether he was a pilot, but he nodded seriously and said, "Yes, sir. I can fly the F-4F Wildcat fighter. Are you a pilot too?" Hearing this, Lawrence Bell shook his head with a little sadness and said, "I'm not a pilot, I'm a mechanic. My brother Grover Bell was an excellent pilot, but unfortunately he died in a flying accident." John Kennedy saw that Lawrence Bell was a little sad and quickly said, "Mr. Bell is the owner of Bell Aircraft Company. During World War II, they manufactured a lot of aircraft for the United States." Fang Lang was shocked when he heard this. Bell Aircraft Company? Could it be the later Bell Helicopter Company? He quickly asked, "Is it the Bell Aircraft Company that produces helicopters?" Bell was not as famous as it was later, so when Lawrence Bell heard that Fang Lang actually knew his company, he was a little surprised and said, "Oh, have you heard of my company?" Fang Lang didn't know what products Bell Company had now, but he knew that the famous Osprey V-22 tilt-rotor helicopter in later generations seemed to be a product of this company. There is also the UH-1 Huai helicopter, the most powerful weapon equipped by the US military during the Vietnam War, which is also the company's flagship product. Looking at John Kennedy, who started the Vietnam War, and then looking at Mr. Lawrence Bell, the owner of Bell Helicopter Company, he seemed to have a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. It turns out that the people sitting here are either war profiteers or arms dealers. After all, the big consortium behind Harvard University, the Boston Consortium, is composed of a group of war profiteers and arms dealers. This is really ironic. However, Fang Lang only complained in his heart. Of course he would not show it. After all, the Vietnam War shed the blood of the American people and spent the taxes of the American people, and it was none of his business. If he had a good relationship with John Kennedy, his company might be able to take on some contract orders for the logistics of the Vietnam War. This is an opportunity to earn dollars and cannot be easily let go. Chapter 485 Bell Helicopter Company. The fact is, just as Fang Lang expected, in addition to controlling the First National Bank of Boston and 4 insurance companies, the Boston Consortium mainly focuses on the light textile industry. After World War II, it used the scientific research results of MIT and Harvard University to develop emerging technology industries, shifting from the light textile industry to electronics, optics, military equipment, space, missiles and other aspects. It has strongly promoted the development of cutting-edge industries in the Boston area. Its affiliated Textron, Raytheon and Polaroid, etc., have grown rapidly in economic strength due to the stimulation of emerging technology industries. It can be said that the Vietnam War was carried out under the promotion of this arms consortium, and President John F. Kennedy was naturally their spokesperson for interests. Speaking of Kennedy's assassination, it also has a lot to do with this arms consortium. If it weren't for the fact that this arms consortium was too greedy, it would have eaten up almost all military equipment orders through John F. Kennedy. Let other arms dealers not even get a share of the soup, and they would not annoy other consortiums and directly kill the president who didn't know how to balance politics. Of course, Fang Lang didn't know all this. He only knew that Mr. Lawrence Bell in front of him might be his stepping stone to enter the helicopter industry. Hearing the other party's question, he quickly answered, "Of course. In fact, I'm very concerned about the use of helicopters, a brand new equipment, in the military field. So I'm very concerned about companies that can produce and manufacture helicopters. And your company happens to be one of the best. I can't help but pay attention to it, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to meet the boss of Bell today. Fang Lang's words obviously aroused Lawrence Bell's interest. After all, the United States at this time was still exploring the use of helicopters in war. If the direction is found, it will surely promote the rapid development of helicopter technology, which is exactly what the manufacturing company is most happy to see. Therefore, when Lawrence Bell learned that Fang Lang was also paying attention to the use of helicopter equipment in the military field, he was of course very interested and quickly took the initiative to say, "Oh, Fang, do you think helicopters have a future in the military field?" Hearing this, Fang Lang paused. If he remembered correctly, helicopters had been used by the military during the Peninsular War, but they were mostly used to transport the wounded, and later they were also used for reconnaissance. I vaguely remember that in the movies about the Peninsular War, the US military helicopters appeared. This means that, no matter what I say, the US military will definitely use helicopters normally. As long as the helicopter's identity as a tank killer and the concept of armed helicopters are not revealed, I believe that the United States will not realize the true use of helicopters so quickly. Of course, helicopters can take off and land vertically and have flexible characteristics without terrain requirements, which are destined to have broad prospects in the military, especially in personnel transportation and low altitude reconnaissance. It is incomparable to cars or airplanes. I don't know if your company has any qualified helicopter products. If so, I want to purchase a batch and go back to evaluate and test them. Fang Lang didn't know whether Bell had mature products at present. If possible, he wanted to get a few helicopters back to study them carefully. It would be great if he could obtain the other parties' authorization and produce them in his own aircraft manufacturing company. After he has accumulated a certain amount of technology, he can start developing his own helicopter project. As soon as the Peninsular War ended, he installed heavy machine guns and rocket launchers on the helicopters, and took the lead in letting his Marine Corps Special Tactics Research Group train airborne operations. Lawrence Bell did not expect that the other party would talk about helicopter purchases before they even started to discuss the business of jointly running a school with him. He did not know whether the other party was setting a condition for the joint school, but he could not care less. In fact, the US Army had ordered a batch of Bell 47B helicopters from his Bell Aircraft Company last year for evaluation and testing. But so far, there has been no follow-up of large-scale purchases, so Lawrence Bell was a little anxious. Now that another allied army is willing to purchase a batch of helicopters from his company for testing, he certainly would not refuse. Of course, my Bell 47B was selected by the US Army for purchase last year. If you are interested, I can provide you with a few for you to test. If you are satisfied, you can purchase them on a large scale. At this time, the US equipment had not yet begun to be restricted. If there was a chance to sell his company's products, Lawrence Bell would never miss the opportunity, and he would not tell Fang Lang that the US military was only using them for evaluation. Fang Lang did not expect that the US military had already purchased helicopters from Bell last year. It must be said that Americans have a very keen sense of smell for new equipment. Whether it was for his own equipment needs or for the convenience of the joint school later, Fang Lang would not refuse this helicopter purchase deal. No problem, if it's convenient. After the end, we will go to your helicopter company to visit and learn. After I see the specific helicopter prototype, we will discuss the purchase quantity. Lawrence Bell was overjoyed when he heard this and realized that this deal should be a sure thing. He laughed and said, "Fang, I'm determined to make friends with you." Fang Lang heard this and raised the teacup in his hand and said, "Happy cooperation." Lawrence Bell also raised his cup in response. Seeing this, John Kennedy said with a smile on his face, "Fang, I don't have any business to do with you. But you can tell me your specific plan. Since we are all comrades in the Allied forces, I will seriously consider your idea." Fang Lang smiled slightly when he heard this and was not in a hurry to tell his joint school plan. Instead, he looked at John Kennedy and said, "John, how can we have no business to do? If I'm not wrong, you should be in politics." John Kennedy was stunned when he heard this. After all, it was the first time for everyone to meet. At that time, Mr. Rockefeller didn't know who was going to negotiate with the other party, so it was impossible to tell the other party his identity in advance. So how did the other party know his identity? In fact, since his father served as a member of Mr. Roosevelt's campaign committee and successfully obtained a position in the Roosevelt government, he was determined to cultivate the Kennedy family into a political family. Since his brother died on the battlefield of the European War, he became the best candidate for the family to go into politics. After retiring from the army, he joined the Democratic Party. Because of his family background, he soon emerged in the Democratic Party. He plans to run for the House of Representatives next year, but he hasn't told anyone about these things, and the guy in front of him, who he met for the first time, actually revealed his identity as a politician and hinted that he could support him, which surprised him. As a politician, John Kennedy would certainly not refuse to get a powerful supporter. He laughed and tried. It seems that Fang knows something about our family. Fang Lang heard this and secretly complained in his heart, I don't know anything about your family, but I know that you can be elected as the President of the United States in the future. Although he was shot in the head after less than 3 years, he was also a real person who lived in the White House. How could such a person not go into politics? In fact, I don't know much about your family, but the first time I saw you, I knew that your future was limitless. Such a mysterious statement made John Kennedy and Lawrence Bell on the side stunned. John Kennedy even asked directly, what do you mean? Witchcraft from the East? This question made Fang Lang stunned, and he quickly said, you are right, but it is not witchcraft, but Ma-Yi physiognomy. It is a very ancient Chinese face reading technique that predicts a person's future based on his facial features. I thought the two people on the other side would not believe it, but John Kennedy did not delve into the origin of this physiognomy, but continued to ask directly, what do you mean when you say my future is limitless? No way. You believe it now. Fang Lang looked up and down at John Kennedy's expression for a while, and found that he seemed to be waiting for his answers seriously. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It is said that the middle and lower class people in the United States believe in witchcraft such as psychics. I didn't expect that the dignified American elite class, the future president of the United States, also believed in these things and was not materialistic at all. From your face, you look like an emperor. In ancient times in our hometown, you were destined to be an emperor. Of course, there is no emperor in the United States, so you are destined to be the president. Now, not to mention John Kennedy was a little stunned. Lawrence Bell beside him was also a little stunned, and said in disbelief, Fang, are you serious? Of course, it's more real than real gold. If you want to go into politics, I can let the global group provide you with political donations. Fang Lang said in a firm tone without hesitation. Now both John Kennedy and Lawrence Bell were a little dumbfounded. If Fang Lang was just talking casually, the two would not care much, but the other party directly expressed his willingness to provide him with political donations, which was a completely different concept. American businessmen provide political donations to politicians as an investment. If they are not really optimistic about the other party, they will never easily pay money. Now looking at this situation, Fang Lang is obviously serious. Lawrence Bell's eyes involuntarily began to carefully look at John Kennedy's face, trying to find the physiognomy characteristics that Fang Lang mentioned. But obviously, all this was in vain. He couldn't see anything at all. John Kennedy became a little nervous, looking at Fang Lang expectantly and said, Fang, can you tell when I will be elected? Hearing this, Fang Lang looked at him carefully for a while without any stage fright, and slowly said, from the face, it will take at least 10 years. Although he didn't know when John Kennedy was elected, Fang Lang remembered that the Vietnam War broke out in 1961, so couldn't this calculate how long it would take for him to become president? Yes, it was indeed calculated, but the two sides may have understood the algorithm differently. Hearing this, Lawrence Bell looked at John Kennedy again. He was only 30 years old this year. If it was true as Fang Lang said, a 40-year-old American president would definitely be considered young and strong. More importantly, the Boston Consortium needed a real person who could protect its own interests to become the president of the United States, regardless of whether Fang Lang's words were true or false, and whether his face reading was true. At this moment, Lawrence Bell was somewhat tempted. After all, it was too tempting for them to have one of their own become the President of the United States. Their Boston Consortium was established relatively late, and its strength was not as strong as that of the Morgan and Rockefeller consortiums. Even now, they still did not have the strength to challenge the control of the two major consortiums over the Democratic and Republican parties, and could only support their own interest representatives in the two political parties. If their own John Kennedy could become the President of the United States, it would mean that the Boston Consortium would surely rise strongly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 progresses smooth. Lawrence Bell, who was so excited that he didn't even need Fang Lang to continue speaking, took the initiative to say to John Kennedy, "John, you are a member of the Democratic Party, right? Do you have a plan for your political career?" After hearing what Lawrence Bell said, John Kennedy looked back and forth between Lawrence and Fang Lang, and after a while, he said with an expression, as if he had seen a ghost, "I plan to run for the Senate next year, but I have never mentioned this idea to anyone. Fang, I don't know if you really predicted my future through your Oriental witchcraft, or if you got the rumor from somewhere. I have to say, you are very powerful." Hearing this, Fang Lang did not explain, but looked at the other party with a smile and said, "You also said that you didn't mention that you wanted to run for the Senate to anyone, didn't you? Whether you believe it or not, my promise is always valid. My global group will support you in the Senate election next year." Lawrence Bell's eyes lit up, and he said in a firm tone, "John, I believe you. I will convince everyone in the consortium to fully support your campaign for the Senate next year. If there is a chance in the future, we will also fully support you to run for the US presidency." John Kennedy did not expect that the first support he received would come from Fang Lang, a Brazilian general. According to US policy, foreign funds cannot be accepted for election, but the other party's global trade is US capital and is powerful. If the other party can really support him with all his strength, coupled with the support of the Boston Consortium, he may not have no chance to challenge the position of US president. Moreover, as far as he knows, the relationship between the global group and the Morgan Consortium is close. With the control of the Morgan Consortium over the Democratic Party, if he can get the support of the Morgan Consortium through the global group, then his campaign will basically have no problems. It must be said that John Kennedy at this time was still a little immature in politics. How could the Morgan Consortium support him, who obviously represented the interests of the Boston Consortium, because of the relationship with the global group? In fact, the reason why John Kennedy was able to ascend to the presidency later was not because he got the support of the Morgan Consortium. On the contrary, his rise to power was entirely due to the exchange of interests between the Boston Consortium and the Rockefeller Consortium. There are rumors that his assassination was caused by the fact that he gave all the arms orders to the arms companies under the Boston Consortium, which angered the Morgan Consortium and led to his tragedy. Of course, Fang Lang was not aware of these situations. He did not care when a war profiteer would be assassinated, and he never thought of reminding the other party that he might be assassinated. "Okay, Fang, you are right. I must do this business. Since you have expressed your support for my campaign, I think I may not be able to refuse your request for joint schooling." After saying that, he turned his head in the direction of Lawrence Bell and shrugged, indicating to the other party that he had been convinced. Seeing this, Lawrence Bell realized that he and John Kennedy had unknowingly reached a deal with each other. Next, regarding the joint schooling, he would not easily reject the other party's proposal. He looked at Fang Lang with a wry smile and said, "Fang, can you now tell me how you want to jointly run a school?" Seeing the expressions of Lawrence Bell and John Kennedy, Fang Lang knew that, as long as his request was not too excessive, the other party should not make things difficult for him. "In fact, I have already built several schools in Brazil, but due to the lack of teaching staff, the progress of the schools is not smooth, so this time I came here mainly to seek help." First of all, I hope to refer to Harvard University's courses and teaching materials so that my school in Brazil can be successfully opened. Secondly, in terms of school collections and scientific research equipment, I also hope to be able to catch up with Harvard. Thirdly, in terms of teaching staff, I also hope to get support from Harvard University. If some experimental projects of Harvard University professors cannot be met here, I can also provide full support in terms of funds and equipment. The scientific research results achieved by Harvard University professors in my school can be shared by the two schools. Finally, if possible, I hope to introduce Harvard University managers to manage my university according to Harvard's management methods. Lawrence Bell looked at John Kennedy and exchanged glances. Finally, Lawrence Bell took the initiative to speak. I understand what you mean. You want to copy everything from Harvard University in Brazil, right? Fang Lang shrugged and said calmly, you can say that. John Kennedy heard this and asked with some confusion, I feel like what you said can be achieved without looking for us, so why do you have to discuss this matter through us? First of all, textbooks and courses are public things. I think you can find out as long as you go to the school and do some research. Book collections and equipment can be solved with money. Of course, the teaching staff may be a real difficulty, but since you can provide enough research funds and complete research equipment, I don't think this is an insurmountable difficulty. As for management personnel, it's even simpler. You can even solve this problem by spending money to recruit on campus. This confuses me. Lawrence Bell on the side also looked at Fang Lang with a puzzled look on his face. Fang Lang smiled and said sincerely, you are right. These are indeed very easy to achieve. But this is plagiarism, and I cannot set such a bad example. This will have a very bad impact on the academic atmosphere of the school in the future. The reason why I came to talk to you is to obtain the official authorization of your school. I can tell all the students who enter the school that everything we have is officially authorized by Harvard University. I'm not only a soldier, but also a businessman. I understand the importance of patents and knowledge. Harvard University's current academic atmosphere and these intangible assets are all Harvard's intellectual property rights. I cannot infringe on them. Only by obtaining the official authorization of Harvard University can I tell everyone in the school that everything in our school was established with the help of Harvard University. It is not that we plagiarized from Harvard University. These are two completely different concepts. Although Fang Lang spoke righteously, Lawrence Bell and John Kennedy were both smart people. They understood Fang Lang's true thoughts. Lawrence Bell smiled and said, so, you want Harvard University to come forward and endorse your school, right? Fang Lang, who was exposed, did not feel embarrassed at all. He just smiled and said, you are right to understand it this way. Lawrence Bell and John Kennedy looked at each other and laughed. Finally, Lawrence Bell smiled and said, as long as you don't plagiarize the name of Harvard University, I have no objection. John Kennedy also picked up the teacup and gently touched it to Fang Lang and said, I have no objection either. Fang Lang was overjoyed when he heard this. He drank the tea in the cup in one gulp and said, haha. Don't worry, my school is called Sao Paulo Polytechnic University, and it will never plagiarize the name of Harvard University. But I will publicize that we are an alliance school of Harvard University, and the establishment of the school has received great help from Harvard University. This should be fine. The two thought that Fang Lang just wanted to use this name to recruit students locally and recruit teachers from Dao School. They didn't understand what special meaning Fang Lang mentioned about the alliance school. After all, the so-called Ivy League had not been established at this time. It had to wait until 1954. After their school took the lead in being labeled as an alliance school of Harvard University, the resistance to recruiting professors and scholars in the United States would be reduced a lot. They could even set up a special headhunting department to start poaching professors from other prestigious universities in the US. For example, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is also part of the Boston Consortium, is a good candidate for poaching. Lawrence Bell had no objection to Fang Lang's idea of riding on the popularity and waved his hand indifferently, saying, no problem, I will notify the Harvard Board of Directors and let the school sign a formal authorization agreement with you. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Fang Lang stood up with a smile on his face, stretched out his right hand to Lawrence Bell and said, "Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Bell. If formal authorization can be given, I hope that Harvard University can recommend me a few outstanding talents, so that I can set up the school." Upon hearing this, Lawrence Bell did not refuse, but nodded without hesitation, saying, "No problem." Seeing this, Fang Lang's mind was completely settled, and he turned to John Kennedy and said, "Mr. Senator, thank you for your help." John Kennedy laughed and said, "I'm not a senator yet, but with your help, I think I will definitely deserve the title next year. You don't have to thank me, we are helping each other." Fang Lang did not say much, and directly stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, saying, "Haha. You are right. We are helping each other. There is still a long way to go in the future. I think we will become firm allies." Everyone laughed with satisfaction. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Fang Lang could not wait to say, "Mr. Bell, since the matter has been settled, I wonder if it is convenient for you to take me to visit the helicopter products produced by your company?" Lawrence Bell did not expect Fang Lang to be so eager, which made him very happy, because this meant that the other party really wanted to purchase helicopter products from his company. It was not to deliberately please him, in order to get his support for the other party's school. In fact, what Lawrence Bell and John Kennedy did not know was that Fang Lang's initial idea was not as simple as he said, but he was really prepared to take out funds to promote the joint school. But in this way, Fang Lang would not only have to pay a lot of money, but also might have to sign a series of agreements with Harvard University. If things go wrong, the school's annual tuition income might have to be handed over to Harvard University. Part of it. From Lawrence Bell's words, Fang Lang could hear that the other party did not want Harvard University to have any branches, which meant that, if they really jointly run a school, it would be very large. But now, with the authorization of Harvard University and the consent of the Boston Consortium representative, he can copy the template of Harvard University and the homework of Harvard University. He can even directly poach the professors he needs from Harvard and other famous American universities. The school framework built by Harvard University's administrators is actually not much different from Harvard University. In this way, whether from his own investment or the price he needs to pay, the benefits of this situation are far greater than the joint school plan he originally prepared. And all this is because the two representatives of the Boston Consortium happen to have their own control, and he can also get what he wants from them. This is a perfect win-win situation. Chapter 487 Bell 47. After hearing Fang Lang's words, John Kennedy understood that the other party was ready to fulfill his promise to Lawrence Bell. He didn't want to participate, so he took the initiative to say, "I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Fang, remember to come to my house when you have time. I'm very interested in your physiognomy." Fang Lang smiled when he heard it, stepped forward and shook hands with the other party again, saying, "No problem, but I may not have time recently. The next time you come to visit, you may already be a senator. By then, it depends on whether you can spare the time to see me." John Kennedy grabbed Fang Lang's right hand and laughed. "Don't worry. Fang, you are my friend. No matter when, I will see you first. It's a deal." The two big hands were tightly clasped. The three of them went downstairs together, talking and laughing. Their respective guards and assistants had already started to prepare. After John Kennedy left, Fang Lang got into Lawrence Bell's car and, escorted by their guards and bodyguards, went to a Bell Company exhibition hall in the suburbs of Boston. Bell Helicopter's headquarters is located in Texas, far from Boston. But as the base of the Lawrence family, Boston will certainly prepare a suitable showroom for its own company's products. And this time the two's destination is this showroom located in the suburbs of Boston. The two talked and laughed all the way. The more they talked, the more speculative they became. It was not until this moment that Fang Lang realized that Lawrence Bell was not only the boss of Bell Helicopter, but also the founder of Bell Helicopter. He is also a powerful inventor who presided over and participated in the research and development of many helicopter products under the company. "Fang, this is a Bell B-47 helicopter developed by our company." Lawrence Bell pointed to a helicopter that looked like a Lego toy and said to Fang Lang with pride. The helicopter in front of him made Fang Lang stunned because it looked too simple. The nose of the helicopter was a bubble-like cockpit, and behind the cockpit was the engine of the aircraft. Behind the engine was a tail support made of steel pipes, similar to a tower crane. The fixed skid landing gear already looks like the common helicopter landing gear in later generations, and the rotor and tail rotor are both two-blade structures. It is such a simple thing that Fang Lang's eyes began to light up as he looked at it, because he found that he seemed to have seen this thing in later generations, especially the bubble-shaped glass cockpit in the tail support that looks like a splicing of steel pipes, which is so recognizable. Many tourist attractions, helicopter pilot training schools, and even news and police agencies use this small helicopter that looks like a dragonfly, which makes Fang Lang feel sure that this is definitely a very successful helicopter product. He nodded calmly and said, "Mr. Bell, he looks like a very nice guy. I wonder if you can arrange a test flight so that I can learn more about his performance parameters." Hearing this, Lawrence Bell waved his hand and said to a middle-aged man in his 30s behind him, "Arrange a test flight." Then he turned to Fang Lang and said, "Of course, no problem. I will explain it to you in person. Please follow me." After saying that, he directly pulled Fang Lang to the helicopter. Fang Lang didn't care and followed him into the cockpit of the helicopter. After entering the cockpit, Fang Lang found that this guy's vision was really good. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow. The bubble-shaped cockpit has almost no blind spots. The 3-seat design can carry 2 passengers in addition to the pilot. This type of aircraft is really suitable for use as a reconnaissance aircraft." Lawrence Bell heard Fang Lang sigh and said proudly, "How is it? Isn't my little guy great?" "That's right, Mr. Bell. His field of vision is really wide. I think I can try to use him for reconnaissance missions." Fang Lang patted the glass cockpit that looked like a fish tank and said with emotion. Hearing Fang Lang's sigh, Lawrence Bell smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits and soon said with some regret, "Yes, the military also thinks so, but it lacks basic bulletproof performance. The enemy can destroy the plane and kill the pilots with light weapons, so the military is unwilling to take risks with the lives of pilots." Fang Lang nodded. Of course, Fang Lang could see this disadvantage at a glance. Now there is no bulletproof glass, and this cockpit has almost no protection. That makes sense. After all, a helicopter is not cheap. If it is easily shot down, the loss will be huge. How is the controllability of your helicopter? Hearing this, Lawrence Bell grabbed the joystick of the aircraft and laughed. "Don't worry. Our Bell 47 is light and very flexible to control." After the two studied in the cockpit for a while, they saw a showroom employee coming over to Lawrence Bell and said, "Boss, are you ready for the test flight?" Hearing this, the two got off the cabin and, accompanied by a group of staff, came to an open space outside the exhibition hall. There was a Bell 47 painted in military green parked on the apron, and 2 ground staff were surrounding the aircraft for the final inspection. The driver had entered the cockpit and was ready to operate. Then Lawrence Bell pointed at the plane on the tarmac and said, "This is the Bell 47B helicopter we produced to cope with military tests. The fuselage is 8.43 meters long, 2.92 meters high, and the rotor diameter is 10.69 meters. Using a Lycoming Vo 435 engine, the maximum flight speed can reach 160 kilometers per hour. The maximum range is 382 kilometers, and the maximum takeoff weight can reach 1,111 kilograms. It obtained the airworthiness certificate from the Civil Aviation Administration of the United States on March 8 last year." The last sentence pulled Fang Lang, who was watching the helicopter rotor slowly turning with relish, back from the noisy roar of the engine. He looked at Lawrence Bell in surprise and said, "You already obtained the Civil Aviation Airworthiness certificate last year." Seeing Fang Lang's surprised expression, Lawrence Bell said proudly, "Of course, our Bell 47 is the first civilian helicopter in the United States and the first in the world to obtain an airworthiness certificate." At this moment, Fang Lang was really shocked. It turned out that this aircraft had obtained the airworthiness certificate, which meant that it could be mass-produced. The Peninsular War would break out in 3 years. I hope this guy will not appear on the battlefield. In fact, Fang Lang's expectation was impossible to achieve. In history, Bell 47 was used by the US military in large quantities during the Peninsular War. Fortunately, they were used as rescue helicopters. The dying wounded of the US military were sent from the front line to the field hospital in the rear by Bell 47 helicopters, which were internally codenamed H-13 by the US military. According to post-war statistics, the number of US wounded transported to the rear by Bell 47 was nearly 30,000. This is a very scary number. Therefore, after the war, this helicopter was purchased in large quantities by the armies of various countries in the world. Until 2011, there was still an order for 5 of this aircraft on the equipment list of the Royal New Zealand Navy. Fang Lang did not continue to speak, but began to think in his mind whether it was possible to introduce the production license of this aircraft from Bell. Since he knew it was an excellent helicopter, he could not give up. As the propellers turned faster and faster, the roar of the helicopter became louder and louder, and the dust and grass on the ground were blown everywhere. Everyone couldn't continue to speak, otherwise they would be filled with sand. Slowly, the helicopter began to leave the ground and slowly rose into the sky. Fang Lang stood calmly without any abnormal feeling. But the guards who came with Fang Lang were already stunned. They were not unfamiliar with the world. They often followed Fang Lang around the world and were sick of sitting on the plane. But this kind of helicopter, that can rise straight into the sky without a runway, was the first time they saw it. So, they were all stunned to see the scene in front of them, and they didn't feel a mouthful of sand in their open mouths. The test pilot's skills were obviously very good. After the plane rose into the sky, he kept changing his position and tried his best to show the excellent performance of the aircraft. Although there were no fancy stunts like the helicopters of later generations, it was enough to prove the excellent performance of this helicopter. The helicopter flight show lasted for half an hour. Fang Lang stood still, staring at the plane in the sky. This made Lawrence Bell, who was watching from the side, very happy. He was not afraid that you would stare at it, but that you would not look at it at all. The more seriously you look, the more interested you are. As long as you are interested enough, I don't believe you won't buy it. Finally, the show ended. As the plane engine was turned off, the noisy noise of the plane finally slowly disappeared. Until the environment was completely quiet, Lawrence Bell slowly said to Fang Lang beside him, "Fang, how about it? Are you interested in ordering a few to play with?" Fang Lang, who had been thinking, was brought back to reality by this question. He smiled and turned back to Lawrence Bell and said, "Of course I'm interested. I was just thinking about how to convince the logistics department to agree to my purchase application." After learning that Fang Lang was really interested, Lawrence Bell was relieved. He also understood what Fang Lang meant by persuading the logistics department. After all, this thing is not a private toy, and the people who use it are never individual users. The more the other party said this, the more it proved that the other party was really interested. In fact, Fang Lang was thinking that if General Crook really convinced the Ministry of Defense to let his Marines participate in the operation, to eliminate the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers, then this helicopter could play a certain role. If we really wait for the approval of the logistics department to purchase, it will take too long, and we will definitely not be able to catch up with the combat operations. Even if we catch up, we probably won't be able to train qualified pilots to participate in this operation. More importantly, if we just purchase, we can't get the other party to authorize production. It's better to give a large order to directly stun the other party. Just like some equipment in the future, we have to purchase a certain amount from the other company first, and then we can produce a certain amount in our own factory under the guidance of the other party, and finally achieve the ability of complete self-production. Fang Lang, who understood all this, asked directly, "Mr. Bell, what is the load capacity of this aircraft?" Lawrence was stunned when he heard this. He didn't say how much the aircraft weighed just now, but only said that the maximum takeoff weight was 11 kilograms. Since Fang Lang asked, he certainly would not hide it and said directly, "After our test, the maximum load of the aircraft can reach 400 kilograms. Hearing this, Fang Lang held his right hand with his left hand and began to rub his right hand on his chin. He began to calculate in his mind that 400 kilograms is 800 pounds, which is not a low load. With a little modification, it can be used as a pesticide spraying aircraft, so that the nice company of his group can absorb part of it, lease it to farmers to spray pesticides. Mr. Bell, if you purchase it through the Brazilian military, the waiting time may be longer. I promised you before that I would purchase a batch of helicopters from you, so now I plan to let our family's company in Brazil come forward and purchase from your company. I don't know how much stock you have. Chapter 488 Production Authorization. Lawrence Bell was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that this was Fang Lang's way of fulfilling his promise. It seemed that it was a good idea for him to agree to Harvard University's authorization. As a businessman, the higher the sales of his Bell Aircraft Manufacturing Company, the happier he was. At this time, he would not refuse. He directly said to the middle-aged white man who had just arranged the test flight, "Arthur, how many Bell 47s do we have in stock now?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged white man named Arthur walked up quickly, opened a folder in his hand, glanced at the two people, and saw that Lawrence Bell had no intention of covering up, so he said directly to the two people, "Boss, now our Bell 47 has obtained the airworthiness certificate from the Civil Aviation Administration, but its use needs further development. The factory does not dare to mass produce it. The entire company only has 20 units in stock." When Lawrence Bell heard what this guy said, he felt a little regretful. He should have asked him to report the number directly. Why did he say so much? Fang Lang, who was standing by, just smiled when he heard this. Planes are not like cars. Not every private individual would buy one as a means of transportation. There are many aviation clubs in the United States. As a new type of aircraft, many clubs may be interested in helicopters and buy them to train pilots or attract club members, but large-scale purchases are obviously unlikely. This means that its production will not be very high. Similarly, things are valuable because they are rare. Fang Lang can almost predict that the price of this aircraft will definitely not be cheap. So, he said directly, "If I take all of this inventory, I wonder how much Mr. Bell is going to sell it to me." Lawrence Bell, who was complaining about his men's talkativeness, turned to look at Fang Lang with a look of surprise, and said eagerly, "Fang, are you serious? Our Bell 47 unit price is $50,000. If you are really interested in taking all of my inventory, I can give you a 20% discount. What do you think?" Upon hearing this offer, Fang Lang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. $50,000 is not a small amount. In this era, where $2,000 can buy a car, $50,000 is probably not much different from $2 or $3 million in the future. This made Fang Lang, who was prepared to be slaughtered, secretly smack his lips. However, he also knew in his heart that this price should not be deliberately quoted high by the other party. It must be a normal market price. After all, this is the world's first civilian helicopter to obtain an airworthiness certificate. It is normal to set a high price, since the research and development costs have not been recovered yet. In fact, according to the information I found, in 1959, in order to broadcast the traffic conditions of American highways in real time, the American radio station purchased a Bell 47 to monitor the highway conditions. The purchase price at that time was $50,000. However, the counterfeiting of this aircraft can be calculated at a glance. The entire aircraft has a simple structure and uses a piston engine. According to Fang Lang's estimation, the production cost will never exceed that of a car. This means that the cost of this aircraft will not exceed $2,000, and the gross profit margin is as high as 960%. No wonder it is said that the aircraft manufacturing industry belongs to a high value-added industry. At this moment, Fang Lang has a deep understanding. "Mr. Bell, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if I should say it?" Lawrence Bell understood that Fang Lang wanted to negotiate conditions. He thought Fang Lang meant to continue bargaining. He didn't think there was any problem in business. He just nodded slightly and said, "Fang, please speak directly if you have something to say." Fang Lang hesitated for a moment before speaking directly. "If I purchase 50 at a time, I wonder if I can obtain the production authorization from your company?" This request was obviously beyond Lawrence Bell's expectations. He frowned slightly and looked at Fang Lang with burning eyes. He didn't understand why Fang Lang wanted to obtain the production authorization of Bell 47. In fact, although this helicopter has obtained the airworthiness certificate for civil aviation, the aircraft has not opened up sales, mainly because the practical prospects are not clear, and even they themselves have not figured out what this aircraft can be used for. After the US military purchased 28 aircraft for evaluation, there is still no news, although the company has been trying every means to conduct public relations. But Bell 47 is not a fighter jet, and cannot directly cause direct damage to the enemy. The military has no clear idea of its use, so the efficiency of the military's evaluation is very low, and their company's public relations are also progressing slowly. It seems that Mr. Fang is very optimistic about the prospects of Bell 47, right? Fang Lang certainly would not deny this. After all, he still wanted to get the other party's support in the authorization of Harvard University. Therefore, he said without hesitation, "Yes, Mr. Bell, I'm very optimistic about your company's product. Since it can obtain the Civil Aviation Airworthiness Certificate, it means that it has a bright future in the civil aviation market. And our family has an aircraft manufacturing company in Brazil, and now it has been engaged in aircraft modification business. We really want to get the opportunity to enter the civil aviation field." Lawrence Bell did not expect Fang Lang to come prepared. The family has a factory engaged in aircraft modification business. No wonder he wants to obtain production authorization from his company. It seems that this guy is very ambitious. However, he did not directly reject Fang Lang's request. After a little thought, he slowly said, "It's not impossible to authorize your company to produce it, but you have to understand that, since the Bell 47 project was launched in 1941, it has gone through nearly 6 years of research and development to finally have the current finished product. Our company has invested a lot of energy and cost in it. Now that the cost has not been recovered, it is impossible for us to easily authorize other companies to produce it. Therefore, you must be able to show enough sincerity to impress me." Seeing that the other party did not directly refuse at the first time, Fang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not directly rejected, it meant that there was still hope. "Of course, I have always respected the value of intellectual property rights, which is why I contacted Harvard University through you. Knowledge is wealth, and I can feel the efforts your company has made to develop the Bell 47. I'm also willing to pay for knowledge. I don't know what kind of sincerity I need to use to impress Mr. Bell." Lawrence Bell laughed when he heard this. He felt that Fang Lang was very frank and liked to communicate with him. He didn't make any pretentious beating around the bush and said directly, "To be honest, we are a little confused about the future prospects of the Bell 47. As we said before, although it is very suitable for aerial reconnaissance, its zero protection capability makes it difficult for it to adapt to the battlefield environment. In the civilian field, its short range, small load capacity, and high price make it impossible for it to compete with fixed-wing aircraft. Therefore, our Bell 47 sales have not been good so far. I'm very curious why you are optimistic about its prospects. I wonder if you can tell me what practical areas you have arranged for it. If your plan can open up a new practical idea for my product, I'm willing to authorize your factory to produce this Bell 47. From Lawrence Bell's words, Fang Lang could feel the pressure he was under. Obviously, he had invested a lot in developing this product, but now he had not achieved the success he wanted. This made him a little impatient. This time, he just asked to visit his helicopter factory, and he agreed to Harvard University's authorization without hesitation, which shows that the sales pressure of Bell 47 is very huge. In fact, the financial situation of Bell Aircraft Company is not ideal. If it were not for the sudden outbreak of the Peninsular War, which allowed them to obtain a large number of orders, their company would have been difficult to persist. Later, even though the Peninsular War increased their sales and their financial situation improved slightly, they did not persist for long. In 1960, they were finally acquired by Textron, which is also a Boston consortium. Of course, Fang Lang did not know these, but he could feel the pressure on the other party from Lawrence Bell's attitude. Obviously, if the other party could not expand the sales of the product immediately, his company might not be able to make ends meet. This is obviously an opportunity for Fang language. As for the practical aspects that the other party wanted to know about him, Fang Lang did not mind telling him directly. If Mr. Bell is interested, I can certainly tell you. Our group has a grain group in Brazil, which is conducting large-scale mechanized agricultural experiments. We were originally planning to modify some fixed-wing aircraft to carry out pesticide spraying operations. But you also know that the flight altitude and speed of fixed-wing aircraft are limited, and the spraying effect on farmland is not particularly ideal. After seeing this helicopter today, I thought of modifying it and installing a nozzle in front of the nose. The 400 kg load is also very suitable for loading pesticides and spraying pesticides. Lawrence Bell heard this, and his eyes lit up. The United States is the big head of large-scale agriculture. Since Fang Lang can promote it in Brazil, he can certainly promote it in the United States. If this market can really be opened up, there is no need to worry about the sales of their products. Moreover, not only farms that grow crops can purchase helicopters for operations, but large cattle farms can also purchase helicopters for grazing. I didn't expect that the products produced by my own company actually have the potential to become agricultural machinery. Isn't this a good idea? It's a good direction. If it can be realized, it will definitely open up sales for our products. In this case, I agree to your obtaining the production authorization, but the premise is that your company must purchase at least 30 more Bell 47s from our company, that is, a total of 50, before we can authorize you to produce, and the products you produce cannot be sold in the United States. Fang Lang was overjoyed when he heard this. This was really an unexpected gain. He didn't expect that he had originally discussed the matter of joint schooling with the other party, but he didn't expect to negotiate 2 authorizations, authorizing the replication of Harvard University's school running method. He unexpectedly got the ticket to the helicopter field that he had always wanted to enter. This trip was really worthwhile. No problem, but 10 of the newly purchased 30 helicopters must be produced by your company's technicians in our factory in Brazil to guide us. For Lawrence Bell, the production authorization has been agreed, and the last 10 to be produced in Brazil is naturally not an excessive request. At most, the parts will be shipped to Brazil and then assembled locally. It can also save his own labor costs, of course. There is nothing wrong with it. Then the two returned to the office and discussed some details of the authorized production. They signed a letter of intent on the spot, waiting for Fang Lang Aircraft Manufacturing Company's general manager Pullman to return to Brazil and send a professional negotiation team to Bell Aircraft Company for further negotiations and to sign a formal purchase and authorization agreement. This practice of authorized production is actually very common. Bell Aircraft Company historically authorized Italy's Augusta to produce Bell 47, and this Italian helicopter manufacturer eventually became a world-renowned helicopter manufacturer by digesting and absorbing the technology of Bell 47. And Fang Lang's current choice is actually not much different from the path of this company. Chapter 489 Emergency Recall. After returning to the hotel, Fang Lang informed Yang Kun of the results of the discussion with Lawrence Bell and John Kennedy. Yang Kun, who had gone through a tough afternoon of negotiations, was shocked and his glasses fell to the ground. My goodness, I was negotiating with the school directors at school, and I was made difficult everywhere. This was not allowed, that was not allowed, and I was just pointing at my nose and scolding. I didn't expect that my brother would tell me that the joint school was cancelled and Harvard University would give authorization and set up a framework to provide assistance. How embarrassed he was. Fang Lang didn't bother to care about his younger brother's thoughts. After explaining the negotiation items for tomorrow, he took his girlfriend Lilith back to the room to be intimate. As the boss, after Fang Lang came forward to deal with the first university, he was ready to leave the rest to Yang Kun and the company's headhunting team. According to Fang Lang's instructions, after obtaining the authorization of Harvard University, the most important thing Yang Kun needed to do was to make friends and have relationships with professors from major American universities. He would never be soft-hearted. If he could dig up his own school, he would give money and people. Those who are unwilling to move should also establish good relationships, ask about related fields, and ask if those experts and professors who have real talents and knowledge can help introduce them and make connections. In short, try every means to solve the problem of insufficient teaching staff in the school. Just when Fang Lang thought he could take the opportunity to inspect his company's industry in Europe and the United States and travel around. An unexpected news disrupted his rhythm. An urgent order from the Brazilian Navy Department urgently recalled Fang Lang, who had been wandering in the United States for nearly half a month, to the Brazilian Navy Department. "General, I wonder what happened that called me back so urgently?" In the Navy Department office, Fang Lang sat in front of General Crook's desk and asked with a puzzled look. General Crook looked at Fang Lang with a serious face, handed a document on the table to Fang Lang and said, "Take a look at this." Hearing this, Fang Lang took it and opened it. It recorded the progress of the operation to eliminate the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers. It turned out that during the time Fang Lang went to the United States, the Army's battle in the Northwest battlefield was in trouble. Although the Army found the traces of the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces with the help of the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft, the government troops who followed them into the Amazon jungle were completely trapped in the swamp. Before a direct confrontation, their team had suffered heavy losses and had to choose to retreat to Betancourt and Manguari to rest. Fang Lang had expected this situation. He looked up at General Crook with some confusion and said, "General, this situation is normal. I wonder why you called me back." Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Crook said in surprise, "You expected the current situation to happen?" Fang Lang nodded affirmatively and said, "That's for sure. The primitive jungle is not so easy to enter. Without professional jungle warfare training, it is simply a death to enter and exit at will." During the Asian War, a regular army of 100,000 people broke into the dense tropical rainforest, and only 30,000 people came out alive. From this alone, we can see the horror of using the jungle as a battlefield. What? There has been such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? General Crook looked at Fang Lang with a look of surprise and said, terrified. Hearing this, Fang Lang thought to himself, how can I answer you when you ask this question? How could the Minister of the Navy of an American country care about what happened on the battlefield in Asia? If Fang Lang hadn't had a soul from his hometown, he probably wouldn't have known about this. Perhaps many of his family members in the future have forgotten this history. But all this is a lesson of blood and tears for Fang language. Given the population distribution in Brazil, most people in Brazil can't imagine the horror of the Amazon jungle. Only those locals who have lived in the Amazon jungle since childhood will be full of awe for it. This happened on the battlefield in Asia. Few people have paid attention to the situation there. If there weren't a lot of immigrants from my hometown coming to Brazil now, I wouldn't know that such a tragedy would happen in Asia thousands of miles away. Besides, you are a naval general, and it's normal that you haven't heard of the Army's battle examples. General Crook sat up from his desk and began to walk back and forth in the office. Fang Lang looked at him strangely, and he really didn't understand what the other party was doing. After a long while, General Crook stood beside Fang Lang with a grim look and said, "Fang, did I harm you this time?" Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this and immediately had some guesses in his mind, but he still looked at General Crook with a puzzled look on his face and said, "General, what do you mean?" General Crook clenched and loosened his hands, which showed that he was very nervous. After a while, he spoke helplessly, "I was too rash and did not realize the horror of the primitive jungle. As early as when the Army Department sent troops this time, I asked the Ministry of National Defense on behalf of the Navy Department to send your Marine Corps to carry out the operation of clearing out the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers. However, the battle reports sent back from the front line these 2 days have made me feel a little disappointed. The Army's nearly 5,000 troops were deployed to the Northwest jungle, and they lost more than 1,000 people without even a splash. If our Marine Corps were thrown in, wouldn't it be the same loss? By then, not only will we not be able to prove that our Marines are stronger than their army, but we may also lose all the reputation we have gained in the Fernando de Noronha Islands. This will cause us great losses." Hearing this, Fang Lang finally understood why General Crook had called him back in a hurry. He was worried that he would jump into the Northwest jungle and not be able to get up. Since they are already hiding in the primitive jungle, it will be easy for us to wipe them out, Fang Lang said casually without much concern. Hearing this, General Crook looked up at Fang Lang with a surprised look on his face. "What do you mean? Do you have a way to wipe them out?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "As a matter of course, since they have all taken the initiative, to get into the primitive jungle, then we just need to completely block them in the jungle and cut off the passage for supplies to enter and exit, and the other party will naturally collapse without a fight. Such a large team consumes a lot of supplies. I saw in the report that the army has seized all the other party's ships, which means that their water transportation channel will be cut off. The only way left is to pass through the dense Amazon jungle and find other ways to resupply supplies. It is almost an impossible task to pass through the dense northwest jungle and get supplies by land. Even if they can open this channel, the army only needs to control all the surrounding towns and notify Colombia to block the border at the same time, and the rebels will not be able to get any supplies. It won't take long. I estimate that in about a week, they will be desperate and take the initiative to attack the surrounding towns. At this time, the army can sit back and wait for the rebels to come and die. I can't understand why the army took the initiative to send troops to follow them into the jungle. General Crook, who was standing aside, heard Fang Lang's words, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. His worried expression was swept away. He laughed and patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and said, "Fang, you are really a genius. You have thought of such an idea. It seems that your Marine Corps will be able to completely eliminate these rebels, right?" Fang Lang just smiled and shook his head and said, "The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Now I'm just talking about it on paper. The actual situation still needs to be seen in person before I can know what the situation is and what tactics should be adopted." From this report, I can also see that the army is ready to adopt the blockade tactics I mentioned. This army commander is not bad. He can think of using the Air Force for reconnaissance and stop the loss in time to withdraw the troops entering the jungle. This shows that he has actual combat experience. Although General Crook is a naval officer and has only received naval training as a soldier, the most basic tactical qualities are not bad. After hearing Fang Lang's analysis, he opened his mind and nodded involuntarily. "You're right." Major General Vote Wesker, who is leading the team this time, is a veteran who participated in the European War. It's normal for him to have such a tactical mind. Then, as if he had thought of something, General Crook folded his arms, stroked his chin with his right hand and said, "However, I don't think things are that simple. Judging from the current situation, the rebels should have been well prepared. They got the news in advance and fled to the jungle, which means they have their own news channels. In addition, I always feel that the situation of the rebels is not simple. Even if the army seizes all their ships, there may be other ships to deliver them to their doorstep." Fang Lang's heart moved when he heard this, and he asked tentatively, "General, do you mean that there is someone supporting them behind the scenes?" General Crook looked up at Fang Lang with a smile on his face and said, "You are really smart, kid. Think about what Brizoeda's original identity was. What kind of political impact will his rebel identity have on the current Brazilian government? It must be said that General Crook may lack sufficient strength in army tactics, but he is definitely a veteran in politics. He has mastered the concept that war is the continuation of politics." Fang Lang quickly asked, "You mean Mr. Vargas?" With the close relationship between Fang Lang and General Crook, there was no need to hide their conversation, so Fang Lang said the answer he guessed without hesitation. General Crook heard this, but did not refute it. Instead, he continued, "Don't you think that after the Japanese mob attacked the presidential palace, President Vargas was placed under house arrest and stepped down? His performance afterwards was too dull. In addition to actively promoting the rapid development of his newly formed Labour Party, he rarely expressed too many opinions on the current government, which was not in line with his style of doing things. Back then, he was the dictator of Brazil. Now the military and political circles in Brazil are full of his students and old officials. Even old guys like us were promoted by him, and even Mr. President was promoted by him. Do you think he would be willing to leave quietly like this?" Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded in agreement. He knew very well what kind of person President Vargas was. After all, this guy was too famous in Brazilian history. Soon he would run for the next president again, and he would be successfully elected with an absolute advantage. Such a guy really shouldn't be as quiet as he is now. So, as General Crook said, maybe the Eddy brothers rebels are really supported by Vargas. After all, as long as the Eddy brothers rebels exist, it will be a huge stain on the current Brazilian government. If they still cannot completely eliminate the other side after many wars, the current Brazilian government may become a joke. Once he regains power, he can directly recruit the rebels or eliminate them. This will greatly enhance the reputation of the government he leads. This kind of thing that kills two birds with one stone is indeed worth President Vargas's move. Chapter 490. Fang Lang had to agree with General Crook's suspicion, and naturally he was wary of President Vargas's future in power. Although he knew that Vargas would commit suicide during the next presidential term, he would still be in power for 3 years, so he had to make preparations. It seemed that his political layout was too conservative. Business matters needed time to develop slowly, but political matters had to be done quickly. Otherwise, when Vargas came to power one day and used political means to attack his family's business, he would be passive. Mr. Vargas will definitely not quietly withdraw. It seems that Mr. Vargas is very likely to secretly support the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces. If this is true, the army may be in trouble this time. They can't block the entire Amazon River at that time. As long as a ship of supplies can be successfully delivered to the rebels, the army's action will inevitably be extended indefinitely. Yes, the Amazon River is an important river shipping channel. If the army blocks the waterway, it is very likely to face protests from Colombia. At that time, the government will be quite passive. General Crook will consider the problem more from a political perspective. At this moment, he once again felt the thorny nature of the matter. Hearing General Crook mention Colombia, Fang Lang began to think in his heart whether Colombia would seriously block the border and help the Brazilian army cut off the rebels' food supply. After thinking about it, Fang Lang felt that Colombia should not take it too seriously. After all, the Brazilian rebels are not Colombian rebels. If you can't deal with Brazil, why should we Colombia help you to encircle and suppress them? As for the Brazilian army, it is too difficult to seal the border by itself. The border between Colombia and Brazil in later generations is like a gauze net, allowing local rebels to enter and exit freely, not to mention that technology has not yet developed to the level of later generations. It seems that it is unlikely to completely seal off the rebels. The most they can do is to compress the living space of the rebels, drive them in one direction, or find the enemy's camp and launch a surprise attack directly, but this requires soldiers who have undergone strict jungle warfare training to perform this task. If that's the case, we will need to further expand the production of high-speed patrol boats produced by our Fang Lang shipyard. Because only by filling every river with our government army's patrol boats can we further squeeze the rebels' living space and prevent them from easily getting enough supplies from the river. General Crook nodded upon hearing this and said with great approval, "I've seen your kind of high-speed patrol boats, and I have to say they are very useful. They are more than enough to block a river, but the delivery speed is still relatively slow, and you have to urge the factory to speed up production. At the same time, I also remind the army to make use of this tool." Fang Lang was a little surprised when he heard what General Crook said. When did General Crook start to consider the army? Although the contradiction between the Brazilian army and navy is not as great as that between the Japanese army and navy, it is definitely not so harmonious. As if sensing Fang Lang's surprised look, General Crook walked over with a smile, patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and said, "Since we know that the army can't completely drive out the rebels, why not use the army to consume more of the rebels' strength? Let them buy you enough time to train our team. When the Ministry of National Defense can't stand it anymore, we will come forward to take over the clearing mission so that we can get the greatest benefit, right?" Hearing this, Fang Lang couldn't help but sigh that this old ginger was really spicy. For Fang Lang, this was also a good thing, so of course he would not raise any objections and nodded with a smile. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he said, "General, do you think Mr. President knows about Mr. Vargas's little tricks behind this?" After hearing this, General Crook glanced at Fang Lang with a smile and said nothing, but gave Fang Lang a look of understanding. After patting Fang Lang on the shoulder, he returned to his desk and sat down. Seeing this, Fang Lang did not continue to ask, but just smiled and understood what General Crook meant. As President Dutra, who personally ousted President Vargas, how could he not be on guard against him? A person who can become the president of a country is definitely not a simple person. President Dutra must have realized the special identity of Brizzo Eddie earlier than anyone else. With this understanding, it is impossible for him not to doubt Vargas. So now should be the stage of political struggle that everyone understands tacitly. President Vargas did not bring up the suspicion of the Japanese mob attacking the presidential palace, and President Dutra did not bring up the fact that Vargas might support the rebels. But when the next presidential election begins, things will be hard to say. After General Crook sat down, he saw that Fang Lang understood what he meant, so he didn't say anything more, but slowly said, "I called you back urgently because I wanted to discuss with you how to deal with my request to the Ministry of National Defense for a fight. I was worried that we would be stuck in the same quagmire as the army. Now it seems that you don't seem to be worried about this matter, which makes me feel a lot more at ease. But we must never take it lightly. After all, this is not a naval battle. Even the army can't solve it easily, so our Marines must be even more cautious. So, I think you shouldn't go anywhere in the next period of time. Stay in the barracks seriously, and train the Marines under your command for me. When the Ministry of National Defense is completely disappointed with the army, I will still ask the Ministry of National Defense to fight and send your soldiers to the battlefield. I hope you won't let me down." Fang Lang understood that this was like giving himself an order. He stood up and saluted very tactfully, saying, "Yes, General, I promise to complete the mission." General Crook was very satisfied with Fang Lang's attitude. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he clearly distinguished between public and private affairs. He would not get carried away just because he had a good personal relationship with him. He kindly pressed his hand down and motioned Fang Lang to sit down and talk. Fang Lang sat down when he saw this, but this was obviously a good time to make a request. Fang Lang spoke without hesitation. "General, if you need our Marine Corps to eliminate the rebels, we not only need training, but also some new equipment. I hope to get some support for military expenses." General Crook didn't care too much when he heard this. He was not the kind of person who wanted to let the horse run without giving it grass. In addition, he trusted Fang Lang and believed that he would not do anything wrong, so he nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem, I fully support it." Fang Lang was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly stood up and saluted again, saying, "Thank you, General." Then the two chatted for a while and agreed that after Fang Lang returned, he would list a detailed equipment list and submit it. After General Crook signed it, they would start purchasing directly. At this moment, General Crook could not imagine how much the things Fang Lang wanted to purchase would be worth. When a detailed purchase list came to the desk of the Minister of the Navy 2 days later, General Crook was almost scared to jump off the desk, because the purchase price of the entire order was as high as $1 million, of which 10 equipment called helicopters alone cost a full $500,000. There were also other new weapons and equipment, including clothing, shoes, rifles, machine guns, and so on. The total amount reached a very terrifying level. But thinking that he had already agreed to Fang Lang's request in advance, General Crook could only bite the bullet and write down the word agree heavily on the purchase list. Fang Lang, who had already returned to the naval base, of course did not know General Crook's gnashing of teeth, but even if he knew, he would not mind it, since he promised General Crook that he would train his Marines well and be ready to intervene in the battle to eliminate the Northwest rebels at any time. He would not take it lightly. Although he did not know how General Crook would view his purchase order, Fang Lang did not think about waiting for approval before purchasing. Instead, he directly explained the situation to General Leiter of the Logistics Department and took the lead in notifying his own factory to send all the equipment he needed to the naval base. The Marines participating in the training at the naval base are definitely the longest trained troops in the entire Brazilian army. Because it was a newly formed organization, the entire Marine Corps was severely trained for a full 6 months by the American officers invited by Fang language. Now the 6-month training has long been over, and the American instructors have been transferred because they were assigned to the Godswip military contracting company. The Marines, who had finally been idle for several months, suddenly received an order from the aircraft carrier fleet headquarters. The selection of the Navy Special Tactics Research Team, which they had postponed for nearly half a year, was about to begin. At the same time, there was also an order for the entire army to strengthen the jungle warfare skills and tactics. The 5 Marine Battalion commanders were also gathered in the headquarters conference room for a day-long meeting. But after the meeting, everyone understood that the peaceful life was about to be broken, and the Marines, who had been silent for a long time, were about to begin preparing for a new war. The next morning, 5 battalions of the Marine Corps, totaling 2,500 people, were transported by transport ships to Orahimina on the north bank of the Amazon River in Para, Brazil. There was a jungle warfare training base that Fang Lang had prepared for the Marines early, because there was a northern mining company nearby, which was jointly established by Fang Lang Group and the local government, and was promised by the Minister of Defense Marshal Moraes. Transportation has become very convenient, and supplies are also very convenient. Fang Lang chose to put the jungle warfare training base here in order to facilitate the nearby protection of the bauxite mining safety of the Northern Mining Company. Therefore, the distance between the jungle warfare training base and the mining company is less than half an hour away. When the 5 battalions of Marines entered the seemingly very simple jungle warfare training base, the workers of the mining company looked at them sideways. It is called a jungle warfare training base, but in fact it is just a simple field camp. In addition to a few small wooden barracks that serve as a canteen and infirmary, there are also public toilets and showers. The rest are field tents. Even Fang Lang, the Major General Commander, only has a single field tent. Fortunately, these tents are sturdy military canvas tents that can shelter from wind and rain, but the harassment of mosquitoes and the poor living environment are definitely inevitable. This is also a field camp that Fang Lang deliberately created to be as close to actual combat as possible. Chapter 491 Selection 1. Res Vasquez is a veteran Marine who followed Fang Lang to Germany a long time ago. He participated in several battles and became a sergeant squad leader. Before joining the army, Res Vasquez was just the son of a serf from an ordinary farm in the central plateau of Brazil. Having participated in the European War, he was transferred to the Marine Corps formed by Fang Language. As a veteran who participated in the European War, he was proud of himself. An army soldier was transferred to the newly formed Marine Corps, which made him very uncomfortable and even had some resistance. But in the First Fleet, he had a completely different experience from the original Brazilian army. Here, he did not need to bribe his superiors with his meager military pay, and there would never be a situation where his superiors deducted military pay. Even His Excellency the General would issue different standards of allowances according to their respective performances, and all this money would be paid to the account opened for them by His Excellency the General at the Brazilian Development Bank. Although he knew that the general would not deceive them, he could not help but take his passbook to the counter of the Brazilian Development Bank every month to check his balance, looking at the deposits in his bank account that he had never dared to think of before. Res Vasquez often woke up with a smile in his sleep. Because his team was selected to go to Germany with Zhuang Zinshan to participate in the operation to discover German treasures, they all made a fortune after returning home. Together with his comrades, he bought a newly built 3-story villa near the naval base in the city of Natal, and redeemed his serf parents and younger brothers and sisters who lived in the central plateau of Brazil from the hands of the farmer. His parents went to work in a factory in Natal. Because his parents were military dependents, working in the factory was easy and profitable, which was a special privilege for military dependents. His younger brothers and sisters were sent to the newly built military children's school in Natal to study, and his family changed drastically. All these changes were because he followed a good commander, and he knew it very well. Therefore, he was full of gratitude to his boss, General Fang Language. Whether in the barracks or outside the barracks, he would never allow anyone to say a bad word about General Fang Language. If he heard it, he would rush up without hesitation to let him know how hard his fist was. According to his current situation, he could actually choose to become a rich man after retirement and live his life in peace and stability. But apart from being a soldier and fighting, he had no other skills. He was a little anxious when he thought about his life after retirement. If he could not be promoted to an officer this year, he would have to retire. But except for the last battle of Fernando Dina on her islands, there was no war to fight now. so naturally there was no chance of meritorious service and promotion. Of course, even if he retired, he didn't have to worry too much about having nothing to do, because he had participated in cultural studies in the army and his academic performance was among the best. The Chief of the Marine Corps also talked to him. He could choose to be directly recommended to study at the Brazilian Police University after retirement and become a policeman after graduation. But he didn't want to leave the barracks. He clearly remembered that General Fang once said that, if the Marines had outstanding training results, could be selected into the Navy Special Tactics Research Group, and become a formal member of the team, they could obtain the official rank of second lieutenant, and become a formal officer of the Marine Corps. In this way, he would not have to retire, and could continue to stay in the Marine Corps and fight for General Fang. After more than 6 months of hard training, everyone had been reborn. Res Vasquez, who once thought he was strong enough, broke through his limits again and again, and became a super soldier that even the American instructors were amazed at. But General Fang didn't know whether he was too busy or forgot about the promise to form a special tactics research group. He had not organized the selection, which made him very worried, because there were more than 3 months left, and he would not be able to become an officer, and would have to face retirement, which he was unwilling to accept. Fortunately, the selection he had been looking forward to finally came, which made him unable to rest well for 2 consecutive nights. The selection was based on voluntary registration. When they were still on the transport ship, officers had already come to collect their registration intentions. Looking at the long list on the registration form, Res Vasquez felt a headache. He had long guessed that many people would sign up, because after the concentrated training, there were still many soldiers like him who did not rest, but kept training silently, just waiting for this opportunity. But he did not expect that there would be so many people signing up for the selection. There were nearly 2,000 members of the Marine Corps with a total of 2,500 people. Almost everyone in his platoon signed up, which made him very nervous. For this reason, he had to force himself to seize every minute and every second of rest. Because he had participated in the European War, he knew very well the importance of recuperating. The selection time came faster than he thought. On the second day, after entering the jungle warfare training camp, all the soldiers who signed up for the Navy Special Tactics Research Group were concentrated in a separate camp. If the jungle warfare training camp can be called a reduced version of the field camp, this separate camp can actually not be called a camp at all. Because this is actually just a slightly flat wilderness in a dense primitive jungle, there is not even a place suitable for lining up, which shows how difficult the conditions are. The first thing to do after entering the camp is to build a tent by yourself. Fortunately, for them who have undergone rigorous training, this kind of thing is just child's play. But Res Vasquez saw the meaning of gloating in the eyes of the guard company soldiers who supervised them to build the tent, which made him have a very bad premonition. Yes, because there are no real members of the Special Tactics Research Team, the people responsible for the selection are these soldiers of General Fang's guard company. Res Vasquez's very bad premonition in his heart was indeed fulfilled soon. After a day of hard work to build the camp, everyone was exhausted, and everyone went to bed early. Just when Res Vasquez was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a fierce machine gun shooting. Before he could react to what happened, the tent was filled with choking smoke, making it impossible to open his eyes and coughing constantly. For a while, everyone in the tent was in a mess, and Res Vasquez immediately realized that the selection had begun. All the soldiers of the Marine Corps have participated in emergency assembly training, but at that time, most of the training was to wake everyone up from their sleep through the emergency assembly whistle. But here there are real gunshots and choking smoke bombs. Some soldiers who have not participated in actual combat want to rush out of the tent without even putting on their clothes. As the sergeant squad leader, Res Vasquez hurriedly endured the choking smoke and reminded loudly, "Everyone, don't run around. This is an emergency assembly. The selection has officially begun." The dark tent exuded a choking smell. Res Vasquez's eyes couldn't help but start to react to the stress, and tears naturally filled his eyes. He didn't have time to think about it. While reminding everyone, he quickly tidied his clothes. After confirming that there was no problem with his clothes, he grabbed the rifle beside the bed and rushed out of the tent quickly. Res Vasquez rushed out of the tent and found that things were just as he expected. There was a guy wearing a gas mask outside the tent, holding a light machine gun and firing at the sky. There was a bonfire burning in the open space in the middle of the camp, and a group of embarrassed Marines had gathered in front of the bonfire. The guy with the gas mask might have seen that he was fully equipped and just yelled at him, "Why are you still looking at me? The sound of gunfire is an order, don't you understand?" After saying that, he wanted to kick him, but fortunately he was nimbly dodged. He didn't care what the guy with the gas mask said and just gathered in the open space in front of the bonfire. For him who had experienced the vicious curses of the American instructors, these words were not enough to tickle him. When he quickly rushed to the bonfire, this flatland that they had just cleaned up during the day, he saw the fleet commander General Fang standing in front of the bonfire with a serious face, looking at his watch on his hand, obviously counting the time. Looking up at the soldiers, who were slowly gathering around him, Res Vasquez quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how long the time limit was, it was obvious that he arrived at the scene within the time limit. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, less than a minute had passed, and General Fang put down his left hand and stopped the timer. He said seriously, "Time's up." An officer who had been standing next to General Fang took out a signal gun and shot it into the sky with a bang, and the entire camp was illuminated in bright red. The guys wearing gas masks who had been standing at the door of each tent saw the signal flare and directly stopped the people who were about to rush out of the tent. Res Vasquez understood that those who did not arrive at the assembly point within the specified time were eliminated. Looking at the soldiers gathered near the campfire, he guessed in his heart that at least 2 layers of soldiers had lost their chance. Soon, an officer began to shout commands, asking everyone at the assembly point to organize the team. When everyone's team was organized, someone began to check everyone's equipment in the team. Some people were picked out because they didn't wear hats, some didn't bring weapons, some didn't button their clothes, and some didn't tie their shoelaces. In short, all kinds of reasons were picked out by the people in charge of inspection. These people were gathered aside, and Res Vasquez understood that these people were also eliminated. At this moment, he felt unprecedented pressure. In just one emergency assembly, 3 layers of people were directly eliminated. Then, someone gave each of them a backpack and asked them to fill it with 10 kilograms of stones from a huge pile of rocks. They began to cross country with full armor. In the dark night, a 20-kilometer full armored cross country was a challenge they had never tried during their training in the Marine Corps. Res Vasquez did not complain at all. He silently put on his backpack and followed the instructor's instructions to start the cross-country run. This was because the Marine Corps had a reasonable diet supplement, and everyone had overcome the problem of night blindness. In addition, there was a torch every few distances to point the way for everyone. But this cross-country route, which was obviously dug out temporarily, also made Res Vasquez suffer. When he circled the flag and got a small sign indicating that he had reached the middle point, he ran back to the camp. It was already bright. At the entrance of the camp, an officer was counting the time, and several soldiers were checking the small signs of the soldiers who returned and weighing the weight of their backpacks. Several soldiers who were slacking off were dragged aside and were now dejected and self-pitying. Fortunately, Res Vasquez did not have the habit of slacking off. He looked at those people with some disdain, just when he thought he could rest after arriving safely. The instructors motioned him to continue running forward. After turning around a small forest, he saw a shooting training ground in front of him. A soldier in charge of the assessment stuffed an M1 Garand rifle and 3 8-round magazines into his hands and signaled to start the shooting assessment. Res Vasquez looked at the soldier beside him in disbelief and took the equipment handed over by the other party with his hands that were already somewhat uncontrollable due to the intense exercise and wanted to say something to him. But the soldier did not even look at him, took out a timing pocket watch from his pocket, walked to the shooting position and started timing, and reminded him coldly, "Please shoot the bullet in your hand at target number 45 within 2 minutes. If less than 15 bullets hit the target, you will be eliminated." Chapter 492 Selection 2. Res Vasquez could only smile bitterly, knowing that he had no room for bargaining. Fortunately, it was not impossible to finish firing 24 rounds of ammunition within 2 minutes. After all, the M1 Garand rifle was also known as the Big 8. After the 8 rounds of a magazine were fired, the metal magazine would automatically jump out of the magazine. All he had to do was press the new magazine into the magazine, then aim and shoot. But the biggest problem now was that his hands and feet were shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the gun steadily. It was not an easy task to hit the target with 15 rounds at a 200-meter target. Just when Rez Vazquez thought that this was all, reality soon taught him a lesson. After firing 2 shots in a row while lying on the shooting position, Rez Vazquez noticed something was wrong. The accuracy of the gun seemed to be wrong, which immediately gave him a bad feeling. As a veteran who had undergone long-term professional training in the Marine Corps, he had his own feelings about weapons. Although his hands were shaking badly in the first 2 shots, the bullets fired should definitely not be so far apart. With a feeling in his heart, Rez Vazquez calmed himself down and fired the 3rd shot at the target. This time he was very sure that there was definitely something wrong with the gun's crochets. He would definitely miss the target if he aimed according to the crochets. This made him unconsciously look at the soldier beside him. But he found that the soldier didn't even look at him, but just looked at the watch on his hand silently. At this moment, he had a glimmer of understanding in his heart. This was not a mistake at all, but a deliberate act. However, he had already wasted 3 bullets, and now only had 21 bullets left. At least 40 seconds of time had been wasted. He had to be more cautious with the weapon in his hand, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Recalling the impact points of the first 3 shots, he moved the muzzle position to the upper left little by little. He gritted his teeth and fired the 4th shot. Sure enough, the impact point this time was closer to the target. Time passed little by little, and the sound of gunfire in his ears was all thrown out of his mind, and his eyes were fixed on the target 200 meters away. He began to calculate in his mind, and finally the 5th shot was fired. This time the bullet finally landed on the target paper, but it didn't hit the ring. However, Rez Vazquez was no longer worried. He felt the temper of this gun, and at the same time, he slowly adjusted his breathing to the best state. The soldier who was supervising the design on the side was obviously aware of the situation. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to hit the target. He couldn't help but look up to him. Rez Vazquez didn't have the mood to pay attention to the eyes of the people around him, but just carefully controlled his breathing rhythm and looked for the most suitable gap to shoot. After all, he was a veteran who had undergone rigorous and professional training. Rez Vazquez's 6th shot really hit the target. This made him smile unconsciously. As if to deliberately stimulate him, the soldier next to him suddenly reminded, "There is 1 minute left." This made his expression stagnate, and huge pressure came over him. He had to finish firing 18 bullets in the remaining 1 minute, and ensure that 14 of them hit the target. He didn't have time to think about it, and he fired the 7th shot without hesitation. Sure enough, he couldn't panic. This bullet missed the target. But Rez Vazquez didn't have time to think about it. After taking a deep breath again, he fired the 8th shot without hesitation. With a ding, the magazine in the magazine jumped out and flew 1 meter away. Rez Vazquez didn't even look at the magazine that jumped out. He quickly inserted the new magazine in his hand into the magazine. However, the magazine of the M1 Garand rifle was easy to pinch the hand when installing. In a panic, Rez Vazquez's hand was pinched hard. The pain in his fingers made him gasp, but he didn't have time to think about it. He forced himself to control his breathing rhythm. Bang, 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 the gunshots kept ringing. With the command of stop shooting from the soldier next to him, Rez Vazquez finally fired the last bullet in the gun. Rez Vazquez, who finished shooting, did not leave immediately, but lay on the ground and looked at the target in the distance. At this moment, someone was using flag signals under the target to report the target. Soon, the soldier next to him showed him a rare smile and said, "Congratulations. You passed the design assessment and hit the target with 16 shots. Please go to the center of the camp together." Hearing this, Rez Vazquez felt a sense of weakness that was about to collapse. This was an experience he had never had before. Even on the battlefield full of gunfire and bullets, he had never experienced such an exciting feeling. Knowing that his test had just begun, and there was no time to relax, Rez Vazquez took a deep breath of the air with the fragrance of soil, and climbed up with difficulty. Following the instructions of the soldiers, he dragged his tired body to the center of the camp to gather. At this moment, the center of the camp was no longer as lively as when he set out for the armed cross-country in the morning. There were only about 20 people in the center of the camp, lying on the grass in the camp in all directions. They didn't even have the energy to talk to each other. Seeing this, Res Vasquez didn't care whether the ground was clean or not. He sat on the ground and lay on his back. Soon, a man wearing a military doctor sleeve came over and kicked him. Don't lie down on the ground after strenuous exercise. It will cause irreversible damage to your body. Sit up quickly. Hearing this, Res Vasquez could only get up helplessly. While he was lying on the ground, the number of people in the center of the camp was slowly increasing. He noticed that there were nearly 2,000 candidates yesterday, but after this morning's elimination, there might be less than 300 people. Looking at his comrades who were in a mess, Res Vasquez smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the assessment did not start immediately, but someone carried large barrels of food to the middle of the camp, so that everyone could enjoy a hearty breakfast. After everyone finished breakfast, General Fang came to them with several officers, and told them bluntly that this would be the only hot meal they would have in the next week. Then, each of the remaining 280 people was distributed a simple map, 2 days of rations, a sharp dagger and a signal launcher with a flare, and asked them to find a way to cross the jungle on the map within a week. Soldiers who escaped the pursuit and interception of the eliminated and non-selected Marines and successfully reached the destination within the specified time will be automatically selected into the Navy Special Tactics Research Group. Soldiers who failed to successfully reach the destination within the specified time or were caught by the pursuers will be eliminated. Soldiers who want to give up on the way can take the initiative to fire the signal gun in their hands, and naturally there will be soldiers from the guard company responsible for taking them away from the assessment site. After hearing this task, Res Vasquez felt bad. If he had known this, he should have eaten 2 more mouthfuls of hot rice. But now that breakfast has been taken away, you said that this is the last hot meal of the week, which makes him feel embarrassed. Then General Fang took the initiative to ask if anyone wanted to withdraw from the assessment on the spot, but no one chose to withdraw. Because the assessment did not specify whether a team could be formed, Res Vasquez noticed that the 2nd Battalion Commander Zhuang Xinshan directly initiated a team application in the team. As a veteran who had participated in the German operation with the other party, he joined the other party's team without hesitation. Soon, 3 veterans who had participated in the European war like him came out and stood behind Zhuang Xinshan. When the team reached 5 people, Zhuang Xinshan took the initiative to end the team. Obviously, Zhuang Xinshan did not ask for more people out of consideration for avoiding pursuers. After all, more people means a bigger target, and it is easy to be tracked by a large force. It is easier to avoid pursuit with fewer people. On this point, Res Vasquez agreed with Zhuang Xinshan's idea. After the 5 people formed a team, they rushed directly into the dense primitive jungle without hesitation, hoping to set off early to keep as much distance as possible from the search team. The dense primitive jungle is full of deep malice for all strange intruders. In the primitive jungle where the sky is covered and the sun is not visible, the eyes can only pass through the dense branches and leaves, and the mottled projection is projected to the bottom of the jungle. The sunlight that penetrates the jungle is like a sharp sword piercing the jungle, bringing everyone much needed warmth. The people who have experienced a month of basic jungle warfare training in the Marine Corps are not particularly unfamiliar with the rainforest, but they are definitely not at ease. Their 5-man team had a smooth first day without encountering any danger, but the speed of moving in the dense jungle can only be described as a turtle's pace. That night, after everyone slept on a temporary hammock built with rattan, the next morning, they found that a soldier was bitten by a poisonous insect and needed urgent treatment. After everyone carried him to a relatively open and safe place, they helped him fire a flare. The loss of one person on the first day made them feel a little depressed, but they couldn't give up. They could only bury their heads and hurry on their way, looking for some fruits and vegetables that could fill their stomachs along the way. On the 3rd day, they encountered the first wave of search and arrest teams, which they discovered in advance and took a detour to avoid. On the 4th day, they were ambushed by searchers at a drinking water source. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, but one soldier was also captured, and only 3 of the 5-man team were left. They had to be more careful in the following time. By the 5th day, their dry food had been eaten up, and they could only hide and move towards their destination while looking for food to fill their stomachs. At this time, Res Vasquez was very grateful to the Amazon rainforest hunter who trained them in jungle survival knowledge. It was his training that allowed them to distinguish which animals and plants were edible and which were poisonous, so that he would not be poisoned in the dense tropical rainforest. On the 6th day, they were getting closer and closer to their destination, and the number of people being rounded up was increasing, making it more difficult for them to move forward. That afternoon, he found that someone behind them was tracking them, based on the traces they had left along the way. Fortunately, Zhuang Xinshan was smart and quickly moved forward for a distance, leaving traces of everyone moving forward, and then retreated to find a place to hide. After the pursuers passed by, everyone quickly changed direction and headed for the destination from another route. On the 7th day, the exhausted 3 people stumbled through the last blockade and arrived at the final destination. General Fang personally applauded them for their successful arrival. This made Res Vasquez, who felt that he had escaped death, feel that everything was worth it, and his eyes looking at the dense jungle again were no longer afraid. Instead, he felt an indescribable tenderness and wanted to thank the other party for helping him. He was full of fighting spirit. He knew that he had succeeded in the challenge. From this moment on, he was no longer an ordinary soldier, but a real lieutenant in the Navy. He no longer had to consider whether he needed to retire. However, from this cruel selection, he realized that the Navy Special Tactics Research Group might not be such a good place to stay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Naval Special Tactics Research Group. Fang Lang was basically satisfied with the selection. Originally, according to his plan, he would only recruit about 30 members of the Navy Special Tactics Research Group, but unexpectedly, the number of people who passed the assessment exceeded 50. Although, because they had to cross the primitive jungle, 2 people died, and 5 were injured in the team participating in the assessment, including the team participating in the encirclement and suppression operation. More than 20 people were injured. But the entire assessment process was basically under Fang Lang's control. As for unexpected situations such as death and injury, although Fang Lang was a little sad, he didn't care too much. After all, it is inevitable that people will die when they are soldiers. As a veteran who participated in the European War, Fang Lang has long had a kind of indifference to life and death. Although these people passed the selection assessment, it does not mean that they are really suitable to be members of the research group. Since it is a research group, of course they need to do research, and the content of the research is naturally special operations. The fact that these soldiers were successfully selected shows that they are among the top in the entire Marine Corps in terms of physical fitness and their own technical and tactical levels, and can be called super soldiers. But the members of the Special Tactics Research Team in Fang Lang's mind are researchers who can mobilize their subjective initiative and develop some special tactics with practical value. Of course, the premise is that they themselves must be the best Special Forces soldiers. The current batch of soldiers belong to the Reserve Special Forces soldiers. In the early morning, in Orahimana, on the north bank of the Amazon River in Pará State, Brazil, a simple camp located in the primitive dense forest, 50 fully armed soldiers who looked a little tired were standing in line under the national flag in the middle of the camp. As the commander, Fang Lang walked through the queue with a look of satisfaction, stopping from time to time to tidy up the soldiers' clothes and knocking on the chests of those who he knew or was familiar with his fists. The soldiers were all proud of the closeness of their superiors, and many soldiers were even trembling with excitement and their eyes were red. After greeting every soldier in the queue, Fang Lang strode to the front of the team, slowly stood still, and his eyes swept across the resolute faces of everyone in the queue. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Dear brothers, I'm very happy to stand with you today. You have successfully broken through the siege and passed the assessment after a week of arduous challenges. Here, I would like to congratulate you on your success. After that, he started to applaud first, and the soldiers in the queue also followed suit with excitement. After the applause gradually died down, Fang Lang continued to speak, but I want to tell you that successfully passing the assessment does not mean the end. On the contrary, it is the beginning of suffering. You will receive devilish training in this simple camp that is far more intense than the Marine Corps training. There is a sentence that you must engrave in your mind. The easiest time is always yesterday. Maybe in your original company, you are already the best among them, but I want to tell you that here, you will start from scratch. Everything you have in the past will become the past. Everyone may be wondering what this Navy Special Tactics Research Group does. Is it doing research and sitting in an office? If someone holds the mentality that joining the research group can get promotion, wealth, and easy work, I can only say sorry to him, because you have come to the wrong place. But now you have not officially joined the team, and you still have the right to choose to quit. I will give you 1 minute to consider. If you want to quit, bring it up now. We will not blame you or hold you accountable. You can continue to serve in the Marine Corps. However, if you do not seize this opportunity and choose to stay here, you will no longer have the right to quit. I hope each of you can think clearly. Now I will give you 1 minute to think. Does anyone want to quit? Fang Lang's eyes swept across the faces of everyone present, as if he wanted to find the person who took the initiative to quit. But it was obvious that those who had passed the assessment would never give up easily. Everyone looked determined and looked at Fang Lang with resolute eyes. 1 minute passed quickly, and Fang Lang's mouth corners brought a cruel smile, which made everyone present feel a little chilly. He continued to speak slowly, since no one has chosen to quit. Then next, we will talk about our own people. Although everyone has tried their best to pass this assessment and entered this so-called Special Tactics Research Group, no one knows what this Special Tactics Research Group does. Well, now I can reveal the answer. First of all, I want to tell you what the Special Tactics Research Group is. Literally, it is a group that studies special tactics. So what are special tactics? We have no way of verifying the origin of special tactics, but as far as I know, during World War II, both Britain and Germany had teams that specialized in special operations missions. They are all troops that exist to complete impossible tasks. For example, at the end of 1938, the 2nd Department of the German intelligence agency recruited a special temporary team. Team members were required to join voluntarily. The work of recruiting team members was carried out in absolute secrecy, and their early activities remain a mystery to this day. But as far as I know, in early 1940, they successfully completed the operation of sneaking into the Danish royal palace. They were secretive and efficient, which is my evaluation of them. Of course, they later had an official name, called the Brandenburg Unit. They were elusive and constantly launched attacks in the hinterland, where the enemy was stationed, doing some harassment and sabotage work. In order to make their teammates more camouflaged, the Brandenburg Unit learned languages from all over Europe, and some of the Brandenburg team members could speak up to 6 languages. Although they were disbanded in 1944 and only existed in this world for a short period of 6 years, this unit participated in almost all large-scale military operations of Nazi Germany. In the War of Blitzkrieg in Western Europe, the Brandenburg Unit excellently completed the tasks of the German intelligence agency, captured 42 of the 61 targets, and handed them over to the troops that followed. This battle also allowed 3/4 of the Brandenburg Unit to be awarded the Iron Cross Medal, which was also the most glorious moment of the Brandenburg Unit. In addition, in 1941, the British formed the first regular special forces, the Special Air Service Regiment, which is a paratrooper unit. They often appear behind the enemy's back by airdropping and attack important military targets of the enemy, or carry out decapitation operations to destroy the enemy's headquarters. In 1942, they attacked 3 Axis airports in Libya through long-range raids, destroying 60 enemy aircraft at the cost of 2 soldiers killed and 3 military vehicles destroyed. From this we can know that the so-called special forces are troops that go deep into the enemy's rear in small teams to carry out reconnaissance, sabotage, harassment, kidnapping and decapitation operations. and you are our first special forces in Brazil." Fang Lang's words made the soldiers in the whole team become a little restless. If it weren't for the constraints of military regulations, it is estimated that everyone would have started to talk about it long ago. Fang Lang could certainly feel the emotions of the soldiers below, but he would not give them a chance to discuss, but continued, "Of course, the skills you have now are not qualified to be called special forces, and I don't even know what tactics can be called special tactics. This is why I named our team the Special Tactics Research Team. I hope that in the future we can form a set of special tactics that belong to us through our own exploration and research." Next, the first hostile target we will face is the Eddy Brothers anti-government armed forces hiding in the dense Amazon rainforest in our northwest. In order to be able to secretly and efficiently eliminate the enemy in the dangerous Amazon jungle, I will try to explore a new jungle special operations tactic with you. In the early stage, I will give you almost cruel special training based on some professional knowledge I have mastered. After you graduate from my hands, you will start your own exploration and research. This is an endless road of exploration. We need to do everything we can to make us stronger. Once we fall behind, we will be eliminated by the enemy, and this will require us to pay the price of our own lives and the lives of our comrades. Do you have the confidence to become the strongest team?" The soldiers lined up in the camp finally realized the significance of standing here today, understood the situation they would face, and were more aware of the efforts they would make. But no one backed down. Instead, they all seemed enthusiastic and excited, and responded to Fang Lang's question loudly with red faces. "Confident, confident, confident." The uniform response made Fang Lang very satisfied. Looking at the eager faces below, Fang Lang unconsciously stood up straight and saluted the people in the audience with a standard military salute. Seeing Fang Lang's military salute, everyone stopped talking. Zhuang Xinshan in the queue shouted, "Salute." All the soldiers raised their right hands to Fang language. After a long while, Fang Lang put down his right hand cleanly, and the soldiers also put down their right hands at the command of salute. Seeing that everyone had understood the significance of the existence of his team and the challenges to be faced next, Fang Lang was also a little relieved. He waved to the several guards who had been standing in the distance. Soon, everyone came over carrying large boxes and stacked them neatly in front of the rostrum. Then Fang Lang looked at the crowd with a smile on his face and said, "Since it is a special forces unit, there must be some differences from other units. These are some things I have developed specifically for the special forces during this period of time. All of you will line up to receive them later." He opened the first box and took out a set of colorful clothes from it. He gestured to the crowd and said, "This is a jungle camouflage I designed specifically for our jungle warfare. Wearing this camouflage uniform can achieve a certain concealment effect in the jungle, making it more difficult for the enemy to discover our existence." Everyone in the audience looked at him in amazement. Then Fang Lang put down the clothes, opened the next box, and took out a pair of high-top leather shoes with the same pattern as the camouflage uniform. The hollow rubber sole looked particularly eye-catching. "These are the jungle boots I designed for you to walk more easily in the muddy jungle. They protect the ankles and soles of the feet and reduce the adhesion of mud. These equipment are in the trial production stage. There are also assault rifles and new submachine guns that have just been developed and finalized. All new equipment will be given to you for testing. At the same time, we will refer to your feedback for improvement, which is also part of your research team's work." Chapter 494 Actual Combat Exercise 1. The Marines had all participated in the landing operations in Fernando de Noronha, and of course they knew what the so-called new assault rifles were. They all looked sideways upon hearing this, and their expectant eyes could not be concealed at all. It was not until this moment that everyone really understood the special nature of this team. At this time, let alone asking them to leave on their own initiative, it was estimated that they could not be driven away. As for whether the training would be very hard, soldiers are paid to make a living by hanging their heads on their belts. They are afraid of hardship, even if they don't want their lives. But the soldiers obviously misjudged the degree of hardship Fang Lang said about the training. Just when everyone was still complacent about wearing brand new camouflage uniforms, the new training content officially began. The first thing that started was physical training. Everyone was fully armed and started the armed cross-country on the first day of selection. The requirements at the beginning were the same as during the selection, but as time went on, everyone finally understood what it meant to the easiest day is always yesterday. For the same armed cross-country, the time specified for the task was getting shorter every day, which forced them to desperately squeeze their potential. Later, armed cross-country was no longer just armed cross-country. From time to time, there would be sudden attacks on the march. If they did not make corresponding tactical actions in time, everyone would have to face a new training project. In addition to the regular armed cross-country training for each person, there was also a 200-kilometer long-distance forced march training for 3 days and 2 nights, etc. A series of training content that was unimaginable before. After the regular training, there will be jungle concealment training. 50 people will be divided into 2 teams to carry out concealment and search tasks respectively. The 2 sides kept exchanging roles in the designated Amazon rainforest and carried out a skill competition. In just 2 weeks, everyone's concealment ability in the jungle has reached the level that you can't find them, even if they squat next to you. Of course, this is inseparable from the excellent stealth effect of the new camouflage training uniform. At the same time, Fang Lang also discovered the advanced version of the camouflage uniform during the training, the ghillie suit. Everyone used simple tools such as fishing nets to find different camouflage materials through different hiding positions to achieve the effect of complete stealth. After everyone's concealment ability reached Fang Lang's requirements, he began to organize prisoner capture, sentry touch, and assassination training. Similarly, everyone conducted confrontation drills according to the group. There was no script, and all of them tested their personal strength. In this case, everyone began to try all kinds of ways to achieve their goals. First of all, the requirements for hand-to-hand combat ability began to increase. For this reason, Fang Lang began to organize everyone to practice a close combat technique that can kill with one blow. Because they had the practice foundation of Bajiquan, they also came into contact with some Wing Chun moves. Fang Lang began to summarize a professional fighting technique similar to the later Israeli Krav Maga. All the cumbersome moves and routines were removed, and they were simple and efficient, striving to quickly defeat and kill the opponent. All the movements were aimed at the enemy's vital parts, such as the neck, eyes, and lower crotch. This was hard for the soldiers, because injuries caused by not being able to withstand the force during the confrontation often occurred, and Fang Lang had to find a way to make special protective equipment for everyone. In order to enable everyone to truly kill with one strike, Fang Lang also asked the military doctor to start learning the human body structure with everyone, where to touch will kill, and where to make people lose their resistance directly, so that everyone can better cope with different task requirements. After the unarmed combat training, they began to learn the use of short weapons such as daggers. After all, such cold weapons are often needed when touching sentries and assassinations. In addition to daggers, everyone also learned how to use blowguns from Amazon hunters, as well as how to collect various common venoms in the jungle. Crossbows were also introduced to the research team by Fang Lang as one of the means of killing the enemy in secret. The equipment and training of hot weapons are absolutely unique. Everyone can not only be equipped with the latest G3 assault rifles and MP5 submachine guns, but each person can also choose 1 or 2 self-defense pistols of their own. With the addition of equipment such as grenades and anti-infantry mines, the weight of a soldier in a special tactical research team has increased significantly, and everyone finally understands the purpose of weight-bearing cross-country training. In order to make up for the lack of firepower of the assault team, a new general-purpose machine gun specially developed and designed has just been completed and sent here for testing. In order to facilitate the soldiers to carry more ammunition and equipment, Fang Lang invented tactical vests and tactical backpacks during the training process. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough in bulletproof materials. Fang Lang could only equip everyone with steel bulletproof plates in the tactical vests. This greatly increased the soldiers' marching load, and many people were unwilling to carry heavy bulletproof plates. When the soldiers put on a full set of equipment, Fang Lang felt that the special tactical research team in his hands truly had the prototype of a modern special forces. Helmets wrapped in camouflage cloth, colorful oil paint on the face, a full set of camouflage training uniforms, jungle combat boots, camouflage tactical vests on the upper body, and tactical backpacks on the back. A self-defense pistol was inserted in the chest of the tactical backpack in front of the body, with the handle facing the lower right direction, which was obviously the most convenient position for the soldiers. A pistol was also inserted in one thigh. The assault rifles or submachine guns, or general-purpose machine guns, were held horizontally in front of the chest by the soldiers. The temperament of this team is completely different from most of the current troops. This forced Fang Lang to nod his head seriously. The training during this period was not in vain. The leader of this special tactical research team was handed over to Fang Lang's childhood friend Zhuang Xinshan without any dispute, who told this guy to give up the position of the 2nd Battalion commander of the Marine Corps and join this unknown special tactical research team. At this moment, Zhuang Xinshan was looking at the members of the tactical research team with a serious face. This is the first actual combat exercise since the establishment of our group, and our opponent is the Marine Corps that we are all very familiar with. Everyone is from here and is very familiar with each other, so I will not introduce them too much. The goal of this mission is. Zhuang Xinshan pointed his finger at a point on the map on the wooden table in front of him and said, behead the commander of the Marine Corps, Lieutenant Colonel Duet, and destroy the entire Marine Corps headquarters. Now everyone, please tell me your ideas. The characteristic of the Navy's Special Tactical Research Team is that there is no one-man show. Before the war, everyone can express their opinions. After everyone has discussed it, they will choose the best plan to execute. When taking action, you must resolutely obey the commander's orders, and no private actions are allowed. Therefore, Zhuang Xinshan must collect everyone's ideas before the war. As a veteran, Rez Vasquez took the lead in speaking. After this period of training in the Special Tactics Research Group, he has become accustomed to this atmosphere. After all, even the training content is discussed, plans are made, and then implemented. Finally, a summary is made, suggestions for improvement are put forward, and new plans are made for implementation. This is a complete closed loop. Everyone must participate in it, develop the habit of thinking for themselves, and must be clear about the purpose of doing so, how to achieve this goal, what to pay attention to during the implementation process, and what are unexpected situations, and how to avoid them. Everyone is from the Marine Corps, and they all know that the combat effectiveness of the Marine Corps is not bad. If we attack head-on, we will definitely have no chance, and we can only use sneak attacks. I suggest taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, sneaking into the barracks and beheading directly. Immediately, a soldier next to him raised an objection. In this way, it will be easy for us to behead Lieutenant Colonel Duet, but we will have no chance to wipe out the entire headquarters. After all, they are all resting at night, and we have no way to wipe them out all at once. Another soldier said on the side, why don't we just use mortars to bombard the entire headquarters from a long distance? No, the mortar's firing range is limited, and it is easy for the Marines to discover our whereabouts. By then, we will have alerted the enemy before the bombardment begins. It will be difficult for us to determine their location after the headquarters has moved, and there is no way to confirm the damage effect at all. I think it is better to just put on the uniform of the Marine Corps, swagger into the barracks through the main gate, and suddenly launch an attack when we get near the headquarters. This won't work. We are all from the Marine Corps. We know that this exercise is a confrontation between us and them. If the soldiers recognize us, we will be walking into a trap. Yes. If we rush in like this, we won't even have a chance to retreat. Even if we complete the mission, we will be surrounded by the Marines in the camp. Yes, I think it's better for us to sneak in secretly. After hearing what everyone said, Rez Vasquez lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, since the secret sneaking method is the most suitable, then night battle is definitely the most concealed. Now everyone is worried that the enemy's command center cannot be concentrated. If not, can we create an opportunity for them to concentrate? We have more than 50 people, and the offensive team does not need so many people at all. Only one assault team is more than enough. The remaining people can be divided into 2 or 3 groups. One group is responsible for feinting to attract the attention of the Marines and get their command center moving, and the other group is responsible for covering the assault team's retreat. Soon another soldier on the side refuted. This can make their command center concentrated, but the entire military camp will also be in action. Our assault team may be directly blocked by the enemy in the military camp and cannot carry out the task of destroying the command center. Even the decapitation operation will lose the opportunity. Res Vasquez was not angry when he heard this, but nodded deeply, recognizing the other party's opinion, and at the same time his brain began to turn how to operate. Zhuang Zinshan, who had long been accustomed to this atmosphere, was not angry at all. Instead, he felt very relaxed. Such pre-war discussions were too convenient. It was completely possible to turn one person's ideas into a common discussion and brainstorming. This was much more reliable than the commander's decision on a whim. It was completely an advanced version of three cobblers being better than Zhu Jiang. Moreover, these people were not cobblers. Almost all of them were veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. They had their own unique battlefield sense and could find loopholes in the plan in time and make up for them. More importantly, everyone knew why the battle plan discussed was done in this way, and they could find ways to remedy it, even if unexpected situations occurred. That is what Fang Lang said: you can't fight a dull battle, learn to adapt to circumstances, and change faster than the enemy. At the same time, he was thinking hard in his mind about what method should be adopted. As everyone discussed, a vague battle plan began to become clear in his mind little by little. Some accidents and loopholes that are prone to occur were slowly raised by the soldiers' discussions. Only then did he say with a smile on his face, "In this case, we can do this, and then this," as he spoke of his plan. Everyone smiled. Because this plan was formed slowly through the discussion just now, there is no need for detailed explanation. Everyone is very clear about the details of this plan. Chapter 495 Actual Combat Exercise 2. In the dim night, a huge camp was lying on the north bank of the Amazon River, like a jungle panther ready to devour anyone at any time. Fully armed soldiers passed by from time to time, and the dazzling searchlights kept sweeping from every corner, announcing to everyone that the guards here were tight and inviolable. After a day of noisy, most of the soldiers in the camp had already fallen asleep. As the commander of the defense of the exercise, Duat was a little sleepless. As a veteran who participated in the European War, he received such an exercise order for the first time. The adjutant beside him was also confused. "Sir, you said that this Navy Special Tactics Research Group, a team of about 50 people, is brazen enough to raid our headquarters. Is this possible?" Duat looked through the small window of the tent at the dark night outside. He seemed a little uneasy. After hearing the adjutant's question, he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said, "I don't understand what they want to do. What effect can their 50 people rushing into my 2,500-man garrison camp have? But I don't know why, but I always have a feeling of being uneasy." The adjutant looked at Duat, who seemed very new and confident. "Sir, don't worry. Since the content of the exercise has made it clear that we are defending their attack, and we also know that they are going to raid our camp, we just need to set up an ambush and wait for them to come. Haven't you quietly deployed personnel outside the camp? As long as they have a move, we will soon be able to find them. Once we find their whereabouts, I don't believe that a team of 50 people can still escape the encirclement of our 2,500 people. Besides, our mission is just to defend the camp. I really can't think of the possibility of our failure." But Duat was not as optimistic as his adjutant. "It is precisely because we all feel it is impossible that I feel strange." At this time, the adjutant seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, "Sir, do you think they are going to rush directly into our camp with powerful firepower? Wasn't there a brand new assault rifle that was tested during the last landing operation in Fernandina on her islands?" Duat shook his head and denied it. "It's impossible. Assault rifles are just rifles. They are not like heavy machine guns that can completely change the way of war. No matter how fast their assault rifles fire, can they be faster than so many light and heavy machine guns in our barracks? Yes. Then what is the significance of this exercise?" Duat could not give an answer to the adjutant's question. He could only sit in the field tent and think secretly, rubbing a drawing pencil in his hand back and forth. Even the tip of the pencil had been rubbed by him. Cheng Guanglian was unaware of it. In this way, the camp was quiet for a full 5 minutes, and neither of them could think of any useful clues. Finally, Duat looked at the night outside the window, stood up helplessly and said, "I will go around the camp to check again, and confirm that all the light and dark sentinels are in normal condition. You go and notify the other battalion commanders, so that everyone can be ready for battle at any time." Upon hearing this, the adjutant stood up and saluted. "Yes, sir." After saying that, he turned and left. Duat also picked up the helmet on the table, opened the tent and walked out. Accompanied by the guards, he patrolled around the huge camp back and forth, and only returned to his tent to rest after confirming that there were no omissions. Time passed slowly, and the clock unknowingly came to 4 in the morning. In several hidden corners in the northwest corner of the military camp, several dark shadows suddenly appeared behind several sentinels silently. Only a few short muffled hums were heard, and everything quickly returned to calm. A soldier on sentry duty felt his mouth covered by a powerful hand, and a cold touch came from his neck. A deep voice rang in his ear. "Tom, you are dead. Please abide by the rules of the exercise." Tom was very familiar with this voice. It was his former squad leader, Res Vasquez. He knew that he had been selected for the Navy Special Tactics Research Group. But what puzzled him was that as a sentry in this direction, he was sure that he had been on sentry duty very seriously, without even blinking. There was absolutely no trace of the other party where he was standing, so why did he suddenly appear behind him? This puzzled him. He knew that he was out of this exercise, so he was very obedient and did not make any sound. But he was very curious about how Res Vasquez appeared behind him. With the faint moonlight, Tom saw a group of moving bushes that were quickly blending into the dark night. If it weren't for the warning that just sounded in his ear and the cold touch on his neck that were too real, he almost thought he was hallucinating. A bush had come alive. If he remembered correctly, it had been beside him when he took over the post. This reminded him of some unscientific scary legends from his hometown, and he shuddered for no reason. Res Vasquez had no time to consider Tom's feelings. At this moment, he was quickly and secretly approaching the camp surrounded by barbed wire. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the designated location. He raised his wrist to check his watch and made sure that the time was just right. He gently made a sound similar to the call of jungle frogs. Soon, there were several responses from the surroundings. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he realized that everyone was in place. He looked up at the distance of the searchlight and the situation on the tall barbed wire, and took out a small wire cutter from his back. With less than 10 clicks, he opened a gap in the barbed wire that could accommodate one person. After the searchlight went away, he looked at the direction of the patrol team, confirmed that it was safe, made a low insect sound, took off his camouflage, quickly passed through the gap, and held the barbed wire to facilitate the passage of the soldiers behind. Soon, everyone entered quietly. Res Vasquez was very responsible and quickly stood up. He lined up in a neat team with everyone and joined the patrol. But no one noticed that there was an extra team in the patrol team. They checked the password with other patrol teams in a formal manner, and there was nothing unusual. However, the patrol route of this patrol team did not seem to be fixed. Step by step, they approached the core area of the camp until they passed a large tent and disappeared silently in the camp. About 10 minutes later, fierce gunfire suddenly sounded outside the east gate of the camp, and the entire military camp was awakened instantly. Duat, who felt like he had just fallen asleep, sat up from his camp bed, quickly put on his clothes, took out his pistol from under his pillow, put it in his waist holster, and rushed out of the tent. He glanced at the direction of the exchange of fire, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. All fears come from the unknown. As long as the battle starts, he will no longer worry. But what he didn't notice was that the guard standing guard at the door of his tent was gone. Of course, he didn't care about these trivial matters at the moment, and hurriedly walked to a large tent in the camp, where his exercise command center was located. Around the big tent, rigged officers were constantly coming in and out quickly, and the radio and walkie-talkie equipment inside had already started working. Duat, who had just opened the curtain and walked into the command center, saw an officer walking quickly to him, standing at attention and saluting. sir, the enemy launched an attack from the east gate with very fierce firepower. Our company on guard outside has already exchanged fire with the enemy. The commander of the frontline company has just asked us for help." Upon hearing this, Duet nodded calmly and said, "Ask for help so soon? Is he a waste? Order him to hold his position to the death, and not to retreat a single step without orders. At the same time, let the companies on guard in other directions pay attention to the enemy's movements, and be careful of the enemy's feint to the east and attack in the west." Upon hearing this, the officer quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, the officer did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Duet's neck carefully with some suspicion in the light of the tent. There seemed to be a large black stain. Lieutenant Colonel Duet noticed the officer's strange expression and said unhappily, "What are you still doing here? Go and convey the order." The officer said in confusion, "Sir, your neck." Duet was stunned when he heard the words and reached out to touch it. He felt a little unusually sticky. He opened his palm and looked at it under the light, thinking that it was not good. At this moment, several continuous dull bang bang sounds suddenly came from all corners of the entire command center, and then the entire command center was engulfed by thick smoke. Before the officers understood what was going on, they were choked by the smoke and fled from the command center. At this time, the special forces led by Rez Vasquez took advantage of the chaos in the command center and followed the soldiers in the barracks directly, running towards the east gate of the barracks, where the firefight was taking place. After running out of the barracks, everyone turned around again and disappeared in the vast night. The exchange of fire outside the east gate also stopped abruptly after less than half an hour. The defensive company, which had been suppressed, rushed out of the trenches and touched the enemy's attack position. They found that the enemy had disappeared. When the company commander outside the east gate reported the situation here to the headquarters, he was told that the exercise had ended. The headquarters had been destroyed by the enemy, and all commanders, including Commander Lieutenant Colonel Duet, had been eliminated by the enemy. This not only puzzled the company commander, but also Duet, who was standing outside the headquarters and watching the headquarters engulfed by colorful smoke, was a little at a loss. This was completely different from the confrontation he had expected. Looking at the black stickiness on his hands, he realized that he had been beheaded by the enemy long before he was awakened by the sound of the exchange of fire, and he didn't even know what had happened. It was not until the director notified him that the corpses that could resume free movement normally crawled out from various hidden corners that he had a rough guess. "You mean you were stabbed in the neck from behind before you even understood what was going on?" Duet asked in disbelief, looking at the two guards who were supposed to be standing outside his tent and guarding him. The two guards were also veterans. Their faces flushed at this moment. They unconsciously touched the black marks on their necks and lowered their heads in shame. Duet's face turned pale when he saw this. He glanced at the faces of the people around him, but he didn't see any soldiers from the Special Tactics Research Team. This was really hard for him to accept, and he said in a calm voice, "Does anyone know where they are now?" Everyone shook their heads in confusion when they heard this. At this moment, Duet lowered his head with a dejected look on his face and said in a voice that everyone could hear, "That means our headquarters was taken down, and I, the commander, was killed, but we didn't even touch the shadow of the enemy. Is that right?" Everyone in the entire headquarters was silent, and no one dared to answer Duet's question directly. In fact, Duet didn't need to ask, he knew what the answer was, but he really couldn't accept such a result. Chapter 496 Exercise Follow-Up. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere in the Marine Corps barracks, the people in the Navy Tactical Research Group were inexplicably excited. This was their first time to experience the power of special operations in an actual combat exercise. They accepted this new way of fighting from the bottom of their hearts and initially had a new combat mindset. Although Zhuang Xinshan failed to get the task of sneaking into the enemy camp, he was also very excited because he presided over this operation. Haha. Brothers, how ugly do you think Lao Du must look now? The soldiers around laughed when they heard this, but they didn't dare to call Lieutenant Colonel Duet Lao Du. After all, where was his military rank? But Zhuang Xinshan and the other party were both battalion commanders, so they had a close relationship and dared to call him directly. Res Vasquez also said excitedly, "Sir, you can see it with your own eyes at the summary meeting after dawn." Zhuang Xinshan couldn't hide his pride when he heard this, and he had already started thinking about how to show off in front of Duet. "But I can't wait any longer. Haha. Now I feel that all the suffering I've endured during this period is really worth it." "Me too. Maybe we should try other directions later. Didn't the boss remind us that we are the Navy Special Tactics Research Group and should do more research on the Navy's special tactics? Things like underwater demolition and underwater raids. Also, airborne. Now I'm looking forward to airborne directly behind enemy lines and give the enemy's headquarters a clean beheading. This feeling is addictive. But what should I do if I'm afraid of heights?" And the boss also said that after airborne infiltration, we have to try high jumps and low starts. Shit. This will kill me. Haha. "Hank, if you don't dare, I can help you and kick you off the plane." Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, a soldier pretended to lower his voice so that everyone could hear. "Do you think they have figured out our course of action now? I don't think it will be possible. Not necessarily. They are not fools. When the exercise is over, the outer sentries will have to be withdrawn. Those soldiers who died in the exercise will definitely tell us our whereabouts. Yes, they can also deduce our route of action based on what these people say. It is impossible to hide it from the other party. If that's the case, it won't be so easy to enter again next time." Res Vasquez suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt everyone's discussion and said, "Wait, we seem to have forgotten something." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they all looked at Res Vasquez with confusion. Res Vasquez stood up, walked back and forth for 2 steps, looked at Zhuang Xinshan and said, "Sir, we left our camouflage uniforms outside the barbed wire. Will it lead to a leak?" Zhuang Xinshan was stunned when he heard this and said strangely, "We are all on the same side. There shouldn't be any problems." Res Vasquez said hesitantly, "The boss seems to have said that the existence of our team is still in the confidentiality experiment stage, and it is best not to let too many people know. It's not that I don't trust our comrades in the Marine Corps. I'm worried that they will inadvertently leak our equipment, which may have bad consequences for the boss's plan." Zhuang Xinshan understood what Res Vasquez meant, pondered for a moment and nodded. "You are right. This exercise is just to test our training results. Considering that we are about to launch our first actual combat, it is necessary to keep these things confidential. You are right. We should go and recycle our equipment." Then he looked at the people in the tent and said, "Next time when we make a plan, we must avoid loopholes that leave our equipment to the enemy. Everyone must keep this in mind." Everyone put away their smiles when they heard this and nodded their heads in a serious manner. During this period, everyone has been receiving training from Fang Lang, and they have fully realized the importance of keeping this team secret. Then, Zhuang Xinshan said, as if to deliberately adjust the atmosphere, "I was thinking of waiting until dawn to see Leo Du's ugly expression, but now it seems that I have to go there in advance." After saying that, he laughed. Everyone smiled when they heard this. Then Zhuang Xinshan took Res Vasquez to change into ordinary Marine Corps uniforms, drove a Willys Jeep, and swaggered to the Marine Corps camp. Since the exercise had ended, the soldiers who were ambushing outside had been withdrawn, and the two arrived at the gate of the Marine Corps camp smoothly. The soldiers in the camp knew them. After all, Zhuang Xinshan was the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Marine Corps, but the Marines who had just experienced a failure were not willing to let the two in directly. Instead, they said they would ask their superiors for instructions first. The two of them didn't care. They smiled and nodded, and sat on the upper seat, quietly waiting for the other party's report. Soon, Duet agreed to meet with the two. Although Duet's defeat was somewhat inexplicable this time, he was a real soldier, and would not make enemies with Zhuang Xinshan, just because of the failure of the exercise. On the contrary, he found many of his own shortcomings from this exercise. At this time, he happened to be checking the cut barbed wire near the barbed wire where the commandos entered the camp. Because it was not completely bright, they did not notice the camouflage clothes left outside. In fact, if you don't go closer and check deliberately, it is generally difficult to find any suspicious things about the few small shrubs in the wild. Zhuang Xinshan and Res Vasquez had already received guidance and drove the car directly in front of Duet and others. The two looked at each other and understood what these people were looking at. After nodding calmly, they got out of the car separately. Although teacher Zhuang Xinshan said that he wanted to see how ugly Duet's face was when he really stood with the other party, he did not have any expression of watching a joke, but just nodded to the people around him and saluted. These were all old comrades, and everyone was very familiar with each other. When they saw Zhuang Xinshan coming, although everyone's faces were very ugly, they did not show it. They were all polite to each other. Duet had already adjusted his mentality at this moment and took the initiative to say, "What? Team leader Zhuang, are you here to see a joke?" Hearing this, Zhuang Xinshan waved his hand and said, "Don't mind, brothers, we are all old friends. Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I do such a tasteless thing?" When everyone saw Zhuang Xinshan's attitude, the dissatisfaction they had originally felt slowly subsided. Duet looked Zhuang Xinshan and Res Vasquez up and down before saying, "Since you are not here to laugh at me, why did you run into the enemy's camp after just finishing the exercise? Do you want to do it again?" Zhuang Xinshan didn't know whether Duet was deliberately looking for trouble or he was still angry, so he quickly bowed his hands and begged for mercy. "Old Du, brother Du, you are my old superior, I definitely didn't mean that. This is also carried out according to orders, and I definitely didn't mean to embarrass you on purpose. You also know that this exercise is for the boss, to test the training results of our team. If our performance does not satisfy the boss, then I can't do my job as the team leader. Although we won by chance this time, you didn't lose in strength. We all know that very well. You have to understand that our team is in a special situation and has strict confidentiality regulations. There are many things that I'm not convenient to tell you more about. In your opinion, we may have won easily this time, but in fact, we also made some mistakes, which may lead to some leaks. So, didn't I come here to clean up and finish? I have to be prepared to accept the boss's reprimand when I go back." Duet didn't expect Zhuang Xinshan to have this attitude. According to his understanding, the other party should be arrogant and deliberately come here to show him how good he is. Therefore, he deliberately squeezed the other party with words and didn't give him the opportunity to show off. But now it seems that things are a little different from what he imagined. Such a meticulous action has perfectly wiped out him and his command center. The other party actually said that there were mistakes. This attitude made him a little scared. As the victorious party, they are so active in reviewing their actions and looking for their own mistakes. As the defeated party, shouldn't they work harder and find ways to crack and avoid repeating the same mistakes next time? Now, he is still entangled in whether the other party deliberately came to provoke him and pretend to be slapped in the face. It seems that he is not mature enough. He nodded seriously to Zhuang Xinshan and said, "You win, you win. I lost this time, but you won't be so relaxed next time. Since you have confidentiality requirements, I won't ask the reason for your mistake this time. Tell me what you are doing here. I won't refuse if I need your cooperation." Hearing this, Zhuang Xinshan let out a breath, nodded to Duet, glanced at the people behind him, pulled Duet aside and whispered, "How about we go to your office to talk? Let Res Vasquez handle this." Upon hearing this, Duet understood that the mistake the other party was talking about was here, which made him look around with some curiosity, but he really didn't find anything unusual, so he had to give up. He understood that Zhuang Xinshan meant to let him take everyone away first, and let the second lieutenant beside him stay to clean up their heads and tails alone. Unfortunately, he still didn't find what the other party was talking about. Helpless, the other party had already said that they were still keeping it confidential, so he could only glance at the people in the distance and nodded. "Okay, you don't have to chat with me. We also have to hold a reflection and summary meeting. If there is anything, we will talk about it in person at the meeting, when it gets light. If you have anything to say, just clean it up quickly." Hearing this, Zhuang Xinshan didn't say much. He really couldn't chat with the other party at this time. After all, soldiers all have a sense of honor. If he continued to hang around in the other party's barracks, the chief officers might be able to control themselves and ignore him. But the soldiers below would not care about this, and they might be beaten up later. Okay, it's getting late. We have basically figured out how they defeated us. Next, We have to go back and summarize and reflect and find ways to defeat the other party. Wait, I have to apologize to the boss at dawn. Don't stay here. Go back to the meeting room to talk and leave this place to them. Hearing this, everyone knew that there must be something going on here, but since Zhuang Zinshan had already convinced their own superiors, they could only obey orders and follow instructions. Seeing that everyone had gone away, Vasquez directly reopened the gap and put the camouflage clothes left outside into a large military backpack. He stuffed them into the military camp through the gap, then went back into the military camp, took out the wire that had been prepared long ago, and rewound the cut part. This was also a model of starting and ending. Chapter 497 Inspection by the Minister of the Navy. Just when Fang Lang took time out to train the 1st Special Forces, the Army's actions to eliminate the rebels in the northwest jungle had fallen into an endless and long-term confrontation. Just as Fang Lang and General Crook expected, although the Army had tried every means to besiege the Eddy brothers rebels in the jungle and unable to move. But that was all. Although the entire rebel army was in a temporary predicament due to the siege, they soon gradually adapted to this state. Although the soldiers under their command were unsettled, and several soldiers surrendered voluntarily, but the Eddy brothers quickly took coercive measures and began to restrict the freedom of their soldiers. In this case, there were actually huge contradictions and hidden dangers within the rebels. It only took a little more time to slowly disintegrate the rebels. Unfortunately, what the government army lacked was time. Whether it was the presidential palace or the Ministry of Defense, there would be at least 2 urging telegrams every day, but the commander of the government army, Major General Vasquez, was a mature and steady general. They did not choose to rush forward because of the urging of their superiors, but instead steadily further compressed the living space of the rebels. Especially when the high-speed patrol boats produced by Fang Lang shipyard were transported to the front line, the government's control over the waterway was significantly further strengthened. For this reason, the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces had to ask for help from their supporters behind them. Under such circumstances, some domestic tabloids began to slowly report the news of the slow progress of the Northwest War. The mouthpiece of the Labour Party, Workers, began to criticize the current Brazilian government, saying that the emergence of anti-government armed forces during the current government's rule was the government's incompetence and failure, and it should step down as soon as possible. At the same time, they also said that such a long-term military operation wasted a lot of military expenditures, which was simply squandering the government's tax revenue. But even so, there was nothing they could do with a small anti-government armed force. In short, it tells everyone that the current Brazilian government is an incompetent government. Even a small number of congressmen proposed to cancel the encirclement and suppression operation and negotiate with the rebels. This put President Dutra under great pressure, and he had to increase the efforts to urge the front line to progress. But Major General Vasquez was unwilling to let his military deployment be affected by politics, and he still carried out his encirclement plan step by step. After this situation lasted for a week, President Dutra finally couldn't bear it anymore and proposed to the Minister of Defense to replace the frontline commander. But the Minister of Defense, Marshal Morris, was also a veteran who had been through many battles. He knew very well that the tactics adopted by Major General Vasquez were actually the most appropriate tactics. He had to intercede for Major General Vasquez. In fact, President Dutra was also a former minister of the army, and he knew very well that this tactic was the most stable. But now he is no longer the minister of the army, but the president of Brazil. He can no longer consider the problem from a military perspective, but also needs to consider political influence. Therefore, he had to issue an ultimatum to the Ministry of Defense. In this case, General Crook took a special seaplane and appeared directly above the Marine Corps jungle warfare training base where Fang Lang was. Through the window of the plane, General Crook saw this simple military camp in the Amazon jungle from a distance. The tents were almost all composed of field tents, which looked really simple and shabby. 10 brand new small aircrafts painted in military green, like a single-eyed dragonfly, were parked in the open space in the middle. General Crook knew at a glance that these should be the helicopters purchased by Fang Lang and his team. However, he was a little confused about what the new helicopters were used for. At this time, Fang Lang was studying with a group of Marine Corps officers how to use the new helicopters for combat. Boss, do you mean to let the soldiers of the Special Operations Research Team take this small plane directly to approach the enemy's jungle camp? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Duet was also incredulous after hearing Fang Lang's plan. Since the last exercise, he has begun to slowly understand what special operations are, but now Fang Lang's wild idea almost shocked him. But Fang Lang didn't look at Duet, who was surprised, but looked at Zhuang Xinshan opposite him. Zhuang Xinshan also did not show any surprise, but answered calmly and seriously. Boss means that this small plane can carry 400 kilograms of weight, so each side of the plane can carry a fully armed soldier, and 10 helicopters can carry 20 people at a time, which is almost the manpower of 2 squads. I think it's okay, we can try to practice it a few more times in the early stage. Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction. This spirit of daring to try is very worthy of recognition. As for whether this tactic is suitable, Fang Lang is not worried at all. After all, this way of transporting troops is too common in later generations. It's just that in later generations, there are professional general-purpose helicopters or transport helicopters for transportation, while now only early helicopters such as Bell 47 can be used for transportation by external hanging. Think about the transport aircraft in later generations, which can directly hang people on ropes for transportation, so it shouldn't be a big problem to try it now. However, he certainly couldn't joke about the lives of the Special Forces soldiers he had trained with great difficulty. After touching his chin, he slowly said, "There is no problem with using a helicopter for transportation. It may be that they will be hung outside the cabin, which will make the soldiers feel uncomfortable. The problem we need to focus on now is how to land. After all, there is no suitable landing site in the dense jungle. My idea is that after the helicopter hovers, the soldiers will rappel. But this requires the soldiers to have enough courage and undergo rigorous training. Do you have confidence?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinshan stood at attention and saluted without hesitation, saying, "Please rest assured, boss, we exist to complete the impossible task." Duet on the side couldn't understand why Zhuang Xinshan had changed so much. This was very different from the Zhuang Xinshan he knew before. Could this Navy Special Tactics Research Group really change a person? At this moment, he couldn't help but become very interested in this team. Just as several people were discussing how to use helicopters for infiltration operations, an officer walked quickly outside the tent and reported loudly, "Report, Navy Secretary General Clark's plane is preparing to land." Fang Lang heard this and hurriedly stood up and looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, come with me to greet His Excellency the General first, and we will talk about other things next time." Everyone hurriedly stood up and accepted the order. Because there is no airport nearby, General Crook took a seaplane and could only land in the river if he wanted to land. But Fang Lang's jungle warfare training base on the north bank of the Amazon River is not completely close to the Amazon River. Instead, it is located not far from a tributary on the north bank of the Amazon River. This is because the Amazon River is a main inland river in Brazil, with busy shipping and many ships, and military bases often require a certain degree of confidentiality. Therefore, the base is not built by the river, but it is less than 3 miles away from the tributary of the Amazon River in a straight line. This tributary is not a shipping route, so it has a certain degree of concealment. The location of the base is only connected to the Northern Mining Company by a muddy dirt road on land. A small dock was also built on the riverside of the tributary to facilitate the daily supply of the base. At this time, the seaplane that General Crook was riding on landed at this dock. When General Crook got off the plane accompanied by several officers, Fang Lang had already led the Marine Corps officers to greet him. Seeing the officers lining up to greet him at the dock, General Crook stopped to shake hands with everyone and had a cordial conversation. After the greetings were over, he was accompanied by Fang Lang to visit this simple and rough field camp. "Fang, your camp looks a bit simple," General Crook whispered to Fang Lang beside him with some doubts. Fang Lang had expected this. After all, the Brazilian Navy has the shadow of the Portuguese Navy, and these European navies have some of the decadent attributes of the aristocratic army. It always feels a bit high and mighty, looking down on the mudlegs. and this camp, which was obviously set up for jungle field training, was really a bit unsightly in the eyes of the aristocratic officers. "General, this is not a permanent camp, but a jungle warfare training camp. All construction standards are based on field combat needs. You see, this is actually just a campsite, and the training ground is in the dense primitive jungle around it. Such a camp environment is conducive to the soldiers to quickly adapt to the harsh jungle environment." Hearing this, General Crook nodded and said, "No wonder there is no training ground or soldiers." Fang Lang smiled and said, "General, the soldiers are doing survival training in the jungle at this time, so there are really not many people in the camp." After speaking, he raised his wrist, looked at the watch on his hand and said, "It's 10 o'clock in the morning now. There are about 8 hours before the soldiers return to the camp one after another. If you want to review the training results, you may have to wait until tomorrow." Hearing this, General Crook waved his hand casually and said, "There is no need for review. I believe in your ability to train soldiers. I came here this time because I have something else to talk to you about alone." Fang Lang was stunned and quickly said, "If you have something to say, just let me know, and I'll come to you. Why bother you to come here in person?" Although the two had a close relationship, as a subordinate, he still had to understand the most basic etiquette between superiors and subordinates. If the superior wanted to see you, of course the subordinate had to report to him. How could the superior come down to see the subordinate in person? This was the basic rule of the officialdom. General Crook obviously didn't care about these officialdom rules at this time. He waved his hand casually and said, "Let's go to your office to talk." Fang Lang could only nod his head and took General Crook to his tent. It was called an office, but it was actually just an ordinary tent with a simple camp bed, a mosquito net, a set of desks and chairs, and a large file cabinet. The ground was smoothed with cement, and it was considered the best tent in the entire military camp. After seeing this, General Crook frowned unconsciously and said, "Fang, as a dignified general, it is really a little aggrieved for you to live in such an environment." Fang Lang just smiled and said, "General, although I'm a general, we are all soldiers. We all live in such simple tents. It doesn't make sense for me to live in a spacious brick house alone, right?" Hearing this, General Crook took a deep look at Fang Lang and said, "Fang, you are an excellent soldier, which is why I like you. I understand what you mean. How about this? Next year you submit a training camp construction plan again, apply for more construction funds, and build this camp into a modern military camp with all brick houses." "What do you mean? Is there any misunderstanding here? I don't mean to ask for military funds. I just think that, since it is a training place, of course it should be as close to the actual combat environment as possible." "Oh. Forget it." Since the general said that he would give money for a major overhaul, then just overhaul it. What else can I say? Chapter 498 Prediction. Since the Navy minister was willing to give him more military funds, he certainly would not refuse. But he soon realized something was wrong. General Crook was so proactive. It seemed that something had happened. No wonder the other party suddenly visited this jungle warfare training camp. Fang Lang knew very well that the reason why General Crook came to him personally at this time must be to wipe out the rebels of the Eddy brothers. Fang Lang was very familiar with the current situation. He was not opposed to taking action now. At least his special tactics research team had already initially acquired the ability of jungle special operations. In addition to the intelligence personnel who had infiltrated the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces in the second section of the logistics department earlier, Fang Lang could now clearly grasp the other party's movements and be able to target them. This was an advantage that the current army did not have. Of course, these were all Fang Lang's thoughts, and he would not take the initiative to propose them to General Crook. "Thank you for your concern, General. We will train harder and give you the best results to repay you. We will never let you down." Hearing this, General Crook smiled and patted Fang Lang on the shoulder, dragged a stool from Fang Lang's tent and sat down. He motioned Fang Lang to sit on another stool and said, "Fang, I think you should know the purpose of my coming here today. Do you think the time is right now?" Fang Lang smiled and took out 2 cigars from the desk in his tent, handed one to General Crook, and waited until the other took it before sitting on the stool. While putting the cigar under his nose and sniffing the fragrance of the cigar, He smiled and said to General Crook, "General, are you referring to the ultimatum issued by the President to the Ministry of National Defense?" General Crook took the cigar from Fang Lang's hand, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and unconsciously showed a slightly intoxicated smile on his face. He nodded gently and confirmed Fang Lang's question. Fang Lang took out a cigar cutter from the cigar box, put it on the desk, pushed it in front of General Crook, and took out a Zippo lighter from his pocket and put it in front of General Crook. "I don't know if Your Excellency the General means that we will take action after the Army's action fails. Or do you want to take action directly before the Army?" Looking up at Fang Lang, General Crook said with a smile on his face, "This is why I came to you. According to the ideas of most people in the Navy staff, we want to wait until the Army's action fails before we take action. The problem now is that no one can be sure whether the Army's action will succeed or fail. If the Army fails, how sure are we to succeed if we take action? If the Army succeeds, then all our efforts will become a fantasy. Therefore, I'm also a little hesitant in my heart. Should I apply directly to the Ministry of National Defense now and have your Marine Corps send troops directly?" After hearing what General Crook said, Fang Lang understood his thoughts a little. He said that most people in the Navy General Staff thought that they would wait until the Army failed before asking the Ministry of National Defense to join the war. In this way, once the Marine Corps successfully eliminated the rebels, it would not only prove the Marine Corps combat effectiveness, but also gain greater benefits. But he was obviously one of the minority, so he finally said that he was undecided whether he should directly ask the Ministry of National Defense to join the war. He did not say whether he should wait for the results of the Army's actions. Fang Lang smiled, but did not directly answer General Crook's question. Instead, he asked, "General, do you think that if Major General Wote Wesker was sure that he could directly send troops to wipe out the rebels of Brother Eddie, would he wait until now and adopt this safe siege tactic?" General Crook, who was cutting the cigar with a cigar cutter, paused when he heard this and looked up at Fang Lang and said, "You mean the Army will fail?" Fang Lang looked at General Crook for a while before smiling and saying, "You also said that Brother Eddie has someone behind him. Now this series of situations can only show that the people behind Brother Eddie have put a lot of political pressure on Mr. President. The President was forced to force the Ministry of National Defense to disrupt the original plan and adopt more radical tactics. This just shows that the original tactics of the Ministry of National Defense were not wrong, and the enemy had been forced to use political means to disrupt the rhythm of the Ministry of National Defense. In this case, what is the purpose of the enemy choosing to force the National Defense Army to go to war directly?" General Crook nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. "You mean, the rebels are not afraid of a direct war, but are afraid of the war-matched cage tactics. So, the current situation is that the people behind the rebels use political means to force the war-match to abandon the correct tactics and bring the battlefield rhythm to a direction that is favorable to the rebels. Are the rebels so sure that they can defeat the worm-matched in the jungle?" Fang Lang took the cigar cutter used by General Crook, looked up at General Crook's expression, and then slowly lowered his head to trim the cigar in his hand. He said lightly, "Why do the rebels want to defeat the National Defense Army? As long as the National Defense Army gives up the cage tactics, won't the rebels have a chance to jump out of the encirclement?" At this moment, General Crook suddenly realized and looked at Fang Lang in shock, saying in disbelief, "So, the person behind this is to create an opportunity for the rebels to jump out of the encirclement." Then he said angrily, "This damn bastard, for his own political interests, he really does whatever it takes." Fang Lang empathized with General Crook's anger, but he was helpless. It is said that war is the continuation of politics, but as a soldier, he really hates this kind of political struggle. But his current position also determines that he must inevitably participate in the political struggle that he himself hates very much. Lighting the trimmed cigar in his hand, Fang Lang did not rush to smoke this time, but took out an ashtray and put it on the table, pushing it in front of General Crook. General Crook is also a veteran who has been through many battles. He is not so easily affected by political struggles. His current performance should be more about the fact that things are beginning to develop in an uncontrollable direction, and he is a little worried. General Crook, whose mood soon stabilized, seemed to have thought of something, and said somewhat dejectedly, "In that case, is it necessary for our Navy to get involved?" Hearing this, Fang Lang looked up at General Crook in front of him with some surprise. In his impression, the other party was not a person who would give up easily. Noticing Fang Lang's expression, General Crook shrugged helplessly and said, "When it is obvious that someone is making trouble, we are still stupidly jumping in. Isn't this making ourselves uncomfortable?" At this moment, Fang Lang didn't understand what the other party meant. This is not to be regarded as a victim of political struggle like the army. For a while, the room fell into a strange silence. Fang Lang did not rush to express his opinion, but brought the cigar to his mouth and took a deep breath, while feeling the fragrance of the cigar dissipating between his lips and teeth. At the same time, he began to think. General Crook also behaved the same as Fang Lang, so soon the room began to be filled with smoke. After a while, Fang Lang seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Does the army intend to ask the Air Force for help?" This question stunned General Crook. He looked at Fang Lang in some confusion and said, "What do you mean? Didn't the army ask the Air Force's reconnaissance planes to help find the enemy's whereabouts? What I mean is, after the army was forced to take action this time, does it have any plans to ask the Air Force for help?" Fang Lang quickly made his meaning clear. General Crook thought for a moment and said, "From what I know now, only 2 reconnaissance planes have been loaned to the army." Hearing this, Fang Lang said in confusion, "Since Major General Wote Wesker knows how to use the Air Force for reconnaissance, why doesn't he let the Air Force's bombers cooperate with their assault plan? Although the Amazon jungle may limit the power of some bombs, it is enough to confuse the enemy and make them unable to move calmly." Only then did General Crook understand what Fang Lang meant, and said in confusion, "Does the Air Force have dedicated bombers now?" This time it was Fang Lang's turn to be dumbfounded. As General Crook said, when the Air Force was established, they were all fighter jets supported by the United States, and there were no bombers at all. Although several were purchased later, the pilots were still training with their naval aviation. It seems that he had made a mistake, but he soon realized that he had bombers in his hands. If he took action, could he directly arrange for bombers to carry out a carpet bombing? No matter where you hide, as long as you can find the exact position of the enemy, there is nothing to say. A bombardment, even with the protection of the jungle, can't save your life. The bombs may change direction because of touching the trees, or explode in the sky above the woods in advance. The lethality will not be reduced much. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "General, how many aircraft can the airport built by the army near their camp meet?" This question obviously exceeded the scope of intelligence that General Crook could understand, and he spread his hands helplessly. Fang Lang understood that the other party didn't know the specific situation here. However, the more Fang Lang thought about it, the more he felt his mind was open. He stood up in the tent and walked back and forth with some excitement. Seeing this, General Crook also understood that Fang Lang had his own ideas and was beginning to improve them, so it was inconvenient to disturb him. He sat aside and smoked a cigar silently, waiting for Fang Lang's thinking results. Thinking that Fang Lang was concerned about the situation of the aircraft, he mentioned the bomber again, obviously wanting to use the bomber to deal with these rebels. As an old-fashioned naval officer, he did not have a clear understanding of the new era's Air Force tactics. However, he was obviously not unfamiliar with aircraft bombing, and he certainly had no objection to using bombing to eliminate the rebels. He was even happy to see it happen, and he did not care about the high cost of bombing. After all, this kind of military action did not burn their navy's military expenses, but it could train the navy's troops, so why not do it? Fang Lang soon sorted out his thoughts and spoke directly to General Crook. "General, I think we still have a chance, but we must master the rhythm here and not give the other side too much reaction time." Hearing this, General Crook naturally smiled and couldn't wait to sit up straight, lean forward slightly, and approach Fang Lang and said, "Oh, what good idea do you have in mind? Tell me quickly." Fang Lang smiled slightly and also leaned close to General Crook and said, "Are you sure that the Ministry of National Defense will approve your application?" Of course, if the army fails to achieve the desired results in time, the Ministry of National Defense will definitely not refuse a request to fight. General Crook seemed very confident about Fang Lang's question. Obviously, he had already received some support from the Ministry of National Defense. He had even opened up some necessary connections long ago. Chapter 499 Ministry of National Defense Meeting. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction. After receiving a positive answer, he leaned closer to General Crook again and lowered his voice to tell him all his thoughts. After listening to Fang Lang's introduction, General Crook was surprised and hesitant, saying, "Are you sure?" Fang Lang looked at General Crook with a smile on his face and said, "Won't we know if we try it?" Hearing this, General Crook looked at Fang Lang deeply and slowly stretched out his right hand to Fang language. "Okay, then let's try it." Seeing this, Fang Lang also stood up with a smile on his face, grasped General Crook's right hand, and said to General Crook in a firm tone, "Please rest assured, General, our Navy Marine Corps is determined to win, if we dare to fight." After speaking, he stood at attention and saluted. General Crook was obviously very satisfied with this, and returned a military salute to Fang Lang with expectation. Next, the two walked out of Fang Lang's tent, and visited the entire field camp. Accompanied by Fang Lang, General Crook visited some soldiers who were injured in the training, and left in a hurry on the plane they came from. This inspection came in a hurry, and left even more hurriedly. Even many officers of the Navy Department were completely unaware of this matter. The officers of the Marine Corps were also a little confused. Only Fang Lang and Crook knew what was going on. Next, the development of the matter was just as the two had predicted. Under the pressure of the ultimatum from the Presidential Palace and the Ministry of Defense, Major General Wote Wisk had to give up the cage tactics he had always insisted on. As an excellent general, he knew very well the danger of entering the jungle again. So during the confrontation, the army under his command was not idle. With the help of some Amazon jungle natives, they learned some ways to survive in the Amazon jungle, so that the whole team did not rush into the dense rainforest blindly like the first time. At the same time, he knew very well that the scope of the rainforest was too large. After they entered the rainforest, it was easy for gaps to appear between the troops, which was easy for the enemy to exploit. Therefore, he always asked everyone to keep their own pace and report their progress at any time. However, the complex environment of the Amazon rainforest still made them suffer. Even the electromagnetic signals were sometimes good and sometimes bad. The actions of the entire encirclement team were often out of touch, giving the rebels an opportunity to take advantage. Under the leadership of Brisoedi, these rebels used guerrilla warfare tactics and concentrated their superior forces to give a reckless team a blow. Although they failed to completely wipe out the government army, they also vented some of the anger of the rebels who had been besieged. Because of the attack on this team, the surrounding teams were mobilized, and a huge loophole appeared in the entire encirclement. When the entire government army team completed the encirclement, everyone lost the trace of the Eddy brothers' anti-government armed forces. This made Major General Wote Wisk furious, but he could do nothing. Fortunately, he did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he quickly realized that after the rebels jumped out of the encirclement, they would definitely want to find supplies immediately, and Batenkat town and Manguari must be their targets. Therefore, he used the remaining defensive forces in his hands to set up solid defensive positions in the two towns. At the same time, he sent out transport ships to quickly transport the National Defense Army soldiers who had lost their targets in the jungle to the outskirts of the two towns. Prepare to cooperate with the outside to directly eat up the rebels. It is not known whether the rebels got the intelligence in advance or got supplies from other places. They did not launch an attack on the two towns as Major General Wote Wisk expected. Instead, they chose to completely disappear in the dense tropical rainforest. Now, Major General Wote Wisk also lost the trace of the rebels, and the so-called plan to eliminate the rebels was completely bankrupt. The Ministry of National Defense and the Presidential Palace lost face. At this time, the Marines under Fang Lang suddenly appeared at the temporary field airport built by the government army, and began to expand the field airport as reinforcement. Because the rebels had lost their traces, Major General Wote Wisk, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, heard Fang Lang personally tell him that he would send his naval aviation to help them find the rebels, and he agreed to the Navy's expansion project of the field airport without hesitation. After all, the Navy directly sent nearly 10 reconnaissance planes to enter this simple field airport to help them find the rebels, and there was no reason for him to refuse. But what Major General Wotewiska didn't know was that the scale of the Marine Corps expansion of the airport was obviously not as simple as parking 10 reconnaissance planes. As time passed, the situation on the front line was eventually spread to the media by someone with ulterior motives. For a time, the public was excited, and the Ministry of National Defense and the entire Army Department lost face. At the latest meeting of the Ministry of National Defense, Defense Minister Marshal Moraes looked livid and looked at a group of Brazilian military leaders. Mr. Minister Melchiorram, do you have anything to say about the continuous failure of your Army Department in the encirclement and suppression? When the Minister of Defense called the Minister of the Army, the whole conference room fell silent. Everyone knew that the Minister of the Army was doomed this time. After all, the military order was issued at the beginning, clearly stating that, if the rebels could not be wiped out this time, he, the Minister of the Army, would automatically resign. Although the failure of the encirclement and suppression war could not be blamed entirely on the Minister of the Army, it was a failure, and there were no conditions to discuss. Army Minister Melchiorram was also a straightforward person. He knew that he could not escape at all, so he stood up and saluted. Your Excellency Marshal, the Army Department has failed to live up to the trust, and I, the Minister of the Army, cannot shirk my responsibility. I hereby formally resign from the blame and hope that you can approve it. Everyone in the conference room looked miserable, but they could do nothing about it. Air Force Minister Major General Nero Mora looked at Navy Minister Lieutenant General Crook, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, with interest. He felt that General Crook seemed a little strange today. After hearing what General Melchiorram said, Marshal Moraes did not say any more nonsense, but nodded without hesitation and said, I agree with your resignation application. The position of Army Minister will be temporarily taken over by the Army Chief of Staff. At the same time, I order the removal of Major General Wotewiska from his post as frontline commander and transfer him back to the Army Ministry for investigation. Then he swept his eyes across the people in the conference room and said in a serious tone, this is not only a failure of the Army, but also a failure of our entire National Defense Force. Mr. President is very disappointed in us, and I'm also to blame. Next, I need to go to Congress to answer questions about this matter. As far as I know, someone in Congress may propose peace talks with the rebels again this time. I don't know what you think about this matter, but this is something I absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, I hope that the Army Ministry can come up with a new action plan as soon as possible. After hearing what Marshal Moraes said, Army Minister Melchiorram sat down with a decadent look on his face, and his whole body had lost its spirit. The army generals around him all had grim expressions, especially when they heard that someone in Congress proposed to negotiate with the rebels. Several army generals wanted to slam the table and stand up. The Army Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Humberto Old, who was temporarily caught to take the blame, also had a grim expression. Originally, being promoted to the Minister of the Army should have made him happy, but in the current situation, this position is simply a hot potato, and whoever takes it will be in trouble. Therefore, he didn't want to take this position at all, but the Minister of Defense had already appointed him personally, so he could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. He stood up, stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Your Excellency the Marshal. When the Minister of the Navy, General Crook, heard that Marshal Moraes asked the Army Department to submit a new action plan and a new commander again, he couldn't sit still. He immediately took the initiative to speak. Marshal, in my opinion, there was no problem with the Army's action this time. If the cage tactics of Major General Wotewiska were continued, the rebels would not be able to hold on for long. If it weren't for the random command of those ignorant officials in Congress, there would be no failure this time. They actually have the nerve to propose peace talks with the rebels. I have every reason to doubt whether these guys are selling out the interests of the country. Army Minister Melchiorram did not expect that General Crook, the Minister of the Navy, who had always been at odds with him, would take the initiative to speak well of him, which surprised him. The generals of the Army Department also looked at General Crook with surprise. Air Force Minister Major General Nero Mora found it even more interesting. Marshal Moraes frowned slightly when he heard this. He understood that what General Crook said was true, but when he said that the officials in Congress were commanding randomly, was it a veiled attack on himself? After all, the Army Department's actions were ultimately because he could not withstand the pressure and forced it down. But in this situation, he obviously couldn't take the initiative to take the responsibility, so he could only say with a little displeasure, "Okay, let's not say these words here." Then, General Moraes cast his eyes on Lieutenant General Humberto Old, who had just been appointed as the acting minister of the army, and asked with a serious face, "General Humberto Old, do you have a new commander in mind?" As the chief of staff of the army, Lieutenant General Humberto Old was of course very familiar with the situation of the army, but at this time, he was very embarrassed. Although he had expected this question, he didn't know how to answer it for a while. After all, this position is a pit, no matter how you look at it. If you recommend one of your trusted subordinates, it might harm others. If you send a general who is not your confidant, but has enough ability, you are afraid that others will harm you. This is really a dilemma. General Crook, the Minister of the Navy, was a little anxious when he saw that General Moraes still wanted the army to continue to lead the suppression. He couldn't help but take the initiative to speak again. "Marshal, I think the army has just gone through 2 operations and the soldiers are tired. It is really not suitable to launch a new operation immediately. If you and your colleagues in the Army Department don't mind, I would like to ask you for a fight on behalf of our Marine Corps of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier fleet. Let us come forward and deal with the rebels for a while, to give the Army brothers a chance to rest." Marshal Moraes obviously didn't expect that the Navy Department would take the initiative to ask for a fight when everyone was afraid to avoid it. No wonder he suddenly interrupted and said the previous words. It seems that he is not insinuating himself, but wants to take the initiative to intervene in this conflict. The generals of the Army Department were also confused. What's going on? The Minister of the Navy is full of things. Our army has nearly 5,000 troops and has gained nothing for such a long time. You have more than 2,500 Marines in a fleet of the Navy, and you dare to jump out? If General Crook had brought this up before the rebels escaped from the encirclement, the army generals would have sprayed the other side to death. But at this moment, the army generals were reluctant to say more. After all, the other side was not here to pick peaches. They were also very considerate of the army and wanted to give the army some time to rest. Chapter 500, Navy Requests Battle. Only the Air Force Minister's eyes flickered after hearing General Crook's words. Originally, his first reaction was whether General Crook wanted to pit his brother Fang, but soon he noticed something wrong. After all, he knew that General Crook and Fang Lang had a close relationship. Moreover, now that the other party represented the Navy to fight, if he failed, it would also have a great impact on him as the Minister of the Navy. There was no need for him to bring trouble upon himself. Therefore, this was obviously the result of a joint discussion between General Crook and Fang Lang. So what was the reason that made Fang Lang agree to take the initiative to take on this job that would cause trouble if he was not careful in this situation? Looking at General Crook opposite, Major General Nero Mora had some guesses in his heart. It must be said that Lieutenant General Crook was an old hand. He did not say how long it would take for the Marines to eliminate the rebels, but said that they would come forward to deal with the rebels for a while, to buy time for the army to rest. In this case, even if the Marines failed in their operation, they would not be severely punished. Marshal Moraes looked at General Crook for a long time, and when he saw that no one in the Army Department spoke, he slowly said, "General Crook, you know that the army is not a joke." Hearing this, General Crook looked at Marshal Moraes with a serious face and said, "Please rest assured, Marshal, I'm a soldier, and I naturally understand the truth, that the army is not a joke. Here, on behalf of Major General Fang Lang of the Rio de Janeiro Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the Navy, I formally ask you to fight. Major General Fang Lang will lead his troops to carry out the task of clearing out the rebels of Brother Eddie." Marshal Moraes did not mention the topic of buying time for the army to rest, and General Crook did not mention it again. Everyone knew very well that this was just a euphemism for General Crook to save the face of the army. Of course, this is not without risks. After all, if the Navy performs too well, it is possible that the army will stand out and pick peaches. Unfortunately, Fang Lang's plan never prepared to turn his actions into a protracted war. After hearing General Crook's reconfirmation, Marshal Moraes did not answer immediately, but turned his eyes to the army generals in the conference room. He seemed to want to see if anyone from the army generals raised any objections. But the result disappointed him. When his eyes swept over the army generals present, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads, unwilling to look at General Moraes. Obviously, no one was willing to take on this hot potato at this time. Seeing this, Marshal Moraes no longer hesitated, and said to General Crook, since the Marine Corps has taken the initiative to ask for battle, and no one else has any objection, then on behalf of the Ministry of National Defense, I will agree to your request for battle. I will formally appoint Major General Fang Lang of the Navy as the Commander-in-Chief of the front line, leading the Marine Corps under his command, to be responsible for the task of clearing out the rebels of the Eddy brothers. However, let me be frank first. You only have 2 weeks. If you fail to achieve results in 2 weeks, you and General Fang will be punished. Do you understand? Hearing this, General Crook stood up without saying a word, stood at attention, and saluted with a serious expression. Yes, General. For a while, everyone in the conference room had different looks, and they all focused their attention on the Minister of the Navy who took the initiative to attack. Obviously, everyone didn't understand why he was so bored and made trouble for himself. General Crook, who achieved his goal, didn't care about everyone's reaction. After the meeting, he notified Fang Lang of the news as soon as possible. The generals who left the conference room talked about it. Everyone felt that the Navy was a bit overconfident. The encirclement and suppression operation that the army had failed with 5,000 people. The Navy wanted to rely on its own 2,500 Marines to complete it. This was simply a fantasy. Just when everyone was still discussing how long it would take for the Navy to complete the assembly, Fang Lang, who was far away in Paris State, received the official order from General Crook and immediately ordered the entire army to set off. In one day and night, all 2,500 members of the Marine Corps appeared directly at the newly expanded frontline field airport by air transport. Fang Lang's headquarters was also set up directly at the frontline airport. When Major General Wote Wisk received the news and hurried to the frontline field airport, he saw a scene that stunned him. The small field airport that originally had only 2 reconnaissance planes has expanded into a huge airport with 3 runways and nearly 50 aircraft parked. The warehouse next to the airport was bustling with supplies and fuel transport trucks coming in and out. Field tents were neatly built outside the airport, and teams of soldiers gathered in an orderly manner beside the transport plane that had just landed. From time to time, soldiers lined up neatly and walked to their respective barracks. The speed of this gathering and transportation, and the well-trained temperament of the Marines, really surprised him. He thought he was also a veteran who had participated in the European War, and had seen the powerful armies of the major powers in the world. The Marine Corps in front of him, which belonged to the Navy, was indeed too unexpected. Just a casual glance, he was sure that the combat effectiveness of these soldiers should not be underestimated. Whether in terms of mental outlook or the quality of the soldiers, they were somewhat better than the army troops under his command. This made him, who had always praised himself as an elite, blush slightly. Under the guidance of the guards, Major General Wote Wisk came to the outside of Fang Lang's command department without any obstacles. This was a huge field tent with 2 huge tents spliced together. Several huge communication antennas were erected high on the top of the tent. There was a lively beeping sound coming from the tent. This was the sound of the radio working. At the same time, the voices of soldiers from time to time inside also informed everyone of the busyness here. A major officer standing at the door waiting saw Major General Wote Wisk and his party, and quickly stood at attention and saluted. "General, I'm Major Ki Kingshan, the adjutant of General Fang. Because I just received a report from the reconnaissance plane that suspected traces of rebels were found. General Fang is inside to understand the situation, and I was unable to go out to greet him in person. Please forgive me." Major General Wote Wisk, who thought he was a defeated general, did not have any big opinions about Fang Lang not coming out to greet him. After all, the two were not familiar with each other. Except for the previous time, when Fang Lang took the initiative, to come to the door and said that he would send his reconnaissance plane to help him search for traces of rebels. This was the second time the two met. After casually returning a military salute, Major General Wote Wesker smiled indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter, military affairs are important. Take me to see General Fang." He was still a little curious about what Kikingshan said about the reconnaissance plane finding traces of rebels. After all, they had lost the trace of the rebels since they jumped out of his encirclement. Even though Fang Lang sent a large number of reconnaissance planes to help him search, he still couldn't find any trace of the other party. Now that Fang Lang had just officially taken over, the reconnaissance plane immediately made a discovery. It was impossible for him not to think about it. Seeing this, Kikingshan nodded and said no more. He led Major General Wote Wesker into the headquarters, through the busy communication area outside, and into the tent inside. Major General Wote Wesker saw a large map hanging on the wall facing the outside, and there was really an officer marking something on the map in front of the map. In the middle of the tent was a huge conference table, and at this moment, a group of officers were discussing something around the conference table. Major General Wote Wesker stretched his head over to take a look, and found that there were actually several photos. It seemed that they were the latest photos taken by the reconnaissance plane. He was not surprised by this. After all, the reconnaissance plane he asked the Air Force for support would also bring back photos of suspected targets they had taken. At this moment, Fang Lang was holding a photo in his left hand and a magnifying glass in his right hand to observe carefully. There was a major officer beside him, pointing to a location in the photo and explaining something to Fang language. Perhaps he discovered the figure of Major General Wote Wesker in his peripheral vision. Fang Lang quickly handed the photo in his hand to the major officer beside him, stretched out his right hand, took 2 quick steps, and greeted Major General Wote Wesker. "General Wesker, I'm really sorry. I just received a report from the reconnaissance plane and found traces of suspected rebels, so I was unable to welcome you in time. I hope you don't mind." Major General Wote Wesker stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face and said politely to Fang Lang, "General Fang is too polite. I can't wait to thank you for taking the initiative. How could I mind? I wonder if it's convenient for me to tell me where the rebels are now." Now that Fang Lang has officially taken over the command of the front line, he certainly doesn't mind telling Major General Wote Wesker the traces of the enemy. After all, the Major General of the army in front of him is not an incompetent person. The failure of this encirclement and suppression could not be completely blamed on him. Besides, this Major General could not be an enemy spy, so there was no need to hide it from him. However, he would not tell the other party how the Naval Aviation Reconnaissance plane confirmed the rebels' tracks, because they confirmed the location of the rebels through their internal helpers in the rebels, who made a special mark in an open area of the tropical rainforest, a huge triangle. Fang Lang could not tell anyone that he had already sent his own helpers into the rebels. Of course, no problem. Fang Lang led Major General Wote Wesker directly to the huge map facing the door, pointed to the position marked by the officer who was marking the map, and said, "According to the situation detected by our reconnaissance plane this morning, the rebels have crossed the Yapla River and entered the tropical rainforest south of the Yapla River." This answer surprised Major General Wote Wesker. "What? How did they cross the Yapla River?" Major General Wote Wesker was surprised. He had seized all the rebels' transport ships. Logically, the rebels should not be able to cross the Yapra River. Although the Yapra River is only a tributary of the Amazon River, it is also an important tributary, connecting the waterway between Colombia and Brazil. The width of the river is not easy to cross. It was for this reason that he had never ordered the reconnaissance plane to conduct reconnaissance on the south bank of the Yapra River. Fang Lang knew what Major General Wote Wesker was thinking, but he knew that there were people supporting the rebels, so he would not limit his thinking. Since Major General Wote Wesker commanded the reconnaissance plane to conduct a long-term reconnaissance on the north bank, but did not find any traces of the rebels, he immediately shifted his attention to the south bank of the Yapra River. As he expected, the reconnaissance plane soon found the special mark left by his insider and the rebels on the south bank. "I have no idea how they crossed the Yapra River, but what I'm sure of now is that the reason why we haven't found any trace of them for so long is because they jumped to the south bank of the Yapra River right under our noses." Fang Lang believed that Major General Wote Wiska was not a fool, and it was impossible for him not to notice the abnormality within the government. Moreover, Brizoeda's identity was known to the whole country. If he didn't understand what happened now, he would not have been able to climb to his current position. It is possible that he had already prepared for this situation when he just took on this encirclement and suppression mission. Otherwise, why did the other party always withstand the pressure of the government and adopt the cage tactics of pressing step by step in the early stage? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.